Chapter 2379. It had been a long time since many humans had been able to get so close and witness such an earth-shattering battle. At the moment, Long Chen was definitely at a disadvantage, because he had single-handedly controlled 1,000,000 demons, rendering them unable to move. He had even caused the deaths of tens of thousands of demons. And now, he still had to fight the demons, including the Lightning Qilin, Jiang Tianlin, and the other experts. The marine race had 6 peak-level bloodlines. In the primordial era, there had been 18 primordial divine beasts, while the demons had 108 primordial divine beasts. Now, with so many divine palaces, the marine race's 18 primordial divine beasts only had 6 peak-level bloodlines left, while the demons still had more than 20. Among them, the Lightning Qilin race was one of the peak-level bloodlines. They had inherited the primordial divine beasts' bloodlines, and many great demon lords had appeared in history. Jiang Tianlin's fame had even spread throughout the eternal god domain. He was even more famous than the marine race's Lu Ji. The humans had clashed with the demons many times, so they knew Jiang Tianlin better. His appearance also made all the human race experts panic. The only one who wasn't worried at all was probably Long Chen himself. When the Lightning Qilin led the demon experts to descend, 2 beams of light shot out of his sharp eyes, piercing through space and shining on the other party. Human, hand over the 5 dragon balls. Otherwise, within 10 days, the demon army of 1,000,000,000, as well as all the experts of the witch race and the marine race, will charge into the dragon god domain, flatten it, and exterminate the human race. The Lightning Qilin had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. His voice was old, but full of majesty and power. His words were majestic and intimidating. The 16 great demon lords of the demon race, the 6 great sea emperors of the marine race, and the 8 holy shamans of the witch race are heading to the dragon god domain. When they arrive, all of you will die without a doubt. Hurry up and hand over the 5 dragon balls, and you will be spared the death penalty. As everyone had expected, the worst-case scenario had happened. These 28 super experts were more terrifying than all the people from the 3 clans combined, except for themselves. Long Chen also didn't have the slightest idea of a solution. This was a crisis that made people's hearts turn cold. He also wanted to turn the tide and resolve it, but what could he rely on? He had reached the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. This might be a way. At the very least, when his combat strength increased, he might be able to fight against these peak experts. However, the problem was that he had only entered the 6 paths of tribulation for a few days. The deeper his cultivation, the more difficult it was to advance. He still had no clue about the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, and the attack of the 3 races would not give him time to slowly cultivate. There was no way to stop those 28 peak experts. If they were allowed to charge in, every day that passed would mean hundreds of millions of deaths. There were millions and millions of corpses lying everywhere. Who could endure such a thing happening to their own homeland? Long Chen hadn't been born in the eternal life god realm, but his father had, and he had inherited the bloodline of the mystical dragons. To him, it had never been important, but now it was as important as his life. Those who had doubted him in the past now respected and worshipped him. Moreover, there were countless people among them who were innocent. Therefore, he was furious. The Thunder Qilin had only threatened. Seeing that Long Chen didn't retreat, he led the demon warriors to attack. The Thunder Qilin had the head of a dragon and the body of a beast. It was related to the mystical dragons to a certain extent, and could even be considered a descendant of the mystical dragons. But he was facing the most orthodox mystical dragon, the Ancestral dragon. You are just puppets controlled by the primeval troll. Long Chen knew that even if he said that, they wouldn't know. Long Chen wanted to wake them up. He couldn't wake more than 5 billion enemies, but it wouldn't be a problem to take care of a few. Go. The Thunder Qilin led the 6 gigantic beasts in attack. There were colorful firebirds, strange-looking armored beasts, pure black creatures that controlled sinister winds, snakes with huge wings, and so on. Every single one of them was larger than Long Chen's heart-refining dragon. The Thunder Qilin wasn't at the front, but was preparing to deal a fatal blow to Long Chen. Against these demons who had survived the 8 tribulations, Long Chen only needed to use 3 things: sharp claws, a dragon horn sword, and a dragon tail spear. He was the Dragon of Judgment. His surging strength gathered on the spear, gold and black light illuminated the world. The dragon horn sword was the core of the heart-refining dragon, the sword of judgment. Rip. Just the dragon claws and the blade broke through everything and collided with a giant beast, causing it to scream in agony as its flesh and blood splattered. The 2 giant beasts collided violently in the air, creating a deafening sound. The scene was truly earth-shattering. But this was only the beginning. Long Chen not only sent his opponent flying, but he also wrapped around his opponent at an even faster speed, his dragon claws piercing into his opponent's head. The power of the 10,000 death claws was the impact of the will to kill. It dispersed the imprint that the primeval troll had placed on them. Perhaps only the will of the ancestral dragon could do this. The heart-refining dragon was also an ancestral dragon. Compared to the primordial blood spirit dragon, he was more the power of justice and light. His will was righteous, dispelling evil. Compared to the destruction of the will to kill, the heart-refining dragon could purify directly. Buzz. He had done it just right, allowing him to regain his consciousness before killing him. Then, he tossed his opponent aside. As long as his injuries recovered a little, he would be able to see clearly. Thus, everyone saw this shocking scene. The 6 giant beasts charged at Long Chen, but compared to Long Chen, they were too slow. Of course, there were not many who could underestimate Long Chen. They could only see the giant beasts bleeding and being tossed aside. Then, they stood where they were, not attacking again. In the end, only the Thunder Qilin, who had been prepared to take advantage of the chaos to kill Long Chen, was left. "Kid, you are the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, right?" That fellow called Long Chen. "I have really underestimated you." The Thunder Qilin was enraged. It let out an earth-shattering roar, forcing all the humans to retreat. The surging sound even killed many human warriors on the spot. He was the closest to being a pinnacle expert. "Die!" he roared, unleashing terrifying lightning. At this time, Qin Xingyao and the others were already protecting the ordinary warriors. Crossing disaster lightning. The Thunder Kirin roared and lightning swept across the entire starry sky. Everyone's line of sight was dominated by lightning. The purple lightning gathered from all directions and condensed into a dark purple ball of lightning in front of Jiang Tianlin at a terrifying speed. It even became a black ball of lightning. It took so much lightning to condense into this small dot. Although it was only a small dot, if released, it would definitely be enough to blast half of the humans in front of him to death. This was the huge impact of a super expert in a battle. The suppression of the lightning made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone took a step back in horror. At this moment, they were still afraid. They had never faced an attack from such a super expert at such a close distance. No matter how much confidence they had in Long Chen, they could not help but worry. The other party was so strong. Could they really win? Would the human race still exist in 10 days' time? As long as the 28 pinnacle experts arrived, the line of defense that Long Chen was guarding would collapse on its own. The billions of demons would then be able to rush into the heart of the human race and start a massacre. The human race and the demon race were equal in strength. However, everyone was afraid of death. Now, their mental state was completely different. If they really fought, the human race would definitely suffer heavy casualties, but the demon race had no concept of death at all. After the entire human race learned of the news, they were not the only ones whose will collapsed. Their panic, pain, and fear were just a microcosm of the entire human race. However, they were lucky. Because when they were timid, the young divine dragon with the divine aura of an emperor could stand in front of his opponent. Resolute, domineering, and invincible. Ashes to ashes. Jiang Tianlin looked down from above. The crossing disaster lightning had already turned pure black, With destructive power, it attacked Long Chen. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed, and a large number of demons died in it. The terrifying power seemed to want to drown Long Chen. At least, not many people could see hope. The other party was too strong, too many, too terrifying. But even so, the divine dragon turned into a golden ray of light and rushed towards the Thunder Qilin. In that instant, the divine dragon turned into a huge sword with a black center and a golden blade. The huge sword was covered with dense dragon scales. The heart-refining dragon of the divine way could turn his body into a sword. This was another of his transformations. It was the Sword of Judgment. He gathered endless power, and it contained the dominating power of the heart-refining dragon of the divine way. On the huge sword, countless runes shone, forming a terrifying aura. In that instant, billions of divine dragons roared in the huge sword, and the Sword of Judgment exploded with a dazzling light. This dazzling light engulfed the crossing disaster lightning. This was a true crushing. The martial artists who were preparing to take refuge turned back, but under the golden and black light, they could not see anything. All the attacks melted silently in front of the Sword of Judgment. The crossing disaster lightning had shocking explosive power. But this time, before it could explode, it was pierced by Long Chen. The golden and black divine sword pierced through it, dissolving it, and then pierced the head of the Thunder Qilin with great force. Primeval Troll. Long Chen did not want to kill it. He was just trying to save it. He used his Sword of Judgment to pierce the body of the Thunder Qilin, and let the power of justice dispel evil. The Thunder Qilin struggled, but it could not break free from Long Chen's restraints. In the end, its blood-red eyes finally changed in front of Long Chen. Eventually, it became weak, but wise. Long Chen succeeded. What happened to me?" Jiang Tianlin looked at him, stunned. Chapter 2380. Every time they had been disappointed and despaired, Long Chen had given them new hope at the very last moment. From the last time to this time, when they saw Long Chen repel his opponents once again, and this time, when he faced millions of demons alone, the conviction in their hearts gradually took shape. News of the rebellion had already spread throughout the Eternal God realm, and all humans were living in fear. As long as Long Chen's victory this time got back, he would become a new pillar of support, a new faith. Right now, he had become the faith of all the humans present. He did not know when, but someone had already used the name Massacred Dragon Emperor to call out to him. Starting from the first person, in less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of thousands of people began to shout fervently. Slaughtering Dragon Emperor, slaughtering Dragon Emperor. This was the highest honor in the entire Dragon God realm. It represented the highest strength, power, and status. It represented that Long Chen, at least in their hearts, was worthy of this honor. Of course, it was also a responsibility. Heroes were born in troubled times. Before this, Long Chen had only had great talent. He hadn't really done much for the human race. Plus, he was still young, and hadn't defeated 15 Dragon Emperors yet, so he hadn't been crowned so soon. But now, in everyone's hearts, he was the slaughtering Dragon Emperor. Even if he wasn't now, he would be in the future. The cheers went on and on. This was the highest honor of the human race. For a long time, only Long Qinglan had had the same level of honor and status. If Long Qinglan knew that so many people supported Long Chen now, he would probably be very happy. But while this was the highest status, it was also the ultimate responsibility. Especially in this war that had no solution, no way out. The entire human race had lost its future, and no matter what, millions of people would still die. But Long Chen was still very moved. At least his victory could give the entire human race the courage to resist this disaster. It could make them understand that only by being united and courageous could the human race survive this crisis. Only then could the human race not be truly extinct. At the very least, it was impossible for the 5 Dragon Balls. This was just the beginning. No one knew what kind of carnage would come in the future, and how many of their companions would die, especially after the appearance of the 28 peak experts. However, faith was more important than anything else. Long Chen often turned the tables in desperate situations. He wanted to teach everyone the same principle. Most people didn't even dare to think about winning, so how could they create a miracle and break through their shackles to change the current situation? Long Chen knew that the 15 dragon emperors must be having a headache. Because this time, they were the ones who shouldered the biggest responsibility. How many people of the human race would die was directly related to them. Whether the entire race would be exterminated or not, it was all on their heads. Now, Jiang Tianlin was facing him. The Thunder Qilin was sobbing in front of him. How can this be? How can this be? The world is in chaos, in chaos. How can the Devil Star's primeval troll be so terrifying? Long Chen, why do they want the 5 dragon balls? Remove the Devil Star's seal, so that the demons, and even the primeval troll, can escape. Long Chen answered calmly. Jiang Tianlin felt despair again. If this continues, the Devil Star will rule us in the future. Our eternal God realm is finished. He wasn't being pessimistic. He was just speaking the truest thoughts in everyone's hearts. This was a sudden attack, but a disaster of such magnitude that no one could resist. Coward. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Since he'd escaped the primeval troll's control, he could go wherever he wanted. Yes, I'm a coward. The Thunder Qilin trembled and couldn't help but roar. Behind him, the demons followed him, all of their faces extremely pale. Millions of people. Long Chen, don't kill them. Jiang Tianlin couldn't help but say, trembling. Millions of demons were still in Long Chen's divine prison of blades and blades. Because of their fearless attacks, more and more demons died on the spot. Since the start of the war, Long Chen had already killed close to 100,000 demons. If this continued, they would all die sooner or later. Long Chen couldn't let them go and let them kill their own people. I don't want to kill them. Give me away. Long Chen was angry. He didn't want to kill, but so many people died in his heart. The killing he believed in wasn't like this. It pained him. He hadn't killed as many people in his life as he did today. He saw with his own eyes that lives were being controlled by the primeval troll, dying under his divine prison of blades and blades. He was forced to do it. Because of this, he was in so much pain. He couldn't let them go. Once he let them go, they would come again when they recovered and cause new trouble. His mercy might cause the human clan to suffer heavy casualties. He couldn't bear this responsibility. His roar rendered Jiang Tianlin and the others speechless. Yes, there was nothing they could do about it. Heavens, you're going to destroy our thousands of years of heritage. How did the demon clan offend you? Jiang Tianlin, this old fellow, wept bitterly as he continuously muttered. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had never experienced such a thing before. This was just the beginning. Who could predict how many people would die in the future? Jiang Tianlin trembled at the thought of the demons dying everywhere. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the demons die one by one. The humans who were still shouting for the Dragon Emperor to be slaughtered also quietened down. Their hearts were heavy when they saw the miserable state of the demon race. This was destined to be a torturous battle. No one would win. Chen, let me help. After the battle between Long Chen and Jiang Tianlin ended, Lingxi stepped forward. She crossed space and came to Long Chen's side. Long Chen let her rest on his huge palm. He asked softly, "Do you have a way?" Lingxi's expression was grave. "I don't know. I want to try. I can't bear to see them die. There's a secret art in the Immortal Lord Realm technique called Rest in Peace magic. It's a very advanced secret art that can make one sleep for a year, 10 years, or even longer. It will put one's body in a state close to death. But there are too many of them, and there's also the influence and stimulation of the primeval troll's will. I don't know if it will work. Try it." Use the 3 lifetimes love silk and my strength. Long Chen said without hesitation. Lingxi alone would not be able to take on so many demons, and many of them were much stronger than her. Therefore, all of this was built on the 3 lifetimes love silk. Otherwise, Lingxi would not have dared to say she would help at this time. Go away. Long Chen glared at Jiang Tianlin and motioned for him to make way. His mystical dragon body took flight and brought Lingxi to the immortal prison of sabers and swords. Thank you, thank you. If they can survive, Jiang Tianlin, am willing to serve you. Jiang Tianlin was overjoyed to hear Long Chen's words of help. The 8 trigrams calamity warriors behind him followed him as well. The immortal prison of sabers and swords had become a thick sea of blood. Countless demons were roaring and trying to break out of the immortal prison of sabers and swords. What was stopping them were the blades of the immortal Dao Heart Dragon. Sword radiance and blade energy created countless rays of blood. The 3 lifetimes love silk was a secret. Of course, even if it was connected, no one could see it. When Lingxi used the power of Long Chen's immortal Dao Heart Dragon, dragon scales appeared on her snow-white skin. They were very orderly and did not make her ugly. Instead, she looked holy and dignified. Her white clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. Her body glowed with a faint light. In the eyes of the crowd, she was a goddess. Lingxi had not been in the immortal dragon region for long, but everyone knew that she was Long Chen's real wife. The Rest in Peace spell came from an Immortal Lord Realm technique. Immortal Lord Realm techniques were mystical and strange, and the way they were used was also different. This Rest in Peace spell was actually chanted. From Lingxi's beautiful lips, a melodious song rang out. It was a strange language and beautiful notes. Even Long Chen himself felt a little drowsy, let alone the demons who were under the Rest in Peace spell. As expected, his current strength, which was comparable to the 9 Palaces calamity, was terrifying when Lingxi used it. Lingxi could use all the secret techniques of the Immortal Lord Realm techniques to their fullest. Other than fighting, she was a genius. Lingxi's expertise was complementary to Long Chen's. It had been like this from the beginning. Since young, she liked to study these strange things and did not like fighting. As for Long Chen, it was the opposite. Long Chen only knew how to fight, while the things that Lingxi learned gave him a headache. Time passed quietly. The song was not strange at all. But everyone could see the effect. The effect was that the frenzied demons gradually calmed down. After an hour, they finally fell into a deep slumber and collapsed in the starry sky. After another hour, when Lingxi and Long Chen were at their limits, they finally succeeded. After an hour, the demons did not wake up again. They will not wake up for at least a year. Lingxi turned back and smiled at Long Chen. Although she was using Long Chen's strength, it still took a lot out of her mental strength. Therefore, she was a little weak. Long Chen recalled Yang Yu's words about taking good care of Lingxi. Today, he thought that she was tired again. If it was just to kill these demons, there would be no need to go through so much trouble and expend so much energy to use this Rest in Peace spell. Long Chen could have been more comfortable. But he did not do that. Rest well. He let Lingxi return to his god's kingdom. There was a fire of life there that could nourish her body. Although he was a little tired, he could not rest. He removed the immortal prison of blades and sabers. Jiang Tianlin, take them away and bury them deep underground. Everyone was envious of these demons. Chapter 2381. In the end, Thunder Qil and Jiang Tianlin led the other experts of the demon clan to bring the sleeping demons back to their homeland. For them, this was the best relief. Everyone envied them for being able to avoid this disaster. With the departure of the demon clan, the surroundings became desolate. The previously tense human race soldiers finally relaxed and smiled. However, this smile was only for the sake of happiness. They understood that this was only the beginning. As the entire demon race moved, in the future, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of demon race members would appear. That was not something that Long Chen could deal with alone. 15 dragon emperors might not be able to block such a wide border in the northern starry sky. When the battle ended, Long Chen returned to the human crowd with Lingxi. He was once again welcomed by the most enthusiastic people. At this time, everyone was calling him the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Everyone was full of passion and blood. This was what Long Chen had taught them. However, because of the rest in peace spell, both of them were a little tired. Everyone, let them rest first. During this time, we have to be more vigilant. Qin Xingyao didn't return to the devouring dragon city. He was needed here. He had found a new focus in his life. He had left this place before. Now that he had returned, he had to protect his home. Yes. Everyone's voice was extremely loud. Long Chen recovered quickly. In fact, he didn't need to rest. While he was in the temporary camp, another wave of troops arrived. They were some powerful elite troops of the Slaughter Dragon City. A large number of reincarnation realm warriors were among them. There were also many people Long Chen knew. For example, Blood Blaze, Thousand Snow Emperor, Wind Moon Emperor, Sword River Emperor, and the younger generation. Jiang Ming and the others were also among them. It seemed that the main force of the Slaughter Dragon City had arrived. With Long Chen here, they weren't too anxious. Instead, they deployed carefully. Suddenly, a blood-haired bewitching young man and an old man with murderous intent appeared in front of Long Chen. They were Violent Blood Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor. Compared to before he went to the Sea God region, he's much stronger. Now, he's only a step away from us. This is truly a miracle. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor couldn't help but laugh. He had practically witnessed with his own eyes how Long Chen had climbed from Jiang Ming's level to only a little bit weaker than them in the short span of 2 to 3 years. In such a short period of time, they had not improved at all. Greetings, Dragon Emperor. Long Chen knew that they were already here when he had just defeated Jiang Tianlin, but they had only just appeared. We took advantage of this short period of time to go to the Demon God region. The situation is not optimistic. It's true that the entire demon clan in the Demon God region has been controlled by the primeval troll. This time, unless an impossible miracle happens, our human clan will definitely suffer heavy casualties. One demon clan is still okay, but there's still the Witch clan and the Sea clan. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor sighed again and again. His face was very ugly. Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor said, "Our 5 great dragon cities are now almost at their respective guarding positions. With you in charge here, the situation is very good. But in other places, it can only be described as a heavy casualty." Long Chen still didn't know what had happened in other places. What about other places? Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor said, 3 cities, each has more than 1 million warriors dead or injured. Moreover, there are experts of the demon clan who forcibly passed through the heaven fire abyss and rushed in, wantonly destroying. At least millions of people were killed. Facing these experts who can pass through the heaven fire abyss, most Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors have no way to deal with them. The severity of the matter even exceeded Long Chen's expectations. Although there were no casualties here, but in other places, although it was only the beginning, it had already reached such a tragic state. Moreover, the innocent demon clan might have already suffered a large number of casualties. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and asked, "You too, now there is still no solution at all, is there?" Violent Blood Dragon Emperor shook his head bitterly and said, "The scope of influence of the primeval troll is too large. Right now, the only uncertainty is whether the 28 peak experts are controlled. If even they are controlled, then everyone will die. Even I am not sure if I can survive. Therefore, Long Chen, you must know what kind of responsibility you bear. This time, even if all 15 of us die, you must not die. You are not only the Dragon Pearl of Slaughter, but also the hope for the revival of the entire human race. Therefore, now that we have come here, you must quickly find a place to hide. Impossible. Long Chen's answer was resolute and decisive. He wasn't acting out of spite, and it wasn't that he didn't know the seriousness of this matter. It was just that he couldn't make such a shameful arrangement as hiding. He said amiably, "You too, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I didn't die even when facing the 6 ocean emperors in the Sea clan. In my current situation, it is basically impossible for me to die." The 2 dragon emperors knew Long Chen's temper, so they didn't say anything more. "Oh right, the attack of the 3 races is only for our 5 dragon pearls. The Spirit clan is staying out of this. Can we unite with the Spirit clan to tide through this disaster?" This was Long Chen's idea. After all, even though the overall strength of the Spirit clan was inferior to that of the humans and the Yao clan, Ling Huang was publicly recognized as the strongest. In fact, he had been even before Long Qinglan defeated him. "I've already sent people to ask for help, but I don't think there's much hope. This is a huge opportunity for the spirit folk to rise to prominence. As long as they don't make a move, the eternal life god domain will be theirs to rule, and all 4 of our races will suffer heavy losses. Emperor Spirit Emperor won't let such a rare opportunity go to waste. Most importantly, this matter is so big that everyone knows that it could spell the end of our entire race. The human race has existed for tens of millions of years. Because of this matter, the 2 dragon emperors had put in a lot of effort. After listening to them, Long Chen knew that the Spirit clan definitely wouldn't help. They would be fools to help, and they wouldn't have to worry about the humans taking revenge. Even if the humans didn't go extinct this time, they would definitely suffer great losses. Next, with the 2 dragon emperors personally setting up the defense line here, Long Chen didn't need to rush to the front alone. What they were most worried about now was the arrival of the 28 pinnacle experts. Long Chen knew that the dragon emperors were insisting that they stay here because they didn't want to give up this vast territory. Once the defense line collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that the Yao clan was preparing, they would definitely launch a terrifying attack. Moreover, the Marine clan and the Witch clan were probably coming soon. The next battle would definitely be an unprecedented one. Hopefully, those pinnacle experts wouldn't show up. The 15 dragon emperors seemed to have said that if the defense line really collapsed, they still had one last way to save their lives. It was just that they didn't know if it would be of any use. The northern starry sky had been relatively quiet for the past few days, but the same could not be said for other places. The casualties of the human race and the demon race continued to increase. Now, it could be said that there were countless casualties everywhere. Countless people lost their homes, lost their friends and family, lost everything, lost their lives. Now, the human world was already hell. The expressions of the 15 dragon emperors became more and more serious. Their hearts must have been suffering again and again, but they couldn't retreat. The increasing number of casualties made all the martial artists stationed here tremble with fear. Although there were new companions joining them, it was to no avail. For them, the only benefit of killing a Yao clan might be to save 1 or 2 of their compatriots. The night wind blew. Everything seemed very quiet, but in fact, there was an even bigger storm brewing. This time, it was possible that no one could escape. Long Chen and Lingxi stood in the night wind. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, holding her in his arms, and rested his chin on her shoulder. "Say, do you think we'll be able to survive this calamity?" Lingxi stared blankly at the night sky as she asked. "I don't know." This was the only thing that Long Chen wasn't sure about. "Don't you think it's like the time when the city lord of the wrong died? At that time, the people of the 3 imperial domains almost died in his hands. He created a catastrophe, but in the end, you still won." Thinking of this, Lingxi suddenly felt confident. "Although it's similar, it's not the same. Moreover, our luck can't always be so good. However, I will try my best. As long as I have no regrets, it will be enough." Long Chen pursed his lips and said. In fact, the pressure he felt from this catastrophe was even greater than the previous one. In this chaotic world, people's lives were as cheap as dogs. While they were talking, tens of thousands of people had died. The thick smell of blood drifted from the south, staining the air. Lingxi clutched her lower abdomen and suddenly said worriedly, "Do you think you will be born in this chaotic time?" Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "Silly, you think too much. You will be pregnant for a long time in the future." "That's so ugly," Lingxi said embarrassedly. "No, it's very beautiful. A pregnant woman was a great beauty." "Yes." Lingxi agreed with him. The night wind continued to blow, and the air was wet. The roars of the gigantic beasts in the distance drew closer again. This time, it was much more terrifying than the last time. Long Chen looked into the depths of the starry sky, and what he saw was that the number of demons that appeared this time was more than 10 times that of the last time. Judging from the size, there didn't seem to be much change. But in fact, this time, they came in human form. Once they transformed into beast form, they were overwhelming and unstoppable. Long Chen could block 1 million, but there were tens of millions. Or even more than 20 million. At this time, the 2 dragon emperors appeared in front of him with solemn expressions. Chapter 2382. The entire Northern Star region had now been occupied by the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan naturally had a mix of good and bad people. There were super experts at the peak of their strength, and even babies in the god martial arts realm. Basically, all of them had come. However, the Human Clan was different. The Human Clan was relatively more elite. At least, those who were stationed at the border were all above the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and most of them came from the ancient cities of the 72 descendants of gods. Therefore, in terms of numbers, the Human Clan only had less than 1/3 of the Demon Clans. However, if they really fought, even though the Demon Clan had gathered an army of 20 million, their overall strength should be about the same. However, the lack of absolute suppression was not a good thing for the Human Clan. It meant that there would be casualties. However, if they failed to defeat these crazy opponents in the end, it was very likely that the 20 million Demon Clan and millions of humans would die here, staining the starry sky with blood. As for the Human Clan, the 15 dragon emperors were not great demon masters controlled by the primeval troll. Of course, they could not let the old, the weak, the women, and the children of the Human Clan go to the battlefield together. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the Human Clan's numbers would be fewer than the Demon Clans. When the 10 million Demon Clan descended, Long Chen knew that this would be a very crucial battle, and also the largest one so far. This would directly determine whether the Human Clan had any hope. Once the casualties were heavy, even if they were stopped, it would be meaningless. There would definitely be many Demon Clan members who would flee into the Human Clan's dragon god realm, enter their homes, and slaughter their people. What was more troublesome was that they could not hate the Demon Clan, because they were now just puppets. The Demon Clan's troops were mighty, their momentum soaring into the sky, bringing with it a very terrifying pressure, suppressing almost every warrior of the Human Clan. Their eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, if there were not such strong figures standing firmly in front of them, if there were not Dragon Emperor Violent Blood, Dragon Emperor Innumerable Kill, and Long Chen, they would not have the courage to stand here and face this group of puppets who did not care about their lives. They held their Taoist artifacts tightly, their eyes full of passion and blood. Everyone could not help but shout and roar to release their suppressed emotions. Today, they were fighting for their homeland, for survival, and for protection. This was the largest direct confrontation. It was the true charge of the demon race, and it was the moment of life and death. No one did not know the importance of this battle. This would be a crucial turning point, but at least for now, the human race did not have any hope. They were destined to suffer countless casualties, but they were still praying to see if there would be a miracle. The demon race was getting closer and closer. Some of them had already transformed into roaring giant beasts, creating a huge commotion as they charged towards them. For a moment, the entire starry sky was trembling. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with bloody and numb giant beasts that spread over an endless distance. This time, Long Chen could no longer use his own strength to decide the outcome of a battle. Even the two dragon emperors couldn't do it. Do we have a chance of winning and reducing casualties? Thousand-kill dragon emperor murmured. Unless the demon race's grand demon lord doesn't appear. Violent blood dragon emperor saw countless demon race members enlarging in his eyes, almost reaching his eyes. The demon race seems to have begun their attack in other places. Moreover, the sorcerer race seems to have appeared in the southern star region. They are even preparing to attack. Looks like this time, as long as no miracle happens, we will definitely have to use that life-saving move. Yes, the entire dragon god domain has been deployed. Everyone has already retreated into the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants and is waiting for the order. They could only use that one move. But they were still unwilling to give up such a large territory to others and let them wreak havoc. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no hope, they wouldn't have chosen to do this. Let's hope a miracle happens. They hoped that the Grand Demon Lord would not appear. Even if he did, there shouldn't be too many of them. Their eyes were searching the countless demon race members, trying to find the most terrifying opponent. Violent blood, 1,000 kill, long time no see. Just as the demon race was about to rush over, a 9-colored light spread behind the entire group of demon race members, enveloping more than 10 million demon race members in the colorful light. The entire group of demon race members became very beautiful. Seeing this 9-colored light, the expressions of the two dragon emperors and the many experts changed. It's the 9 Phoenix. Without a doubt, the 9 Phoenix they mentioned was one of the grand demon lords of the demon race. The 9 Phoenix race was naturally one of the top bloodlines of the demon race, even surpassing the Thunder Qilin. Almost every generation, there would be a grand demon lord. This was a bloodline that was closest to the primordial divine beast, the divine flame phoenix. Although there were many races in the world that could inherit the phoenix bloodline, even the human race and demon race, they were all insignificant. Only the 9 Phoenix was the true top descendant. Among the 16 grand demon lords of the demon race, the 9 Phoenix was one of the most powerful. Her appearance had already caused the hearts of the human race to turn cold. They finally confirmed one thing. Even this grand demon lord was obviously under the control of the primeval troll. Violent blood dragon emperor laughed coldly. The magnificent 9 Phoenix was actually controlled by the devil star primeval troll, causing millions of demon race members to fall into eternal damnation. What a joke. You still have the face to appear in front of me today. In fact, he wanted to use this method to see if the Grand Demon Lord could escape the control of the primeval troll. At this moment, another black shadow spread out. A dog-like pattern appeared in the starry sky. It spread even wider, enough to rival the 9 Phoenix's 9-colored divine light. This was another Grand Demon Lord. Tengu. The huge black shadow could not be seen. It was an even rarer bloodline of the demon race, the Tengu. This type of demon race was even rarer. Basically, every generation only had one descendant. However, almost every generation could become a Grand Demon Lord. The Tengu had the most terrifying light and shadow divine abilities and devouring divine abilities. It was also one of the most terrifying Grand Demon Lords. The 9 Phoenix and the Tengu were ranked second among the Grand Demon Lords in their respective demon ancestral cities. Their strength was the highest. 2 Grand Demon Lords. This was already the limit that the 2 Dragon Emperors could bear. Now, the battle was definitely very tragic. If a 3rd Grand Demon Lord appeared, there was no need to fight this battle. The black shadow spread out and said sinisterly, "We only need the 5 Dragon Balls. Cruel blood, 10,000 kills, stop talking nonsense. Hand over the 5 Dragon Balls, and this battle will naturally be avoided. The human race will also not suffer so many casualties. Let me tell you, if tens of millions of people die in the future, it will be your sin." The matter regarding the primeval troll was directly filtered out of his mind. Obviously, the primeval troll would definitely focus on these 30 top powerhouses. 2 Grand Demon Lords. This meant that today, the Dragon Emperor could only deal with them. If he let them escape, there would definitely be more casualties. In that case, the task of stopping the entire battle should fall onto Long Chen's head. I'll leave it to you. The cruel blood Dragon Emperor still had a lot of confidence in Long Chen. The arrival of the 2 Grand Demon Lords also brought most of the powerhouses among the demon race. Mixed in with the 20 million troops, they were the most powerful attackers. They were enough to penetrate the human race's defensive line and rush into the dragon god domain, causing huge casualties. This was what Long Chen wanted to avoid. Don't let them near. The 2 dragon emperors directly swept up a gust of wind and rushed towards the demon race troops. Their target was the 2 Grand Demon Lords. I haven't trained in a long time. Cruel blood, come over here. The 9 phoenixes soared into the sky. Their appearances could not be seen clearly, only incomparably dazzling 9-colored light shadows rushed into the sky. The 2 Grand Demon Lords naturally meant that they themselves would hold back the 2 Dragon Emperors. They also did not want to interfere. This was their arrangement. Under the control of the primeval troll, the demon race did not care about life and death at all, and there was no need for the 2 Grand Demon Lords to really take action. Rumble. Without saying anything, the Heavenly Hound also directly sent the 10,000-kill Dragon Emperor to another part of the starry sky. The dragon and the heaven-covering behemoth, black shadows clashed, and for a moment, the starry sky was torn apart. And at this time, the battle raged. At this time, almost all the demon race had transformed into their beast forms, and in a moment, they rushed into the dragon god domain, galloping on the ground. This time, Long Chen definitely could not stop so many powerhouses by himself, so in a short period of time, almost everyone joined the battle, and then people were thrown off their horses. At that moment, blood shot into the sky. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen such a tragic battle. He saw his compatriots die before his eyes, saw them torn to shreds by the demon race. At this moment, even a moment of hesitation was a sin. In the past, he had thought that the demon race was innocent and could not be killed, but now he had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to kill. Only then could he save more lives of the human race. There was no hatred between the 2 races, but now their eyes were bloodshot. Long Chen transformed into the divine Tao heart refining dragon, and used the divine prison of sabers and swords. Dazzling sword light flooded large areas of the territory, bringing with it endless sharpness. Thousands of light rays formed into blades, piercing through the bodies of the demon race. Perhaps only by killing could one stop killing. The blood not only formed rivers, but also an ocean. Corpses piled up into mountains, endless. There were many humans, and even more demons. But they were still terrifying, because they did not fear death at all. Looking from the sky, one could see that in a short moment, hundreds of thousands of people had died. Most of them were slaughtered by powerhouses. Long Chen was also focusing on the powerhouses of the demon race. In the past, he had shown mercy, but not now. It was not just him. Everyone was in a killing frenzy, and no one could care less. Only the bloody light could calm the restlessness in their hearts a little. And the sky was already occupied by the 4 powerhouses. Long Chen did not have any opponents. He alone killed the most demons, and even more than half of the total number of demons. In the end, even he was trembling. Chapter 2383. There was no end to the slaughter. The 2 dragon emperors would definitely want to intervene to stop such a desperate situation, but the purpose of these 2 demon lords was to restrain them. In a situation where their strength was equal, the 2 dragon emperors could do nothing. They could only fight to the death. Blood rained down from the ground. The 20 million strong demon army surged forward like a tidal wave, shattering mountains and rivers, reversing rivers. Cracks appeared on the vast ground, and countless pieces of land crumbled and split apart, turning into dust that surged into the starry sky, far away from the eternal God realm. The Chaos Galaxy had been carved out from a battle back then, but the intensity of the battle back then had been far greater than today. Long Chen hovered in the air, and as far as his eyes could see, there were demonic beasts everywhere. They were as dense as insects, crawling all over the ground. Blood could be seen everywhere, and corpses with unclear appearances could be seen everywhere. That berserk roar lingered in the ears. All Long Chen knew was that they could not be allowed to charge into the dragon god realm. All the humans were already using their lives to defend. Although they could still hold out for now, there would be a time when everyone was dead. Some of the elites of Massacre City were here. If they died, even if the humans managed to hold out, they would suffer heavy losses. Long Chen. In his days, he heard the violent Dragon Emperor's call. He had transformed into a mystical dragon and was fighting fiercely with the 9 phoenixes in the sky. He was reminding himself that he had to stop all this. But how could he stop it? He could only continue killing. Only when the other side was dead would they stop. As for the demon experts, Long Chen chose to wake them up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop it. At this time, everyone was going crazy. Long Chen's figure was like a meat grinder. Everywhere he went, the demons were annihilated. The number of people he had killed today had far exceeded what he could bear. But this tragedy could not be stopped. Right now, a large number of demons had already charged into the center, and the defensive line had collapsed. Kill. However, the human race martial artists did not give up. Although they were facing a group of opponents who were not afraid of death, their homes were behind them. They were the old, the weak, the women, the children, and their relatives and friends. No one could bear to see them die, so they could only fight desperately. In this attack, there were 4 powerhouses on the same level as the Thunder Qilin. They were hidden in the midst of the monster beasts, preparing to directly leap into the midst of the human army and start a massacre. And indeed, they did so. Long Chen had his eyes on them. From the beginning until now, he had already awakened 3 martial artists on this level. One of them was almost killed by Long Chen. The last one was intercepted by Long Chen. In fact, they were the scariest. Only a warrior at the level of the Dragon Emperor could punish them, but the Dragon Emperor did not have the time to chase after them. Once they entered, they would be able to slaughter hundreds of thousands to millions of people just by getting close to an ancient city of divine descendants. In fact, there were already several ancient cities of divine descendants that had been massacred along the defensive line near the demon race. They only wanted the 5 Dragon Balls. Before they got the 5 Dragon Balls, the primeval troll would not let them have peace, and this terrifying invasion would be endless. After stopping the last big trouble in front of him, Long Chen did not have time to waste on them. He directly transformed into the Sword of Judgment, and the huge sword shone brightly. The other party resisted like crazy, but under the will of the divine Tao heart refining dragon, they were still broken. Long Chen had used up more than half of his strength to finally deal with the 4 top ones. Of course, it would be even more difficult to kill them. How could this be? Every demon that escaped the control of the primeval troll was in great pain. There's no time. Save as many as you can. They could imprison other demons and return to the demon immortal region, but in the end, what they could do was still a drop in the bucket. However, with the help of Long Chen, the invasion was finally contained. Although the casualties were still increasing, the situation was at least developing in a good direction. Most of the humans were elites, so they had the upper hand in this confrontation. However, at least millions of demons had rushed into the Dragon Immortal region, and there were many powerhouses among them. These demons could not pursue them, because once they entered, they immediately scattered. In the sky, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen did not disappoint him. He had withstood the huge pressure and completed the mission. This time, although he had slaughtered a large number of demons, he had also saved countless of his own people. Perhaps he would blame himself, but history would prove that he was not guilty. Their blood was boiling, and every human's eyes were bloodshot. The wills of the dragon martial artists were strong, and they formed a square formation, blocking the beast-like charge of the demons. However, the biggest problem was that even if they were blocked, they would not retreat, but continue to fight with all their might. There were at least 5 million demons lying in pools of blood. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. From where Long Chen stood, he could see an endless sea of blood and corpses at least 1,000 miles in front of him. Seeing all this, Long Chen felt as though a drum was beating in his heart. That was his violently beating heart. He could not help but tremble, and he could not suppress the anger and hatred in his heart. He was completely enraged, so angry that he could hardly breathe. He did not hate the demons, but the primeval troll who had caused so many casualties. It was them who had caused so many deaths. Long Chen found it hard to breathe. His hands, which were covered with golden blades, had almost pierced into his flesh. In his chest, he felt as though 10,000 horses were galloping. The strong shouldered the responsibility of protection. He had great responsibility, but now he was powerless. He could not control the battlefield, and could only go with the flow. Father, what should I do? This was his home, a place that he had once protected, and now it was his. There was no answer to this question at all. Even if they were trapped, the demons continued to break out of the encirclement. They were not afraid of death. In the end, there would only be more and more corpses, and they would never have the thought of retreating. But at least they had been contained. Perhaps this was hope. Long Chen was still harvesting. No one could catch up with the speed of his divine prison of sabers and swords, but this was all he could do. As for those demons who had woken up, they could not be of much help. Long Chen was waiting. Now that things had come to this, it seemed that he had to use the last method that the 15 dragon emperors had discussed. This method would definitely have a price to pay. But at this moment, a new crisis arrived. I have not been to this place for a long time. I really miss it. After the 20 million demon army, something new appeared. The voice that Long Chen heard just now was all too familiar. It was the voice of the Sea God Emperor. As far as the eye could see, the warriors of the sea race had arrived. Moreover, the Sea God Emperor had personally led them here. It was likely that the other sea emperors were not idle either. They might even be nearby. Although the number of the sea race was not high, the Sea God Emperor had brought at least 5 million of them. If these sea race attacked, the line of defense that Long Chen had set up would definitely disappear completely. Everyone guarding here might have no other choice but to die. The tall figure of the Sea God Emperor appeared in front of all the giant sea beasts. His pale face, sinister smile, and dark blood-red eyes were synonymous with terror. And behind him, all the sea race and the sea race roared and advanced together. Everyone, listen up. Those above the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, bring everyone else into their respective god kingdoms. We will retreat to the 5 great dragon cities. Long Chen, you are responsible for protecting them. The appearance of the Sea God Emperor and the Sea Race Army was an accident, a terrifying accident. With the power of the Sea God Emperor, even if he came himself, he would be able to break this stalemate. Therefore, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor directly announced the final decision. It was actually to retreat to the 5 great dragon cities. This meant that the 15 dragon emperors would have to give up almost all the land except the 5 great dragon cities. Then, other than these warriors, how would they deal with the others, such as the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants? Long Chen, don't worry. When the battle began, we ordered everyone in the territory of the ancient cities of the divine descendants to retreat to their respective god cities. Then, the strongest warriors in the god cities will bring the entire human race into the god kingdoms. Now, all the god cities are ready. Now that the order has been issued, almost all the people of the dragon god domain are gathering in the 5 great dragon cities. This was the most helpless thing they had to do. They gathered all the human race in the 5 great dragon cities through their god kingdoms, forming the final line of defense. The human race had the advantage of having a god kingdom. The god kingdom of a warrior above the reincarnation tribulation realm could withstand tens of thousands of people. Those at the five-element reincarnation tribulation realm could withstand even more. For example, Long Chen could withstand tens of millions of people without a problem. There were also billions of humans, but with this method, they could still maintain it for a short period of time. At least 1 or 2 years should not be a problem. It had to be said that this was truly a crazy move. They actually gave up all the land of the dragon god domain just to protect the lives of everyone. However, Long Chen knew that this was the most correct move. Only by doing so could they maintain the bloodline of the human race and reduce casualties. They could also concentrate the defense in a small area, which was more suitable for defense. The other 3 races would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. However, this was destined to be a huge project. Fortunately, the 15 dragon emperors were already prepared. When they finally despaired and realized that this kind of defense would not solve the problem, they decisively chose to retreat. They retreated to the very end, giving up such a vast and fertile land that they had never lost. Although there was a limit to how many people each person could hide in their god kingdom, there were many powerhouses, and they had deployed early, so it should not be a problem. In fact, if there were 2 people in a person's god kingdom, including himself, it would be 3. Then, if he entered someone else's god kingdom, it would be equivalent to 3 people. Therefore, it was impossible to hide people. This did not conform to the rules of the world. Chapter 2384. Then his opponent would be Neptune Emperor. If they did not stop him, how could the other experts protect the weak with peace of mind? When the violent Blood Dragon Emperor began, the warriors at the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm and above began to move. From now on, they would not stop the advance of the demons and the marine race, but let more people live. Why not do this from the beginning? That was because it was a crazy move to evacuate everyone into the 5 great dragon cities. It was a huge risk. Once a dragon city was breached, hundreds of millions of people would die. If everyone was scattered throughout the dragon god domain, it would be impossible for the demons to kill so many people at once. Therefore, this decision might be convenient for the demons. It was also possible that the defense would succeed in the end and a solution would be found, allowing the human race to continue and survive this calamity. At this time, the human powerhouses had all stopped fighting and were dodging the attacks of the demon race, striving to bring those human martial artists who had not yet died into the divine kingdom. Because the demon race was not very clear-minded, they had received a higher order to rush into the dragon god domain. Therefore, as long as the human race did not stop them, they would not chase and kill them. This provided convenience for the final retreat of the human race. However, because of the arrival of the marine race, especially the existence of Neptune Emperor, this matter became difficult. It would take a certain amount of time for hundreds of 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm and above experts to bring millions of people into the divine kingdom. Seeing that the marine race had arrived, many reincarnation tribulation realm warriors were also helping. They could let some of the warriors enter the divine kingdom first, which provided great convenience for the experts. Their speed also increased in this way. But the main point was that Neptune Emperor was here. If they could not stop him, even if everyone quickly entered the divine kingdom, the so-called human experts would be easily crushed to death. Once the divine kingdom was exposed, it would be even easier for Neptune Emperor to kill them. The 2 dragon emperors were entangled. At this time, the only one who could fight against Neptune Emperor was Long Chen. You've changed. Your previous divine dragon was not a murderous type. The sea god emperor sneered, revealing his sharp teeth. It was extremely terrifying. He stood there alone, like a boundless ocean. In his eyes, the waves roared, storms surged, and boundless energy attacked unceasingly. One sea god emperor was equivalent to 5 million members of the sea race, maybe even more. Long Chen said, "Don't worry about that, you've been manipulated by the primeval troll, you know that?" If he had the strength to awaken the sea god emperor, it would be much easier. Long Chen's entire body was tense. He was working hard for this matter. Little Shi, get ready. Yes. Against a peak expert like the Sea God Emperor, a terrifying figure who stood above billions of people, even the divine Tao heart refining dragon's divine prison of sabers and swords was useless against him. Long Chen could only use the 3 lifetimes love thread. Since Neptune Emperor was controlled by the primeval troll, he had probably forgotten about the 3 lifetimes love thread. Even if he hadn't, he wouldn't be able to sense its existence. The words, primordial giant demon, were a huge stimulus to the sea god sovereign. That thick right hand flipped, and the godly sea steadying needle appeared. It was a terrifying Tao treasure that was close to an unbounded Tao treasure. Previously, it had almost taken Long Chen's life. The godly sea steadying needle had the power of an ancient inheritance. In Neptune Emperor's hand, a gentle sweep could crush mountains and rivers. Neptune Emperor's eyes were blood red. Without another word, he attacked like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, the godly sea steadying needle in his hand became a heaven-supporting pillar. It shone with countless Tao patterns and came crashing down from the sky. Silk of 3 lifetimes. At this juncture, Lingxi emerged from Long Chen's god kingdom. Her white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the silk of 3 lifetimes had already connected the two of them together. In that instant, their powers formed a perfect cycle. For Lingxi, it was a huge leap in power. For Long Chen, it was a complete and unfettered boost. The silk of 3 lifetimes, twin sword amalgamation. However, because of the Immortal Lord Realm technique, Lingxi could use even more strange immortality arts. For example, the revolving star passage art. With the support of Long Chen's strength, she could use this immortality art to a relatively strong level. Just as she appeared, Neptune Emperor was unknowingly hit by her revolving star passage design. Because his body was shifted, his attack was blasted elsewhere. Child's play. Neptune Emperor laughed loudly. The godly sea steadying needle produced a violent gale that sent most of the demons and humans flying. They were sent flying tens of thousands of meters, or even hundreds of thousands of meters. Dazzling light flashed. The power of the Tao mark pierced through the ground. Although it did not hit directly, it still caused a large amount of land to crumble and scatter into the starry sky, raising a large amount of dust. Rumble. In an instant, the dust engulfed everything. On the other side, the human experts were almost done with their retreat. Long Chen took advantage of the revolving star passage art to appear before Neptune Emperor with Lingxi. They were faster than Neptune Emperor. Before the godly sea steadying needle could be completely retracted, they had already exhausted all their strength and used the 3 lifetimes trial directly. This was the first time they used it. Neptune Emperor would definitely not have expected it. Out of his expectations, this was also a huge advantage. For survival, this was their only chance. One person's success could save millions of lives. Long Chen had a heavy responsibility, so he could not afford to make any mistakes. Today, he had witnessed too many deaths. Today, he understood even more. He understood that life was like an ant. He understood even more about responsibility and protection. He knew what he should do now. With anger, hatred, and countless frustrations in his heart, Long Chen exhausted all his strength. He used the god-slaying sword and Lingxi's butterfly illusory sword to work together to use the 3 lifetimes love thread. In reality, countless humans were paying attention to them. They were praying for them to resist Neptune Emperor. It was because Long Chen was holding him back that they had a chance to survive. The 3 lifetimes love thread sword light was not scary at all. It was just 2 sword lights fused together. It looked weak and powerless, but it was more like lovers leaning on each other. What the hell? Neptune Emperor did not care. He directly used the godly sea steadying needle to retract. He was prepared to smash the 3 lifetimes trial and Long Chen together. He had done this the last time. Everyone could not help but worry for them. If the human race perished, Long Chen was the one who should live the most. But at this time, he was at the forefront. You have to block it. It was a battle with no chance of winning. But the 3 lifetimes love thread had created a miracle. It allowed Long Chen to use the 3 lifetimes trial to shake off the godly sea-steadying needle. The god-slaying sword and butterfly illusory sword pierced Neptune Emperor's body. Most of the 3 lifetimes trial's power rushed into Neptune Emperor's body. Arg! Neptune Emperor let out a terrifying roar. It directly sent Long Chen and Lingxi flying. Blood spurted into the sky. Long Chen originally wanted to awaken him, but he failed. After all, the 3 lifetimes death calamity wasn't the will of the ancestral dragon. Moreover, the primordial giant demon was most focused on controlling these 30 peak powerhouses. If he wanted to awaken them, with Long Chen's current situation, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. What attack! Even so, the power of the 3 lifetimes death calamity had almost torn the insides of Sea God Sovereign's body to shreds, causing him a certain amount of injury. He could only recover in a short period of time and could no longer attack Long Chen. Although Long Chen had consumed most of his power, to be honest, he could still block the 5 million members of the Sea clan for a short period of time. However, he chose to return to the human team when Neptune Emperor was recovering. Good job. The remaining dozens of experts of the human race looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Today, he was the most deserving of respect because he had stopped Neptune Emperor and saved everyone. The others had taken advantage of this period of time to bring all the surviving experts into the God Nation. Long Chen did not stop. He quickly brought these people into his God Nation. Although there were only dozens of people, in fact, it was equivalent to Long Chen bearing the pressure of millions of people. As long as Long Chen did not die, they would not die. Now, this was the world of the monster race and the Sea clan. Apart from the corpses that were in eternal sleep, there were not many people of the human race. Although this battle was considered a defeat and the defensive line was broken, at least more than half of the people had survived. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor, who were fighting fiercely, were overjoyed. They had already made preparations. At this time, they repelled their opponents and descended from the sky to bring Long Chen away. However, 9 Phoenix and Heavenly Hound would eventually catch up. You enter my God Nation. We will hold them in a stalemate until all the people of the northern region enter the Slaughter Dragon City. Because they had already made arrangements, they would be faster. Among the monster race, no one knew their plan. Okay. Long Chen brought millions of soldiers and let Violent Blood Dragon Emperor protect them. He could finally be at ease for a while. Poseidon Emperor had suffered a certain degree of injury. While he was recovering, the 2 Dragon Emperors and the Great Devil Lord had already moved hundreds of thousands of miles away. It would be difficult for him to catch up. Poseidon Emperor did not know the human race's plan. He chose to go somewhere else and meet up with the other Poseidon Emperors. Then, he would mobilize more Sea clan troops to attack. While the 2 Dragon Emperors and the 2 Great Devil Lords were in a stalemate, the other Dragon Emperors were in the same situation. Now, all the people of the Dragon God domain were retreating towards the 5 great dragon cities. Because of this chaos, their entire race had abandoned their homes and everything, just to save their lives and go to the 5 great dragon cities. No one was willing to resist, because they all knew how terrifying this riot was. At least for millions of years, something like this had never happened. The Dragon Emperor and the Great Devil Lord were evenly matched. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor was also stalling for time. Therefore, for the time being, there was nothing serious. Long Chen also had a chance to recuperate. But in his heart, he was not relaxed at all. If everyone enters the 5 great dragon cities, once the 5 great dragon cities are defeated, all of the human race will definitely be exterminated, and exterminated very quickly. In the 5 great dragon cities, everything may depend on you 15 dragon emperors. The other martial artists are useless in such a small place. Can the 15 of you stop the 30 of them? This was the heaviest worry in his heart. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor sighed and said, "Don't think too much. This is the only thing we can do. As for extermination, that is impossible, because we still have you. As long as you are here, the human race and the dragon martial artists will rise again one day. The so-called responsibility was what everyone expected of you." Chapter 2385. The vast demon divine region was filled with boundless mountains. The territory of the demon race was much vaster than that of the human race, and also much more desolate. There were many mountains in the demon divine region, and the vegetation was lush and verdant. The mountains stretched for millions of miles. In the past, the demon race had occupied their own mountains and ruled over them, each with their own territory. But now, the entire demon divine region was shrouded in a red light. The demon race army, which had gathered from an unknown place, crushed through the mountains and marched majestically in the direction of the eastern dragon god region. It seemed as though the entire demon race was marching toward the dragon god region at the same time. Their roars, clamor, and rushing footsteps filled the air. The entire demon race was now full of vigor and vigor. It had completely devolved into a world of wild beasts. Below, there was a herd of black iron oxen with blood-red eyes. They passed by a dirty lake, and the water was also dyed red with blood. A young man suddenly appeared in the sky above the lake. He was dressed meticulously in a white brocade robe. His appearance was not cold, but rather very likable. Although he was a young man, his eyes were mischievous, and his movements were also very exaggerated. He was an anomaly among the demon race. Because he seemed to be the only one who was awake and not under the control of the primeval troll. Looking at the distant east, the young man clicked his tongue and said, "The commotion this time is really big. It's unprecedented. Boss, your grandson must be very busy and sad. A peerless hero is about to be born. This is an unprecedented opportunity to become famous." Under such circumstances, he was the only one who could still laugh so happily. He crossed the lake and continued heading east, disappearing in a flash. However, no matter how powerful he is, young master still has to make a move this time. Young master is the true savior. Just thinking about how I'm going to save the world makes me a little excited. This time, I'll tell boss first. I'll give you a big surprise. Along the way, he kept muttering to himself. In the far east, Long Chen was still in the holy kingdom of the cruel blood dragon emperor. He had been entangled with the two great demon lords for a few days. Because the two dragon emperors were not in the mood to fight and had been running away, they were not in great danger. Of course, they were just stalling for time so that all the humans could gather in the 5 great dragon cities. The 5 great dragon cities were so big that hundreds of thousands of dragon warriors could transform into dragons at the same time. As long as they didn't transform into dragons and all of them squeezed in, even without the divine nations, they could still squeeze in 100 million people. According to the news from the Slaughter Dragon City, it was almost done. The 15 dragon emperors had sent all of them to the gods' descendants' ancient cities in their territories. Then, the gods' descendants' ancient cities would come to the 5 great dragon cities together. They would be escorted by the strong warriors. Even the dragon emperor, who had the royal blood, would take action personally. It was a race against time. Before the demon clan army reached the Slaughter Dragon City, they had already moved everyone into the Slaughter Dragon City. In addition, among the other 4 dragon cities, the Life Dragon City was located in the safest easternmost area. Of course, it was the fastest to deploy. The Destiny Dragon City and the Eternal Dragon City were almost the same. The Devouring Dragon City was facing great pressure. However, with the help of a Dragon Emperor from the Life Dragon City, the deployment was finally completed. So far, the humans had temporarily lost about 10 million people, and the Demon Clan had lost even more. But fortunately, the 15 Dragon Emperors had chosen the current method. Otherwise, if so many demons had rushed in, at least 100 million people would have died. At least for now, the 15 dragon emperors had saved them. Next, they needed to defend the 5 great dragon cities. Until now, maybe the demon clan army still didn't know what was going on. Every time they went to a city, there was no one in it. After a round of destruction, they continued to rush forward aimlessly, scattering all over the dragon god domain. However, they couldn't find anyone in the end. There were very few who could come in the direction of the Slaughter Dragon City. After all, they were attacking spontaneously, and there was no one to lead them. The danger that the Slaughter Dragon City faced should be second only to the Devouring Dragon City. Because the demon clan was next to the northern starry sky, it was the easiest to come from there. Without the restriction of the heavenly fire abyss, they could pass through a large number at once. The 2 great demon lords, the 9 Phoenix and the Heavenly Hound, chased for a full 4 days. Seeing that there was no result, they were the first to stop. 2 cowards. They don't even have the courage to fight. How dare they call themselves dragon emperors? Yes, the 2 of us came first. Let's go get the other great demon lords and the Sea Emperor. We'll go to your Slaughter Dragon City. Let's see how you can escape then. If you escape, I'll destroy the Slaughter Dragon City that has been passed down for millions of years. The 2 great demon lords looked at each other and smiled. The 9-colored divine bird and the overwhelming shadow of the Heavenly Hound disappeared in an instant. At this point, the 2 dragon emperors and the millions of humans in their god nation finally breathed a sigh of relief. Return to the Slaughter Dragon City at full speed. They didn't know how terrible the next time the 9 Phoenix and the others came. They also didn't know what the future of the Slaughter Dragon City was. They didn't know what everyone's fate would be. They only had one thing to do, and that was to defend to the death. Don't worry, as long as the 3 dragon emperors are not dead, the Slaughter Dragon City will not be destroyed. Don't forget, we ultimate dragon emperors have 2 lives. The dragon emperor comforted them. They led a group of people back to the Slaughter Dragon City at full speed. With their speed, they arrived very quickly. Now all the people in the northern starry sky territory had entered the Slaughter Dragon City, waiting for the 2 dragon emperors to return. This was not just a return, but the beginning of the final defense. After this battle, everyone had thought it through. This was their only mission. No matter what the reason for this rebellion was, as a member of the human clan, they had to protect their own lives. They had to protect the weak lives of their people. They had to fight for the survival of their race. Even if I die, I'm not afraid, because I have so many people to accompany me. That was what Long Chen heard them say. Traveling at high speed, the 2 dragon emperors crossed the Blood Sea in less than a day. They were already close to the Slaughter Dragon City. The Slaughter Dragon City was different. What Long Chen saw was that the entire Slaughter Dragon City was filled with people. They were sitting on the ground and on the roofs. At a glance, there were at least 100 million people. In fact, there were about 500 million people in the Slaughter Dragon City at the moment. Those who were left outside were all young men and women. As for the old, weak, women, and children of the human clan, he couldn't see them. They should still be in the god nations of the experts. The young among them were the future of the human clan, so they couldn't participate in the battle. Therefore, the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor had made some arrangements. Once the Slaughter Dragon City was breached, the old man of the 9 Palace Tribulation could take them to escape. Everything was ready anyway. They just needed to wait for the return of the 2 Dragon Emperors. When the 2 Dragon Emperors and millions of elite warriors returned to the sky above the Slaughter Dragon City, the 100 million people started to clamor. The first Dragon Emperor. The second Dragon Emperor. They seemed to see hope. They stood up excitedly, their eyes full of respect. Everyone, I believe that the 3rd Dragon Emperor has already told you everything that needs to be said. We have no way out and we can only fight with our backs against the wall. Our fate and the future of the human tribe are now in everyone's hands. The enemies we are facing are too strong and there are too many of them. This will be a heavy blow to the human tribe. However, I believe that as long as we work hard and have the courage, we will definitely be able to overcome this obstacle and let the bloodline of the divine dragon continue for generations to come. Brutal Dragon Emperor's voice was hoarse, but it was full of power. What he was most afraid of wasn't the weak, but the lack of courage. From today on, we will defend the Slaughter Dragon City with our lives. We will fight for our survival, for the continuation of our bloodlines, for the inheritance of our humankind that has lasted for millions of years. We will fight for countless ancestors, and millions of future generations. Every one of us has an important mission. We are not afraid of death. We are afraid of dying in vain. What did it feel like to be cheered by 100 million people? Among the hundreds of millions of people in the Northern Territory, the strongest 100 million were all gathered here. They were at least at the Nirvana tribulation realm. There were even people going through their tribulations at any time. It was just that their calamity was insignificant compared to the calamity that was about to befall them. Now that everyone is back, find a place. We will use the power of the previous Dragon Emperor to start setting up the Slaughter Sky diagram. This is our only hope. The two Dragon Emperors brought millions of elite teams and blended into the crowd. The millions of teams went to find their families and friends. The Massacre Dragon City was filled to the brim, and even Bloody Blaze did not have her own space. She could only stand with everyone else. Long Chen was also in the crowd, but he followed the two Dragon Emperors. Slaughter Sky diagram? What is that? Does it need 100 million people to support it? Is there such a magical thing? Brutal Dragon Emperor turned back and said, "Don't you know about the Slaughter Sky diagram? There is also the Eternal Sky diagram, the Destiny Sky diagram, the Devouring Sky diagram, and the Life Sky diagram." Oh, right. You haven't been in the Dragon God domain for long. It's normal that you haven't heard of such legendary things. Chapter 2386. I remember that we used it once a few million years ago. At that time, a demon expert also attacked us. He was too strong, almost at the level of Ling Huang. At that time, hundreds of thousands of divine dragons in the Slaughter City activated the Heaven Map of Massacre and forced the demon expert to retreat. Moreover, hundreds of millions of people supported the Heaven Map of Massacre together. To be honest, we can't predict how strong it will be. Maybe it can help us escape this crisis. Back then, hundreds of thousands of divine dragons were the most elite force of the human clan. One of them could fight against 1,000 people. Now, among the hundreds of millions of people, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, there were more experts. United as one, they might be able to make the Heaven Map of Massacre produce an unprecedented effect. At least this time, the three Dragon Emperors were not fighting alone. All of the human clan were fighting side by side. For survival, for mission. This is really great news. Long Chen could not help but exclaim. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor sighed and said, "Yes, this is also the reason why we dared to gather all of the human clan in the Slaughter City. Of course, we are still under great pressure. The Heaven Map of Massacre is our last foundation. Once the Heaven Map of Massacre is broken, the hundreds of millions of people in the Slaughter City will at least pay the price of death. That can only mean that we are really at the end of the road." Long Chen also understood this point. Therefore, this was a battle with no way out. No one could be spared in this battle. Another advantage is that the three Dragon Emperors are also integrated with the Heaven Map of Massacre. When they are not attacking the Heaven Map of Massacre, we can use the power of the Heaven Map of Massacre, which is the power of hundreds of millions of people, to strengthen ourselves. After all, the three of us are likely to face more than 6 experts of the same level. The pressure is too great. That's even better. With attack and defense, we will have a higher chance of winning. Long Chen said with a faint smile. "Don't worry. All of us will not let you down. We will win." Lingxi stood beside Long Chen and said confidently. After coming back from the dead so many times, she trusted Long Chen. A united will is an impregnable fortress. Everyone is united. There is no difficulty that we cannot overcome, Longchen said. Previously, he was worried that the 3 dragon emperors would fight alone, and the others would not be able to help at all. Now, it seemed like he had worried for nothing. Everyone would contribute their strength to support the life-saving massacre sky diagram. But if that's the case, there will still be a day when we can't find a solution. All we can do is keep waiting, right? Longchen asked. Yes. They've discovered that all 5 dragon cities have sky diagrams and are hard to break through. One day, all 30 of them will gather in the same place and attack at the same time. At that time, even the sky diagram of slaughter of 100 million people won't be able to withstand it. They can break through the 5 dragon cities one by one, and we can only wait for death. Longchen raised this question. Therefore, the heavenly massacre diagram wasn't really a way to save them. We know that, but we don't have a better solution. The violent blood dragon emperor shook his head helplessly. This was a simple logic. The monster clan would soon understand. As long as they organized themselves, it would be the end of the human clan, unless they handed over the 5 dragon balls at the last moment. Longchen was deep in thought. Well, I can build the heaven and earth shifting formation of the spirit clan in the 5 dragon cities. I can do it better than them and allow tens of thousands of people to pass through. I can also allow the Dragon Emperor level fighters to move freely in the 5 dragon cities, and at a very fast speed. They can change places in less than a quarter of an hour. I just don't know if there's enough time. Maybe this can solve this problem. Lingxi wasn't very confident. She said in a low voice and looked at Longchen with her big eyes, as if asking for help. At that moment, Longchen and the 2 dragon emperors were stunned and looked at Lingxi blankly. On the other side, the dragon emperor with royal blood, who had just come to meet the 2 dragon emperor, also stopped and looked at Lingxi in astonishment. Did I say something wrong? Lingxi tugged at the corner of Longchen's clothes and said nervously. Longchen couldn't help but go crazy. He never thought that this girl could play such a big role. If she succeeded, it could be that she, Lingxi, alone, had saved the entire human clan. Her personal contribution would surpass everything else. She could use such a method to solve the most difficult problem for the dragon emperors. When the 30 demon clan gathered together to besiege a dragon city, the 15 dragon emperors could also quickly gather together through the heaven and earth shifting formation. She could also gather the most elite troops of the 5 dragon cities. This was simply a stroke of genius. He hugged Lingxi by the waist and kissed her hard. He laughed and said, "How could I say something wrong? This is our last hope. If it succeeds, you will be the biggest contributor. Hurry up and tell us what we need to do." It wasn't just the young people who were excited by this news. The 3 dragon emperors were also going crazy. They couldn't wait to rip off their shirts and beat their chests a few times to vent their emotions. This was because this news was too exciting. It was like a strong ray of hope in the midst of despair. It was hard to imagine that the human clan, which was on the brink of destruction and billions of deaths, would be saved by Lingxi alone. Longchen had made the right choice to give the Immortal Lord Realm technique to Lingxi. Immortal Lord Realm techniques were the ultimate treasures of the human race. Longchen knew that Lingxi would not have been able to set up something that could turn the tide. However, because of the threads of 3 lifetimes, she could tap into Longchen's strength. That was why she could do this. She was a very hard-working person and had been learning the more advanced immortality arts of the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. That was why she had the ability to set up such a huge Qian Kuan Great Shift design. The 3 dragon emperors and Longchen were very excited when they heard this. Longchen said, "Time is of the essence. Move immediately." The Blizzard Dragon Emperor was full of smiles. The Blizzard Dragon Emperor's face was brimming with smiles as he said, "I will distribute the missions. Lingxi, make a list of the materials. I will inform the entire city and help you collect them. 10,000 kills, inform the other dragon cities about this matter. I will pass the list of materials to them later. Royal blood, continue to prepare the heavenly massacre diagram. Now that everyone is here, you must activate the heavenly massacre diagram within a day. Yes. Long Chen, accompany Lingxi well. She is our hope. No matter how the brutal Dragon Emperor looked at Lingxi now, he was very satisfied. Only a woman who could suddenly unleash a terrifying effect at a critical moment was worthy of Long Chen. Relax, I will accompany you. Lingxi was suddenly shouldering such a huge responsibility. She was clearly a little nervous. Setting up the Qian Kuan Great Shift design in the eternal celestial territory was not an easy task. The teleportation formation on the draconic sacrificial continent was passed down from ancient times. No one knew its origin. The reason why it could be easily traversed was because the space on the draconic sacrificial continent was too thin, like a layer of paper. The eternal god domain, on the other hand, had to pass through such a long space, which was practically like piercing through a steel plate. One could well imagine how difficult it was. In the current world, there were perhaps only a handful of people who could pull off such a large-scale cosmos-shifting formation. Aside from Ling Shi, the others were probably all from the spirit race. Chen, I will do it well. Don't worry. Lingxi was no longer a child. She could bear such heavy pressure. Moreover, with Long Chen by her side to help, what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, Lingxi's mind was clear. She made a list of all the required materials. The brutal Dragon Emperor saw that it was not too difficult to find and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Long Chen, bring her to the central palace. No one will disturb her there. Set up the Qian Kuan Great Shift design there. I will go prepare the materials. I will be there soon. The Slaughtered Dragon City had been here for many years. There were countless treasures. Now that the entire Northern Territory was here, there was no need to worry about not being able to find a dozen or so things. Okay. The three of them did not waste any more time and split up. Long Chen swept through the crowd below. Some people recognized them and responded with fanatical cheers. Long Chen had turned the tides several times in the northern starry sky and even injured the sea god emperor. Now, he was an idol in everyone's hearts and was respected and worshipped by countless people. They all worship you so much. Lingxi felt a sense of pride in her heart. I really don't know what happened to you in the dragon god domain during the year I wasn't here to make them love you so much. You really did well not to take revenge because your father was misunderstood. In reality, Long Chen had told her everything that had happened that year. However, he had not experienced it himself. If we can succeed this time, everyone will love and respect you even more. Long Chen smiled faintly. At first, he had almost despaired. Fortunately, Lingxi brought him new hope. Work hard. Fight for survival. Chapter 2387. Now, the 5 great dragon cities also knew about Lingxi. They were also shocked by this sudden surprise. If they succeeded, it would mean that there was a certain degree of hope for them to survive this calamity that was previously impossible. This was a huge turning point. The arrival of dawn and the hope of survival instantly spread throughout the 5 great dragon cities. At the beginning, there weren't many people who knew Lingxi, but now, almost everyone in the Dragon God region saw her as their savior. Most importantly, she was Long Chen's woman. She hadn't succeeded yet, so the pressure on Lingxi was getting greater and greater. It had already reached a terrifying level. The responsibility she was shouldering was even greater than what Long Chen had shouldered in the past. If it wasn't for Long Chen protecting her at all times, she probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Very quickly, the violent Dragon Emperor prepared the required materials and sent them to the Central Palace. In the past, the Central Palace was an absolute forbidden zone. Not many people came here, but it was different now. Although it was empty inside, and not many people came in, there was already a sea of people outside. When everyone activated the heavenly massacre diagram, they also cast expectant gazes at the central palace. The heavenly massacre diagram and this super-large heaven and earth shifting formation were the only chance for the entire human race to survive. If one was missing, they would definitely die. It was already the second day. During this period, many demons had already barged into the Blood Sea, but they were easily killed. There was only a little bit left of the heavenly massacre diagram, and they needed the 3 dragon emperors to personally oversee it before it could truly be activated. Now, they were already in the midst of preparing. Ling Shi busied herself in the central palace. She did not know fatigue, and her entire body glowed with white light. She was like a goddess as she fluttered and arranged more and more runes on the formation that was taking shape. As she worked hard, one rune after another was placed on the corresponding positions. Many materials were also changed and merged into the formation by her. Just the diameter of this super-large cosmos shifting formation was several hundred meters. It was much larger than the one that Goddess Heart and the others had set up. Long Chen was very clear about how difficult this was, especially under such pressure. Ling Shi did not rest at all. She had been setting up the high-intensity array for almost an entire day. As a result, Long Chen had also expended a lot of energy. But as long as it could succeed, it did not matter. When Lingxi was tired, she only needed to look up to see Long Chen watching her at the door. This way, she would feel at ease and forget everything to complete this unprecedentedly important task. Masteress is so beautiful. You are so lucky. The group of young dragon warriors of the Battle Dragon clan were outside. Luo Yan, Peng Hong, and Liang Teng had been standing beside Long Chen for a long time. Luo Yan was the one who said those words just now. Of course, she's 100 times prettier than Sister Luo Yan. Someone shouted from outside. It was also a member of the Battle Dragon clan, Li Shuangyu. You are asking for a beating. Luo Yan glared at him angrily. Looking outside, there was a dense crowd. Everyone was looking at the sky. Now, there was a blood screen slowly forming in the sky. That was the heavenly diagram of massacre. What do you think? This was the first time Long Chen turned around and looked at the 3 people who were about the same age as him. Some were even older than him, but in front of him, they were like juniors. Pang Hong pursed his lips, shook his head, and said, "It is basically 2 against 1. Everyone has to face 2 opponents of the same level, especially the battles of the Dragon Emperors. Although the heavenly diagram of massacre is almost complete and the heaven and earth shifting formation is also possible, I feel that it will not be so easy to fight. No matter what, the other side still has twice the number of people. Once the heavenly diagram of massacre is broken, the heaven and earth shifting formation will be useless." Liang Ting said, "Moreover, with the speed of the demon race and the arrival of the Sea clan and the sorcerer tribe, whether you can quickly set up the heaven and earth shifting formation in the 5 dragon cities is also a problem." Luo Yan said, "Don't be too pessimistic. Master is here. He can do a lot of things. As long as we are united, there will be hope." "Master, don't you think so?" Long Chen smiled helplessly and said, "No matter what, it is good to fight to the death." "You are actually right. No matter how cruel reality is, no matter how terrifying the opponent is, as long as we are united, we work together, and we are not afraid of dying in battle, there will definitely be hope. Everyone will die eventually. Isn't it more meaningful to die now? At least we will die heroically, and at least we will not die alone." Yes. Everyone agreed with what he said. However, there were hundreds of millions of people outside. Although the heaven and earth shifting formation had brought new hope, as long as they thought of the 30 pinnacle experts on the other side, there seemed to be a thorn in their hearts. This thorn made them feel fear, dread, and despair. A desolate aura engulfed the entire massacre dragon city. The thick stench of blood did not only come from the Blood Sea, but also from the entire dragon god domain that was currently occupied by the demon race, the Sea clan, and the sorcerer tribe. On this day, they abandoned all their homes and gathered together. On this day, They gritted their teeth and held back their tears as they fought against this sudden but rare disaster. When Long Chen looked at the terrified faces, he could not help but recall that terrifying sentence. Within 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice will perish. Perish, the entire world would disappear. No one would be able to survive. This beautiful world would disappear forever. This place that carried countless memories and countless hopes, this was everyone's home, this was the final legacy of the dragon god. Long Chen felt as if all the blood in his body was burning. He was not afraid of death. Now, he had already spent a long time with Lingxi and fulfilled his father's dying wish. His only regret was that he had not been able to make this world a better place. Now that the world was in chaos, he had found his new value. He was not afraid of death. He wanted to fight, he wanted to protect, and he wanted to shoulder these responsibilities. It was not for greatness, but for dignity, for obsession, and for the love of this world. Looking back, Lingxi smiled sweetly at him in the midst of her busy work. Her support and affirmation gave Long Chen the greatest strength. Large tracts of land were dyed the color of blood. This place, which was originally impossible for demons to appear, was now filled with tens of thousands of beasts. The giant beasts from the demon race and the Sea clan charged into this piece of land without any resistance. The land trembled, and large tracts of land cracked. What was once their home was now completely changed. Hundreds of millions of demons wreaked havoc in the entire dragon god domain. Even if they did not encounter the human race, they would still destroy it. Something's not right. There's no one anywhere. Where did they go? Hidden in a beam of 9-colored light was a graceful and beautiful woman. She had a good figure, snow-white skin, and hair of 9 colors. This was one of the great demon lords of the demon race, Jiuhuang. Beside her was a black-haired man. He was tall and thin, and his face was as pale as paper. His fingers were slender but had sharp nails. So many places are missing. It seems that the human race has gathered everyone long ago. Where did they go? They are small in size and have a god nation, so they can do this. The 5 great dragon cities. At this moment, other experts came from another direction. They were originally very far away, but in a flash, they appeared in front of Jiuhuang and Tengu. There were a total of 4. Among them, Long Chen might be very familiar with 3 of them. He had seen them before. They were the Sea God Emperor, the Ba God Emperor, and the Purple Eye Emperor. They were 3 of the 6 emperors of the sea race. The last one was a woman shrouded in black mist. She was very skinny and looked very scary. There was an uncomfortable feeling coming from her, causing the other 5 to not dare to get too close to her. Just now, the words, 5 great dragon cities, were said by this thin woman. Disaster? How did you know? Jiuhuang asked directly. From the name, this should be one of the great demon lords of the demon race, the disaster beast. It also had an extreme bloodline, and it represented inauspiciousness and misfortune. Those who got close to the disaster beast would not have a good ending. It was said that the disaster beast could absorb the luck of others and transfer it to its own body. Disaster beasts were very rare, like Tengu. There were no more than 5 of them, but they were very powerful. Often, they could become great demon lords. There were a total of 6 peak experts gathered together. The Calamity Beast said, the 5 great dragon cities have 5 types of sky maps that can gather everyone's strength to defend. It is one of their trump cards. The 5 great dragon cities are also relatively safe places. Now that there is no one around, they must have gathered in the 5 great dragon cities. With the personality of the human dragon emperor, he would definitely do that. Tengu laughed cruelly and said, yeah, they are too naive. They still wanted to protect everyone, but in the end, they just provided convenience for us. With the 6 of us attacking a dragon city, I don't believe that we can't get the 5 dragon balls. Neptune Emperor said, since we know the location, let's go. We are already very close to the Slaughter Dragon City. The 6 of us will first send the 3 dragon emperors and the hundreds of millions of people to hell. If we slaughter a dragon city, they will be scared and hand over the 5 great dragon cities. Yes, we can almost complete the mission in one go. Ba Shan Emperor said in a deep voice. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. 9 Phoenix, this enchanting and imposing woman, directly disappeared. The others also hurriedly chased after her. Of course, they didn't act alone. They also led countless troops of the monster race and sea race to attack the Slaughter Dragon City. This time, they launched a real all-out attack. When they were still very far away, they saw that the Massacre Dragon City above the Sea of Blood was now covered by an extremely dense blood veil. There were more than 100 million dragon head marks on the blood veil, releasing boundless killing intent. The killing intent of more than 100 million people caused the 6 pinnacle experts to stop in their tracks. As expected, the Slaughter Sky map has been activated. It seems that we have to wait for a while and gather all the marine race and demon race in the north to attack. Chapter 2388. Lingxi was still working hard to set it up. She was in a good state of mind and had no distractions. Long Chen looked outside. Now that the slaughtering sky diagram had been formed, the entire Slaughter Dragon City was under the protection of the slaughtering sky diagram. The slaughtering sky diagram was a hollow ball that completely enveloped the Slaughter Dragon City. When necessary, the Slaughter Heaven diagram could be activated and the entire Slaughter Dragon City would be taken away. Of course, that was a last resort. The slaughtering heavenly diagram was a heavenly diagram of a dragon. As long as one was a human, they would be able to gather their powers together. Now, it was an extremely spectacular scene. There were countless dragon heads on the blood screen. Each of the dragon heads was connected to a long, blood-colored line that floated down. More than 100 million warriors each held a long line that was connected to their arms and meridians. Everyone was now able to contribute their own power into the Slaughter Heavenly diagram. They used their own strength to protect themselves. Long Chen also held a long red line in his hand. As expected, the 3 dragon emperors did not want him to participate in the battle directly. Instead, they wanted him to become a part of the Slaughter Heaven diagram. Of course, before Lingxi succeeded, Long Chen could not even make a move. After all, Lingxi needed a lot of strength. Looking back, the beautiful and gentle girl's face was slightly pale. The continuous busyness made her a little absent-minded. There were fine beads of sweat between her eyebrows. However, what was surprising was that the entire super-large heaven and earth shifting formation was almost completed. Now, it was shining brightly and constantly rotating. There was also a violent spatial fluctuation in the surroundings. Warriors who were not strong would be sucked into the spatial cracks if they stood here. Therefore, Long Chen asked Liang Teng and the others to go out. Time passed quietly. It was as quiet as water. Then, at a certain moment, there was a sudden explosion. The Monster Clan's army is here. Endless. I'm afraid there are tens of millions of them. There are also the Sea Clan. After a day, the 6 peak experts gathered a large number of Monster Clan and Sea Clan to assist in the attack. Although there were many of them, the purpose of this part of the Sea Clan and Monster Clan was to harass and resist the Slaughter Heaven diagram. They wanted to wear down the power of the Slaughter Heaven diagram. The arrival of such a large army was also very useful. As long as they shattered the Slaughter Heaven diagram, they would practically win. The people below couldn't see into the distance. Only the elites flying below the Heavenly Massacre diagram could. Although they didn't know how many opponents there were, judging from the energy fluctuations in the space and the earth-shattering roars, it was definitely not a small number. Prepare for battle. This was the violent Blood Dragon Emperor's voice, and it spread throughout the entire Massacre Dragon City. The people who had been afraid couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They had hope of winning. The Slaughter Heavenly diagram wouldn't be destroyed so easily. As long as they persevered, they would be able to survive. Fight. For a moment, everyone roared along. Long Chen stood at the entrance of the central palace. Lingxi had not succeeded yet, so he could not help her for the time being. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. But he was also nervous inside. Today was the day the demon race had mobilized. How many peak experts had come? Would they be able to hold on? After today, would everyone die? Everything was a question. Chen, don't worry. I'm almost there. Their hearts were connected. Lingxi definitely knew what Long Chen was thinking. Okay. Long Chen could still bear it. He looked around. Countless terrified eyes became firm at this moment. There were people constantly cheering them on. Don't worry. They are just some small fries. No great demon lord or sea king has appeared, said the people above, looking at the densely packed demon race and oceanic race army crossing the Blood Sea. Just these alone, let them attack for 10 days and 10 nights. They can't do anything to our slaughter heaven diagram. Everyone, don't panic. The slaughter heaven diagram was left behind by our ancestors when they established the 5 great dragon cities thousands of years ago. It can gather everyone's strength. Hundreds of millions of people are supporting it together. This is unprecedented. As long as everyone is confident and hot-blooded, we won't lose. For a moment, hundreds of millions of people clenched their teeth. It was time to test whether the slaughter heaven diagram was powerful or not. Everyone could see that the 3 dragon emperors had passed through the heavenly slaughtering diagram and were outside. Their bodies were actually connected to the heavenly slaughtering diagram. At the same time, they could also supply power to the heavenly slaughtering diagram. Of course, their main task was to fight against the other side's peak experts. So many demon race and oceanic race have come. It's impossible that there is no leader. The violent blood dragon emperor looked into the distance. He knew that his opponents were about to appear. Sure enough, at this moment, 6 light spots appeared in their vision. 6. The 3's expressions changed. As long as the number exceeded 3, today would be a terrifying battle to the death. Now, Lingxi had only set up a Qian Kun shifting formation, and she had not succeeded. So at least today, no matter what price they had to pay, they could not lose. However, to repel 6 warriors of the same level, even with the support of the slaughter heaven diagram, was too difficult. The 9 Phoenix, the heavenly hound, the woeful beast, the sea god emperor, the tyrant god emperor, and the purple eye emperor. The arrival of the 6 peak experts brought a fatal pressure to the human race, making them a little breathless. They knew that their lives were now in the hands of this thin layer of blood curtain. At this time, everyone had already begun to supply power to the slaughter heaven diagram. The entire slaughter heaven diagram lit up, and there were hundreds of millions of divine dragons roaring on it. The murderous aura scared some of the inferior demon race into retreating. The demon race army was a mix of good and bad, and there were even newborn cubs. There are actually 6, can we win? Will all of us die here today? There is no chance of winning with such resistance. If the 3 dragon emperors are defeated, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just as they mustered their courage, there was a different voice in their hearts. This made them tremble in fear. If they continued to be afraid, it would not be a good thing for a long time. In the sky, the 6 peak experts broke through the waves of the Blood Sea and rushed over, appearing in front of the 3 dragon emperors. 6 against 3, 2 against 1. How wonderful. The sea god emperor was the #1 sea emperor of the sea race. In fact, he might be the strongest among the 6. He had just arrived, and as if he had forgotten the pain that Long Chen had brought him, he laughed heartily. The 9 phoenixes' flame-like eyes flashed, and he said coldly, 3 dragon emperors, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the slaughter dragon balls now, and we will leave immediately. There is no loss for you. I advise you to listen to us obediently. The violent blood dragon emperor said in a low voice, there is no loss. When you hand over the 5 dragon balls to the devil star, the Devil Star's seal will be opened. At that time, the entire eternal sacred territory will belong to the primeval troll. They will be able to control everything, and from then on, we will all be their slaves. This was the reason why they could not hand over the 5 dragon balls no matter what price they had to pay. The primeval troll, that was truly terrifying. These 4 words, to these peak experts, were actually the signal for them to take action. They could not hear the violent blood dragon emperor's words at all. The thoughts in their minds were urging them to take action directly. It seems that you are really tired of living. 9 Phoenix, let's deal with this violent blood dragon emperor together. How about it? The sea god emperor said arrogantly. Alright, let's see who kills him first. The 9 Phoenix and the sea god emperor first joined forces to deal with the violent blood dragon emperor. Then, the disaster beast and the sea race's purple eye emperor went against the violent blood dragon emperor. The Tengu and the sea race's tyrant god emperor went against the violent blood dragon emperor. At the same time as the 3 battles began, the hundreds of millions of demon clan and sea race began to charge towards the slaughtering heaven diagram ferociously. There were also experts among them. Now, they did not hesitate to use all their strength to tear the slaughtering heaven diagram apart. In an instant, the entire slaughtering heaven diagram was drowned by countless violent demon clan and sea race. In the sky, as the 6 peak experts revealed their true forms, the 3 dragon emperors also faced death calmly and transformed into dragons. In this battle, they had long decided that even if they died, they would stop them and give Lingxi a chance. In the sky, there were 9 colored phoenixes sweeping across the heavens and the earth. There was a huge divine sea shark that treated the starry sky as the sea, causing tsunamis in the sky. There were endless black shadows. There was a huge divine turtle that was like a mountain, lying in the starry sky. There was a purple-eye king crab that opened its huge pincers, tearing the starry sky and smashing the stars. There was a disaster beast that was surrounded by black fog and had many dark eyes. Of course, there were also the 3 most dazzling divine dragons. They were all the peak ultimate divine dragons. The violent blood dragon emperor was the demon blood Ling dragon. According to legend, he was transformed from a drop of blood from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the ancestor dragon of massacre. He had unparalleled power and was at the peak of ultimate divine dragons, close to the supreme divine dragon. The royal blood dragon emperor was the royal blood sky burial dragon. He was also transformed from a drop of blood from the ancient blood spiritual dragon. However, it was not the Ling blood, but the sky burial blood. The innumerable killed dragon emperor was the billion godly killer dragon. He was a true slaughtering dragon with a violent temper. He had committed a grave mistake during the era of divine dragons. If they were in other places, the 3 dragon emperors would definitely not be able to fight against 2 at once. But now, they could force themselves. This was because the slaughtering heaven diagram gave them the strength and courage to fight to the death. In the slaughtering heaven diagram, almost everyone closed their eyes and contributed their strength to resist the attacks of the billions of demon clan. In the central sacred hall, Lingxi was completely focused. Longchen closed his eyes and did not look at any of this. His blood had already been ignited. He wanted to participate in this battle, but he could not do so now. Therefore, he could only endure and not affect Lingxi's final arrangements. Heartbeat. He could hear countless heartbeats. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the struggle of all the humans. This disaster had come so suddenly that many people had not even reacted yet. As they supplied their strength, they stared blankly at the terrifying battle in the sky. The aftermath of their battle had caused countless deaths and injuries of the Demon Clan and Oceanic Clan. This was the first chapter of Return. Chapter 2389. The Heavenly Slaughter Diagram was a unique advantage. It allowed the most tyrannical 100 million warriors in the Northern Territory to gather together. It was impossible to destroy the Heavenly Slaughter Diagram by relying on the unorganized attacks of the monster race and the sea race. After blocking the initial attack, everyone was relieved. Other than the 6 pinnacle experts, if these motley crowd wanted to break the massacre sky map, they would have to gather their strength at one point. Brothers and sisters, we can rest assured. Other than the 6 great demon lords and Sea Emperor, these demon clan and Sea clan have no ability to break the massacre sky map. Victory will belong to us, as long as everyone is brave enough to persevere. No one wants to die. The only way to survive is to persevere. We can't give up. Whoever gives up is a coward, a sinner for all eternity. It is an injustice to the blood that flows on your bodies. Fight. More than 100 million people roared again and again. They started to ignore the attacks outside and only cared about blocking everything. Their faith was now the massacre sky map, but in fact, the real outcome of the battle was in the hands of the 3 dragon emperors and the 6 pinnacle experts. Long Chen was not worried about the low-level motley crowd. He was also worried about the 3 dragon emperors. They had the same strength, but they had to fight 1 against 2. This was too difficult. The opponents were not weaker than him. Not to mention repelling them, it was a problem to stay alive. For example, in Long Chen's eyes, the first Dragon Emperor's demon blood Di Ling dragon was fighting against the 9 phoenix and the deep sea giant sea god's tooth. On one side was the 9-colored sea of fire, and on the other side was the endless sea storm. The demon blood Di Ling dragon was suffering from attacks from 2 directions. The demon blood Di Ling dragon had a pair of blood-colored wings. They were like blades, a powerful attack weapon. Cruel blood, take out the massacre dragon pearl. Don't force us to use other tricks. The sea god emperor rushed over from the raging sea, his eyes releasing a blue light. The light swept over, even though the demon blood Di Ling dragon dodged quickly, but there was still a portion of the blue light that hit his blood-colored wings. Ding! In just an instant, the frozen part was shattered by cruel blood dragon emperor. Dream on. The divine dragon's huge body swept out, filling the sky with a bloody light as it charged towards the sea god sovereign. 10,000 levels of blood hell. A pair of huge blood-colored wings flapped, forming a majestic blood-colored tornado. It tore through countless starry skies and broke through the boundless ocean created by the sea god emperor. The twisting blood-colored light contained terrifying power. If it landed on the ground, it could destroy a mountain range that was millions of meters long. 10,000 levels of blood prison, 1 level after another. You forgot about me. At this time, the 9 phoenix had already rushed higher into the starry sky. When the cruel blood dragon emperor was targeting the sea god emperor, she spread her 9-colored wings and sent down countless divine flames, sealing off all directions of the cruel blood dragon emperor. When the 9 phoenixes attacked, Neptune emperor seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to counterattack. It was the most difficult double attack to deal with. Sea steadying godly pillar. The huge pillar swept towards the violent blood dragon emperor. He had actually used his teeth to bite the godly oceanic steadying needle to attack, and he had even unleashed such a violent attack. The attack of an expert of this level could easily shatter heaven and earth. If not for the heavenly massacre diagram, the slaughter dragon city would have been destroyed long ago. The surrounding blood sea exploded and turned into ashes. To the sea god emperor, it was naturally very difficult to resist 2 kinds of attacks at once. However, he could only rely on risking his life. Only by risking his life could he obtain the only chance. He resisted with all his might, splitting the 10,000 levels of blood prison into 2 parts, dealing with the 2 opponents separately. The result was that the 2 attacks could not be completely blocked. Most of the attacks bombarded on his body. The dragon scales on his body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He was blasted far away. The violent blood dragon emperor endured the pain and used the power of the heavenly massacre diagram to recover his body. He gritted his teeth and pounced again. His murderous eyes told his enemy that even if he died today, he would not retreat, nor would he fall. The other 2 dragon emperors' conditions were actually similar to the violent blood dragon emperors. You stop him. I'll put on a good show. The sea god emperor's huge shark mouth revealed his trademark evil smile. Go. The 9 phoenix spread her 9-colored wings. The sky was full of multicolored light. She directly blocked in front of the demon blood-dealing dragon. At this time, the sea god emperor behind her suddenly enlarged the godly sea-steadying needle. Then he swung it, and the huge Tao instrument fell from the sky. The target was the heavenly massacre diagram. This accident came very suddenly, and it was also very fast. Everyone was still resisting the attacks of the ordinary demon clan and the oceanic clan. The godly sea-steadying needle directly pierced through several demon clan giant beasts and slammed heavily into the heavenly massacre diagram. Boom! At that moment, the heavenly massacre diagram shook violently and let out a terrible roar. It directly caused most of the warriors to kneel on the ground, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Are we finished? We're finished. We're finished. We can't stop him anymore. For a moment, in despair, countless people cried out. Some people were injured and fell to the ground. After all, the shock brought by the sea god emperor was too strong. Long Chen also saw it with his own eyes. Damn it. An expert at the level of the sea god emperor's strength was very concentrated. Just now, everyone suffered such an impact without much preparation. It could only be said that the other party was really cunning. At this moment, not only did it cause a shock to the heavenly massacre diagram, but it also made some people panic and lose their confidence. Everyone, don't be anxious. It's just a small accident. Next, everyone focus. Even if the other party is the sea god, he can't break the heavenly massacre diagram. Please believe me. The only thing that Long Chen could do now was probably to encourage them verbally. His identity was very convincing. It made everyone stand up again and began to grit their teeth and resist. And in the sky, the cruel blood dragon emperor was furious. He had already entangled the other two and started to fight again. The process was undoubtedly very tragic. Sometimes, it could even be described as flesh and blood flying everywhere. The 3 dragon emperors were in the same situation. If it wasn't for the support of the heavenly massacre diagram, if it wasn't for their unyielding courage, if it wasn't for the responsibility in their hearts, they would definitely not be able to stop these 6 opponents of the same level for such a long time. Above the sky, it was as if there were brilliant fireworks. The flames spread, the waves were heavy, and there was purple light shining between heaven and earth. There was blood light filling the air, and there was heavy black fog. Anyway, the sky was completely shattered, and the entire sea of blood on the ground had disappeared. The massacre dragon city was almost suspended in the air. Among them, there were tens of millions of demon clan and sea clan who died in the battle between the 9 pinnacle experts. The 6 pinnacle experts of the demon clan and sea clan didn't care at all. The 3 dragon emperors could only feel sorry. They couldn't even protect their own people, let alone others. At this moment, their bodies were almost riddled with holes and scars, but they still didn't fall. But their opponents were more cunning than the other. They weren't in a hurry to fight to the death. Instead, they were exhausting the 3 dragon emperors. Other than everything about the primeval troll, they seemed to know nothing. Their intelligence was very normal at other times. Their cunning was that after the sea god emperor took the lead, the other 5 learned. They all knew that what the 3 dragon emperors were most worried about was the heavenly massacre diagram. So when hundreds of millions of people supported the heavenly massacre diagram to resist the demon clan and sea clan, the second wave of attack came immediately. Be careful. This time, Long Chen noticed it in advance. He had been anxious for a long time, but he couldn't make a move yet. Ling Shi had truly reached the final moment, the moment where she was about to succeed. This time, it was the Purple Eye Emperor who found an opportunity. A strong purple light beam burst out from his eyes and hit the heavenly massacre diagram directly. This time, with Long Chen's reminder, everyone almost used all their strength to resist this attack. They were fully prepared. Boom! But even so, the purple light still brought a huge shock to the heavenly massacre diagram. Everyone's body almost swayed a little. Their internal organs suffered a certain impact, and they felt their chi and blood tumbling. But fortunately, at least they held on. But no one was happy. If this went on, they would still attack endlessly. As long as the 3 dragon emperors didn't have the ability to defeat them, death was not far away. Brothers and sisters, hang in there. They can't do anything to us. Hang in there. We have no way out. Once the heavenly massacre diagram is broken, everyone will die. We can't let the dragon emperors be distracted. At this time, under the encouragement of more and more people, everyone still had courage. But when the attacks of the 6 pinnacle experts came from time to time, as the injuries on everyone's body worsened, this courage would eventually be used up. Long Chen could only watch as they used up more and more energy. Their injuries became more and more serious, their eyes dimmed, and their courage diminished. The 6 pinnacle experts kept laughing. Ayaya, it seems like the heavenly massacre diagram is about to be broken. They can't even take a beating. I was just trying a few times and it's almost gone. How boring. Everyone, let's kill the 3 dragon emperors first. By then, we will have the slaughter dragon balls. Under such verbal attacks, no matter how confident the humans were, they were on the verge of collapse. Everyone, don't listen to their nonsense. They can't defeat you. In the starry sky, the violent blood dragon emperor and the others were still holding on, still fighting to their death. The battle had reached a stalemate. The opponents couldn't kill them, but they couldn't stop 2 opponents either. Their opponents wanted to destroy the heavenly massacre diagram, so they could only stop 1. Even though the 3 dragon emperors were betting their lives, the heavenly massacre diagram was still constantly attacked by the super experts, and the turbulence was getting greater and greater. We are dead. Under the attacks of the 6 pinnacle experts, everyone's faces dimmed. Chapter 2390. Boom. Once again, Sea God Emperor broke through the brutal Dragon Emperor's interception. The huge ocean pacifying godly pillar once again hit the slaughter sky diagram. This time, the shock it caused was unprecedented. Because the courage and the strength of the body had been greatly consumed, the resistance this time was the weakest. This directly caused Sea God's sovereign's attack to bring the greatest damage to everyone. Under the impact of the sea-steadying godly needle, a large number of warriors directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of the weaker warriors even directly fell to the ground, unconscious. When this happened, it caused real fear. Who will come for the last time? I know these little guys can't hold on anymore. One more time, and they will be finished. Above the sky came their arrogant and savage voices. With 2 against 1, they could easily separate one of them in a short period of time. No matter how strong the violent blood dragon emperor and the other 2 dragon emperors were, they wouldn't be able to completely suppress the 2 of them. It was the opponent's shamelessness that caused the whole slaughter dragon city to collapse. Hearing that there was only 1 move left to break the heavenly slaughter diagram, everyone became even more panicked. Many people didn't retreat. They were still persevering, but they had lost their courage. This was very terrifying. If this continued, they would really be heavily injured, and the heavenly slaughter diagram might really be torn apart. Long Chen's heart was about to explode. On one hand, he was very angry and wanted to attack immediately. On the other hand, he was worried that his anxiety would affect Lingxi. Once he stopped at this time, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would have to rush to the sky again. Stand up, all of you stand up. This time, he was almost roaring. That voice produced a huge roar, shaking the whole slaughter sky diagram. Everyone knew that it was Long Chen's voice. Except for the 15 dragon emperors, he was now the biggest pillar in everyone's heart. Hearing his words, the injured people gritted their teeth and finally stood up. Let me tell you, the heavenly slaughter diagram isn't that easy to break. What you have lost now is not power, but courage, and the determination to resist this battle. Don't fall for their tricks. I, Long Chen, will use my life to guarantee that even if the heavenly slaughter diagram is broken in the end, I will stand in front of you. What are you afraid of? What's the point of death? Everyone has to die, either by being killed or by the 18 major calamities. That day will come, but what's the point? If we have to die, we have to die today, for our home, for our dignity, for the blood that flows in our veins. If you've made up your mind, what's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just death? They said they could break the heavenly diagram of massacre, so they can do it? Why? We, the human race, have thousands of years of history and are the descendants of the divine dragon. Why should we die here? If you don't want to be defeated, if you don't want to be a coward, if you don't want to be ashamed to face your family and friends, face your home, then use your courage to fight and fight. You're not even afraid of death, so why would you be afraid of losing? He was even a little incoherent, and he didn't even know what he was saying. He only knew that everyone should do this. Everyone had to shoulder their responsibilities. Everyone could die, but at least they had to shoulder their responsibilities before they died. Death was such a precious thing. Apart from those who were favored by the ultimate divine dragon and above, everyone could only die once. If they could die a heroic and meaningful death, why wouldn't they choose to do so? Living an ignoble life and dying a mediocre death was the true tragedy. Long Chen didn't know how many people he could inspire. He always had an invincible strength in his heart. That was the courage to face difficulties. Courage was actually the hardest thing to do. Stand up, stand up. Many people echoed his words and began to shout. Countless people began to shout and scream. When the miserable screams filled the entire Slaughter Dragon City, when he saw their bloodshot eyes, Long Chen knew that he had succeeded. He still couldn't prevent the destruction of the Slaughter Heaven diagram, but at least he could prolong the time. Then, he just had to wait for Lingxi. He almost closed his eyes. He could hear his heart pounding violently. At some point in time, Lingxi's weak voice finally rang out. She walked out. Behind her was the dazzling, super-large Qian Kuan transmission matrix. I did it, even her lips had lost color. It was obvious how tired she was today. After all, it was her first time building such a huge Qian Kuan transmission matrix. It really wasn't easy. She fell into Long Chen's arms. Have a good rest. Long Chen brought her into the God's nation. No, I have to be with you to use the 3 life and death calamities. Long Chen shook his head. Although the 3 lifetimes silk could make the 2 of them much stronger, and he would also have more power, she had already reached her limit today. She couldn't force herself, so he had to rely on himself. Have a good rest. Long Chen gently stroked her face. His heart was filled with tenderness. When he looked outside, it turned into blood. He let Lingxi return to the God's nation to rest. During this period of time, the other party was still bombarding the heavenly massacre diagram incessantly. Although Long Chen had cheered them on just now, if this went on, there would come a day when everyone would be exhausted. The same went for the 3 dragon emperors. Hence, there was no absolute way to get out of this situation. The first thing Long Chen did was to rush down into the sky, right under the heavenly massacre diagram. When the others saw him, they had new hope. They were really too tired, and they had suffered a certain amount of injuries. Long Chen's appearance meant that the super-large Qian Kuan transmission matrix had already succeeded. As long as they survived this calamity, there would be new hope. Persevere. Everyone couldn't help but roar. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were blood red, and they were filled with courage. Courage would bring victory. The first step Long Chen could do now was to expand his fire of life. He couldn't care about anything else, and directly transformed into a dragon in the sky. Tai Chi's spiritual dragon. 15 dragon heads shook the world. Everyone rubbed their eyes, and found that they were not mistaken. The divine dragon that coiled together had a terrifying 15 dragon heads. Fire of life. The fire of life in the center spouted green flames. This was Long Chen's greatest use of the fire of life. Everyone's injuries weren't fatal. A little bit of life force from each person could save a lot of things. The green flames swept across the entire dragon city of massacre. Although it couldn't make everyone return to their peak state, at least it gave them a new lease of life. They had more power to resist the attacks of the 6 peak experts and the other demon clan and oceanic clan. Slaughtering Dragon Emperor. No one knew who shouted first, but it turned into a frenzy of hundreds of millions of people. It was like a kind of faith, and it gave Long Chen incomparable power. Heroes are born in troubled times. The birth of Long Chen could be said to be more legendary than Long Qinglan, and more amazing. When the chaos came, although he hadn't reached his peak, he had already made great contributions. Of course, he didn't covet the so-called achievements. Any title didn't mean much to him. What he wanted was to complete his protection, to complete his mission and responsibility. He didn't let down the heavens, the earth, his lovers, his parents, his brothers, and even more so, the billions of people. There was no hope for the 3 dragon emperors to resist the 6 experts. They would only continue to wear them down until the slaughtering dragon city was destroyed. Long Chen didn't feel that he was very strong, but he should do this. For the final victory, the only way to win, he had to use his courage to contribute his strength. Therefore, he rushed out of the slaughtering sky map in front of everyone. Brothers and sisters, cheer for me. His action made everyone's blood rush to their heads. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to go out when the top experts were wreaking havoc. Long Chen had just finished his task, and he went out directly. If such a person didn't deserve respect and admiration, who else could it be? Kill. Perhaps this was the only word that could perfectly describe the fanaticism in their hearts at this moment. The 3 dragon emperors knew what Long Chen was thinking. There were tears in their eyes. They wanted to let this child escape and then pass on the human race, but he didn't do that. He chose to come out. Whether he had the power or not, he wanted to break this stalemate, get through this, and make the 6 go back. Of course, the 6 also noticed Long Chen. Who can catch this little guy? If you catch him, the 3 old guys will definitely hand over the slaughtering dragon ball. Zhou Huang asked coldly, his tone full of disdain. Tyrant God Emperor and Purple-Eyed Emperor didn't say anything, Heavenly Hound and the Woeful Beast were watching, and only Neptune Emperor laughed. Fate, it's really fate. In the northern starry sky, you took advantage of my carelessness and seriously injured me. Today, I will return all this to you. It seems that when you were in my Neptune region, you were injured by me once. This is a sin. Zhou Huang, you have to be careful against Bao Shui alone. Zhou Huang snorted coldly and said, don't waste time, go and come back quickly. Humph. Neptune Emperor's huge body was like a huge rock, falling from the sky, making bursts of roars, and landing in front of Long Chen. Transform into a dragon. Let me see what ability you have to deal with me, the #1 Neptune Emperor of the sea race. Long Chen retreated a distance and transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. This was the state he was most used to displaying, the state with the strongest murderous aura. When he wanted to protect, when he wanted to kill, his character would always be the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Not bad, your murderous aura is strong, and it seems more murderous than the demon blood Di Ling dragon and the emperor blood burial sky dragon. Unfortunately, you died too young. Neptune Emperor once again revealed his trademark evil smile. In the blood mist, Long Chen's whole body coiled up. For the current him, defeat might be normal, but he had to persevere. Only by persevering, could Violent Blood Dragon Emperor use the heavenly slaughter diagram to defeat Zhou Huang. He believed that Violent Blood Dragon Emperor understood his meaning and knew his plan. As for himself, it didn't matter if he lived or died, but he was afraid that if he died too quickly, it would be useless. 3 chapters were not finished. In fact, because of the reading matter, he returned 2 more chapters, which was a sign of sincerity. As a person, I don't care about anything except disgust and slander. I also understand why Han Han would be angered half to death. But today, I understand that no matter how well you do, there will always be people who are jealous of you and will use all kinds of methods to ruin your reputation. I was young and loved to be serious. A few days ago, I fell into a trap. Fortunately, the result was that I became even more famous. Thanks to them, I grew up and understood that true strength is to ignore these things and fly out of the other party's range. If you want to do it, you have to be like Long Chen, someone that others will never be able to catch up to. Chapter 2391. Without the love thread of 3 lives, he would have lost the only way to contend against Neptune Emperor. Lingxi was too tired. It was a kind of mental and spirit exhaustion. She was also pregnant, so Long Chen couldn't let her make a move at this time. He had said so much about dying, but he didn't think that he would really die here. He was only giving himself a path of resistance without a way out. The number 1 giant beast in the deep sea was like a small snake in front of him. Not only in terms of size, but also in terms of aura. The sea god sovereign's body flickered with blue light, transforming into a vast sea that covered the sky above the slaughter dragon city. The vast and mighty sea submerged Long Chen. This tyrant of the sea had directly turned the surroundings into his own battlefield. Massacre Dragon Emperor. Massacre Dragon Emperor. In Massacre Dragon City, countless people were cheering for him. Now, with Long Chen's appearance, the 6 pinnacle powerhouses finally didn't have time to care about the Massacre sky map. Everyone had a good opportunity to rest. This was also a great credit to Long Chen. However, at this time, everyone was worried about him. Could he withstand Neptune Emperor's attack? It was time to go all out. Either one person died, or everyone died together. If one person could save countless compatriots, they would eventually have to die. Everyone knew that it was worth it. Therefore, they admired Long Chen and treated him as the dawn of victory, an undefeatable faith. Hee, little guy, are you ready to die? Amidst the sea waves, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It covered the sky and covered the earth. As soon as Neptune Emperor finished speaking, the terrifying sea waves condensed into a fist comparable to a mountain and bombarded towards Long Chen. This was the vast Ocean Emperor fist. Legend had it that it could shake half of Neptune's territory. Only the great Ocean Emperor could use this move. If Massacre Dragon City hadn't been protected by the Massacre sky map, this fist would have probably been able to turn Massacre Dragon City into powder. And now, only Long Chen was facing this punch. Carrying the hopes of millions upon millions of people, he was filled with a fury that almost made him explode. His bloodline, his everything, was erupting. The god-refining flame burned fiercely. Every time the blood-red flame burned, it could increase his power, making him even more boundless. He was now a 4th-layer ancestral dragon. The primordial spiritual blood dragon had transformed into the illusory shadow of the void cosmic dragon. This was the divine dragon that ranked the highest among the 4 ancestral dragon bloodlines of Long Chen. It controlled the most mysterious power of time. Time reversal. Filled with anger, he used the greatest mystique that the body of the void cosmic dragon could use at the moment. He used time reversal to resist the vast Ocean Emperor's fist. Although it was indeed ridiculous, he could do it. Today was different from the past. It would not be easy to be defeated in an instant like the last time. His roar, his shout, and his power successfully rushed forward. The power of time reversal collided with the vast Ocean Emperor fist. For a moment, a terrible shock was produced. Because they were fighting at the lowest point, the shock swept down and at least millions of demons and members of the Oceanic clan were thrown deep into the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Massacre Dragon City was completely suspended in the air. The land below had been completely annihilated. Space-time reversal was just one of Long Chen's methods. It was just a start. When the space-time reversal truly stopped the vast ocean, the Arch Fist, even without a true reversal, Long Chen had already rushed out of his opponent's attack range. The vast ocean, the arch fist brushed past his body as it flew out. At this moment, he once again transformed into the primordial spiritual blood dragon. Blood-sobbing dragon soul. This time, millions of small dragons swarmed out and instantly drowned Neptune Emperor's vision. This was one of Long Chen's goals. With the strength of the blood-sobbing dragon soul, it was very destructive against ordinary demons. However, against an expert like Neptune Emperor, it was far from enough. They were nervous, excited, and shocked. Everyone was clenching their teeth as they watched this soul-stirring battle. Every time Long Chen dodged his opponent's attack, everyone's nerves would tighten, and their hearts would violently thump. The only thing they could do was to shout, roar, and shout the name of the slaughtering Dragon Emperor at the top of their lungs. This represented their hope and expectation for Long Chen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Long Chen didn't dare to confront the opponent head-on. Because in a head-on confrontation, Long Chen wasn't a match for him at all. Therefore, he could only choose to delay. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't attack. The best defense was to attack. The desire to massacre had already penetrated deep into Long Chen's bone marrow. With the lives of hundreds of millions of people on his shoulders, how could he retreat? What use can these little bugs have? Neptune Emperor sneered. With a shake of his body, almost all the blood-sobbing dragon's soul turned into ashes. 10,000 Death Claw. In the midst of the group of blood-sobbing dragon soul, a ray of light suddenly flashed. It was a fatal red light. With the speed of a falling meteor, it instantly pierced into Neptune Emperor's back, tearing off pieces of flesh. There was no other time when anger could compare to this. The anger of the ancient blood spirit dragon exerted its most amazing power at this time. Before Neptune Emperor could hurt him, he first injured Neptune Emperor. This move was not focused on the sky, but on the will to massacre, as well as the lightning, storm, flame, and frost transformed from anger. As long as these things were attacked, they would instantly pierce into the bone marrow. Although the injury on the flesh was not serious, the pain inside his body made Neptune Emperor's expression instantly change. Originally, he just wanted to slowly toy with Long Chen to death, but this time, he was really mad. He was actually hurt by him first. This was intolerable. In the raging sea, no one knew when the ocean stabilizing needle had appeared. It set off waves that soared to the sky, and before Long Chen could escape, it was already in front of him. Time storm. Time disorder, storm attack. This was the only attack Long Chen could use at this critical moment. This could cause the fatal sea-steadying godly needle to slightly deviate, but the effect was very weak. When he used the 10,000 Death Claw to cause the Sea God Emperor pain, he knew that such a fatal attack would once again land on his body. However, this time, Long Chen would not lose miserably like that time in the Three Lives secret realm. He knew that everyone was watching. If he fell, all of them would also fall, and the entire Slaughter Dragon City would really be finished. I can't die. This was the belief that he kept repeating all the time. At this time, he suddenly turned into a Tai Chi living spirit dragon with 15 dragon heads, and his body size increased a lot. The most ingenious thing was that he directly used one of the dragon heads, which was the brown dragon head that represented the power of the tree, to hit the ocean stabilizing needle. With this hit, the dragon head was instantly annihilated. However, it also succeeded in deviating the direction of the ocean stabilizing needle. It almost brushed past Long Chen. The life dragon head was the core of the Tai Chi living spirit dragon. As long as the life dragon head did not die, the other dragon heads could be reborn no matter what, especially when there was still the fire of life. The exploded dragon head was instantly submerged by the fire of life, and Long Chen was drawn into the thick fog. The injured area quickly recovered. In this confrontation, he was basically not injured, but Neptune Emperor was hit by the Death Claw. It was like his body was pierced by a knife. Although it was not fatal, it was very troublesome. In this battle, Long Chen switched between the bodies and powers of the three ancestral dragons, achieving the most perfect combination. Although he was not as strong as his opponent, at least he was undefeated. He noticed that the violent Blood Dragon Emperor had completely suppressed the 9 Phoenix with the help of the Heaven Massacre diagram. It was only a matter of time before the violent Blood Dragon Emperor defeated the 9 Phoenix Emperor. It was a matter of time. What mattered now was who could make better use of time. In any case, Neptune Emperor was still in a state of rage. He was violent and angry. He stirred the sea and let out the terrifying roar of a deep-sea giant beast. It spread for millions of miles, creating a terrible tremor and roar. Even many of the demons below were bleeding from their ears. This time, many of the demons and the oceanic race had died, and they were basically killed by their own people. However, they did not care about these lives at all. This was because the primeval troll did not care. 3 dragon emperors, as well as the humans, are you ready to collect the corpse of your genius? Neptune Emperor roared. He was different. In the blink of an eye, he had a new attack and a new mystique. Fong of the Sea. His huge body was very agile as he stirred the sea. If this was the real sea god's domain, Neptune Emperor would definitely not be as strong as he was today. After leaving the sea god's domain, his strength had weakened to a certain extent. The dignified first Sea Emperor could only be in a stalemate with Long Chen for such a long time. The sea was made up of water. Water was not as fierce as fire, but when it was truly unleashed, it was very terrifying. And the Fong of the Sea was the sharpest weapon of the sea. It was also one of the most terrifying mystiques of a peak bloodline like Neptune's Fong. He had already used this to fight against the Dragon Emperor. Even the violent Blood Dragon Emperor could only block this mystique. Now, he was using it to deal with Long Chen. Everyone had seen the terror of the Fong of the Sea before. At this time, their hearts were in their throats. This brave and fearless youth, could he withstand this move? Could he survive? All the burdens were on violent Blood Dragon Emperor's shoulders. Kill, kill, kill. He launched a completely reckless attack. He wanted to finish off the 9 Phoenix. However, the 9 Phoenix knew this was the case, so it delayed even more. Obviously, this required Long Chen to resist by himself. Under the tumbling of the sea, a sharp thorn suddenly appeared. That was the Fong of the Sea. It was completely made up of water, but it was harder and sharper than anything else. The Fong of the Sea was the core of the sea. Now, under Neptune Emperor's push, it produced a terrifying confinement power. This required Long Chen to be unable to move and withstand such an attack. Even a child knew that this would definitely result in death. Chapter 2392. Everyone had something that they needed to protect. Or it could be a person, or it could be a matter. When disaster struck, would they be able to straighten their backs and do these things without any regrets? The primordial blood spirit dragon's massacre protection and the divine Tao heart refining dragon's righteous protection were 2 powers of utmost love, just slightly different. But at the end of the day, they were all a part of Long Chen. It was the most important spirit in his life. He had pursued love, pursued the glory of his father's generation, and protected the dignity of his father's generation. Now, his world was bigger. What he pursued was the integrity of his home, the survival of the human race, and fate. What he was protecting was all of this. This was a land that had been passed down for tens of millions of years. It was Long Chen's home. The enemy wanted to kill his family, occupy his home, and enslave his soul. This was intolerable. Everyone knew that he couldn't withstand the sea's tooth. But was this an excuse for not resisting? Everyone knew that he couldn't do it, but how would he know if he hadn't tried? Even if he really died, he had to die a heroic death. At the very least, he had fought, worked hard, and achieved glory. Moreover, Long Chen still had a life. Therefore, when the calamity came, he chose to use even greater courage to fight against the tyrannical enemy. He didn't have the strength to crush the enemy, but he had the will and fighting spirit to do so. At that moment, a raging inferno burned in his chest. His eyes were blood red, and his blood-red body instantly transformed into a combination of gold and black. Divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. It disappeared in a flash. When the sea's tooth arrived, he used the most ferocious and tragic form to face this weapon of the sea. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he chose to use his strongest side to resist this terrifying attack. In that instant, time seemed to stand still in everyone's eyes. The divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon transformed into a gigantic sword that shone with the light of righteousness. It bore the subtle relationship between morality and karma. In a judgmental manner, it had no regrets and disregarded everything, all for the sake of blocking the invasion of evil. The collision between the giant sword and the fang of the sea was a huge storm that could only be caused by a clash between masters at the level of the Dragon Emperor. Long Chen had done it. Although it was unknown whether he was dead or not, at least he did not retreat. Instead, he was like a moth flying into a flame, burning his own life force. Rumble. The deafening explosion spread throughout the entire northern territory, causing large swathes of land to tremble and crack. The entire northern territory became a mess. Is he dead? Is Long Chen dead? Countless people shed tears, some even crying bitterly. They had a premonition that they might lose hope today. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling, and their faces were pale. They were touched by Long Chen's courage, but they were even saddened by his defeat and death. At his age, he was able to fight against the #1 Ocean Emperor, the Sea God Emperor. That was already a terrifying miracle that had not happened in thousands of years. No one thought that Long Chen was not good enough. It was just that he lacked time. Now, the waves were still tumbling, but the golden and black light had already disappeared. The violent Blood Dragon Emperor had broken away from the Nine Phoenix. He had truly injured the Nine Phoenix, but the Nine Phoenix was not willing to let him go. When he rushed down to resist for Long Chen, the Nine Phoenix stuck to him. After all, the Nine Phoenix was a master of the same level. It was impossible to achieve a true crushing victory. The 3 Dragon Emperors had tried their best today. They were practically struggling on the verge of death. They did not even have the ability to save Long Chen. The 3 elders could not help but cry. It was rare for the human race to have 2 heaven-defying heroes, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and his son. But could it be that the 2 of them would only shine for a short period of time? No. Long Chen was not dead. At least, he still had a life. When everyone's hearts were completely clenched, they saw a humanoid Long Chen descending from the sky towards the massacre heavenly diagram. His body was still intact, but it had not recovered to its perfect state. This was enough to show that he had not died even once. It was just that the current him was very weak. He did not even have the strength to use the flame of life that he was most proficient in. The flame of life could not heal all injuries at the same time. For example, this time, the fang of the sea had a kind of impact on the primordial spirit and so on. It had almost killed Long Chen. Taste the taste of death. At this time, the Sea God Emperor had actually transformed into his human form. He descended from the sky and pressed in the direction where Long Chen had fallen. Don't let him get close. Everyone was anxious. Now that Long Chen had just escaped a calamity, the Sea God Emperor had come again. This time, he could easily take away Long Chen's life. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people shouted at the top of their lungs. This was a race against time. Go to hell. The ruthless Dragon Emperor's dragon tail swung fiercely at the Nine Phoenix's body, sending it flying. Then, he turned around and chased after Long Chen and the Sea God Emperor. However, with the Nine Phoenix entangling him, he was still a little slower. With just that little bit of time, the Sea God Emperor could have rushed in front of Long Chen and ended his life. Long Chen was a little confused. In his world, time seemed to have become very slow. He squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. He saw the sea god emperor sneering at him, eager to kill him with another slash. Behind him was the ruthless dragon emperor, who was so anxious that his eyes were almost spitting fire. His eyes were filled with endless regret, pain, and self-blame. He could not fulfill Long Chen's expectations, which was to kill the 9 phoenix during his delay. However, this could not be blamed on him. Long Chen did not blame him at all. This was originally an impossible attempt. If he was in Long Chen's shoes, he would not be able to do such a thing that exceeded his limits. The sea god emperor would obviously kill him first. Long Chen saw through it. Maybe he had a second life. If he died, he could start over. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, even if he was injured to this extent, he did not frown. He was rarely defeated. This feeling was very unfamiliar, but at least today, he had no regrets. The only thing he hated was the evil smile of the sea god emperor. It was full of pride, making people want to tear his mouth apart. His first life had been taken away by this kind of person. It was truly an unreconciled humiliation. Long Chen gritted his teeth, but there was no other way. No matter how much he struggled, he could not control his body. He heard countless cries. To be able to make hundreds of millions of people cry for him was also a kind of realm. Now that he was in this situation, he had no regrets. He knew that his father, Long Qinglan, would definitely be proud of him. His wife, Lingxi, the woman he loved the most, would also be proud of him. There was also Yang Yu, this woman who was not even clear whether she was his mother or not. She had merely used a reincarnated body to give birth to him. Yang Yu, for some reason, when he thought of her, Long Chen felt very warm. This woman's personality was different from Long Qinglan's. Long Qinglan was more like a mother, giving him a feeling of meticulous care. On the other hand, Yang Yu concealed her love for Long Chen. She never mentioned it, but she was always thinking of Long Chen. In her world, perhaps she was just a maid of Long Qinglan. But in Long Chen's world, she was an elder, perhaps his mother. He just thought of Yang Yu. She seemed to have said that she would come to help after finishing the matters on Sky Dragon Planet. However, he did not know what would happen to him and the human race after she came. In that instant, Poseidon Emperor was already in front of him. With a punch, he was ready to smash Long Chen into pieces. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Motherfucker, dying in his hands, it was really disgusting. He could not stand the other party's evil smile, revealing his sharp teeth. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor came late. It was already very difficult for them to fight 3 against 6. The other 2 Dragon Emperors were already an arrow at the end of its flight. Long Chen. Countless people were shouting his name. Until the shadow of the fist seemed to drown him. Long Chen was already like this. But at a certain moment before, he suddenly felt a sense of connection with his life. Then, an incomparably sharp light flashed in front of his eyes and actually forced Poseidon Emperor away. The speed of that silver sword light was really frighteningly fast. Even with Long Chen's current eyes, he could not see it clearly. The next moment, he was in the arms of a woman. The feeling of connection came from this woman. This warm embrace, Long Chen did not need to think to know that this was Yang Yu. She came. Without any warning. So much so that when he raised his head and saw her ice-cold gaze, he felt as if all of this was not real. This woman's body was simply too cold. This coldness was emitted from the depths of her heart. It wasn't directed at Long Chen, but at the people who had hurt him. Who is this? Originally, they thought that Long Chen was dead. But suddenly, such a person appeared. Many people, like Long Chen, could not react in time. When Long Chen recognized Yang Yu, she did not cover her face. But in the entire Slaughter Dragon City, there were really not many people who knew her. Only a few old people were stunned. They said in surprise, This is the maid of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Yang Yu? It's her. She brought 100,000 mystical dragons to guard Sky Dragon Planet. In everyone's eyes, Yang Yu's strength was at the late stage of the 8 trigrams calamity, similar to Xue Qi and the others. But what did they see now? It was the sword in the woman's hand, who was holding Long Chen and facing Poseidon Emperor. This Tao weapon completely suppressed the godly ocean-pacifying needle. It was a silver sword with densely packed stripes on its body. The entire sword felt like it was made up of countless silver blades the size of fingernails. Each silver blade could even be divided into countless silver grains of sand. The countless tiny blades were like flowing water, spinning on the blade. There were densely packed cores inside. Isn't that Long Qinglan's Tao treasure? A peerless Tao treasure with 960 Tao patterns. The heavenly deity sword, Silver River, was forged from over 100 million meteoric iron cores. It's even more terrifying than the founder dragon sword. It was a miracle that the Milky Way was in Yang Yu's hands. It was a miracle that Yang Yu could control it. Chapter 2393. Although Long Chen had never heard of the origins of the sword in Yang Yu's hand, he had seen the Ancestor Dragon sword before. The Ancestor Dragon sword had 950 Tao patterns. It had just crossed the threshold of the Ancestor Dragon sword. Activating the Ancestor Dragon sword required 15 Dragon Emperors to work together, which was very taxing. There was also a big problem. After using the Ancestor Dragon sword, there would be a long interval before it could be used again. For the 5 great dragon cities, the Ancestor Dragon sword was a sacred object. But a few thousand years ago, Long Qinglan suddenly had a weapon that surpassed their sacred objects. It was the celestial deity sword, the Milky Way. In Long Chen's eyes, this sword seemed to have billions of silver stars circulating around it. It was like the Milky Way formed by the stars in the night sky, endless and incomparably huge. This small sword was formed by billions of particles, and each particle was extremely hard, comparable to the core of those top-notch metals in the Milky Way. No wonder this sword was called the Milky Way. 960 Tao patterns were truly astonishing. What was even more shocking was that Yang Yu could control and use it alone. Long Chen naturally knew that Yang Yu was stronger than the average Dragon Emperor, but definitely not as strong as Long Qinglan, who was comparable to 15 Dragon Emperors working together. She could use the celestial deity sword, partly because none of the 15 Dragon Emperors were the owner of the Ancestor Dragon sword, so it was very difficult to use it. But Yang Yu was, so this Tao item did not resist her. The second reason was probably because of Long Qinglan. With his ability, he could do anything. It was not difficult for Yang Yu to control this sword. Even so, in the eyes of most people, Yang Yu, who had yet to undergo the 9 palace tribulation, possessed such combat prowess. This was already shocking enough. At the very least, many of the older generation could not react in time. They just watched blankly as Yang Yu protected Long Chen. Yang Yu, the brutal Dragon Emperor, stopped in his tracks. His violently beating heart finally calmed down. When he saw the heavenly deity sword in Yang Yu's hand, he saw the dawn of victory. At this moment, it wasn't as simple as the arrival of Yang Yu, but the former eternal Dragon Emperor. The sky deity sword, Silver River, had once been Long Qinglan's weapon. Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood had personally experienced its terror. Back then, Long Qinglan could have easily slaughtered them with this Silver River, but he hadn't done so. The 6 pinnacle experts were startled and looked at the Tao artifact in Yang Yu's hand with fear. "Aunt Yu, I'm fine now." Long Chen was gradually waking up. He began to use the flame of life to restore himself. Yang Yu's arrival made him feel completely at ease. At least from the point of view of the Silver River sword, they would definitely win today. "The injuries on your body, were they all caused by him?" Yang Yu's voice was terrifyingly cold. From her deathly still eyes, Long Chen could see a monstrous killing intent. Clearly, this woman's body was like a volcano about to erupt. Long Chen could only nod woodenly. "Rest well." Her tone was very calm. She casually threw Long Chen into the heavenly massacre diagram. He stabilized his body in the air. When he looked up, everyone was already in an uproar. That was because Yang Yu had transformed into a silver ray of light. Without saying anything, she had already killed her way towards Neptune Emperor. Her character was resolute and decisive like this. Who are you? You will not have a good ending if you obstruct us from obtaining the 5 Dragon Balls. Even Ling Huang doesn't dare to make a move. Are you not afraid of death? Neptune Emperor was still very afraid of the sword in her hand. Of course, he knew that Yang Yu didn't seem to have passed the 9 palaces tribulation. But to be able to wield a deity sword like the Silver River still made him deeply afraid. What answered him was the Silver River in Yang Yu's hand. It swept across the sky. Billions of silver stars erupted and condensed into a sharp and extremely fast sword light. It was like a galaxy in the sky. It was incomparably resplendent and had the world's most terrifying cutting power. Neptune Emperor felt this woman's anger. That kind of terrifying anger completely left no room for negotiation. It was like a mother beast protecting its cub. That kind of hatred that ran deep into her bones was displayed by Yang Yu. And it could be seen that she might have restrained herself for a long time. From her gaze, Neptune Emperor knew that threats were of no use. There was only one way, and that was to fight to the death. He was also in human form. He held the godly oceanic stabilizing needle in his hand and transformed it into a rod. He violently smashed it down. In the blink of an eye, the godly oceanic stabilizing needle and the deity sword Silver River collided. Ding! An incomparably ear-piercing sound rang out. This was the first time everyone had seen Neptune Emperor being repelled like this. The furious Yang Yu forced the godly oceanic stabilizing needle away with one sword. With terrifying strength and unparalleled sword speed, she slashed again. The sword light was like a thorn, directly piercing through Neptune Emperor's chest. Puff! Blood filled the sky. If it wasn't for Neptune Emperor dodging fast enough, that sword would probably have smashed his head into pieces. This was the power of the Silver River. This was how terrifying Yang Yu was. Everyone clearly knew the strength of the number 1 Sea Emperor, the Sea God Emperor. Even though this wasn't the Sea God domain environment he was most proficient in, he had already done quite well. They didn't expect that under Yang Yu's anger, he would be defeated in one move. He had fought with the violent Blood Dragon Emperor until now. He had consumed a lot of energy and underestimated his opponent. These were all reasons. But in the end, Yang Yu was still stronger than him. A sword pierced through the heart. This scene allowed everyone to clearly see the violence of this cold woman. In her hands, even Neptune Emperor had almost become a pitiful worm. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Long Chen, and then looked at Yang Yu. They didn't know what their relationship was, not only others, but even Long Chen himself was stunned. Perhaps before, this woman never seemed to be too much of an escort on his path of growth. She could even let him go to the Neptune domain alone. But today, she seemed to have a lot of forbearance and couldn't vent. Neptune Emperor just happened to bump into the muzzle of a gun. Long Chen believed that she loved him deeply. It was no longer important whether he was her son or not. That kind of feeling would not change because of his identity. If it was possible, perhaps she wanted to accompany him to the Neptune domain back then. But she didn't do that. Perhaps, there were other reasons. At least now, Long Chen felt her deep love. This could be seen from every time she swung her sword with all her strength. Perhaps her love was concealed, and it was humble. She didn't dare to admit that she was Long Chen's mother, because she felt that he had never loved her. But to Long Chen, this was no longer important. Yang Yu couldn't lie to him. Neptune Emperor had never been suppressed like this for countless years. His azure light was directly shattered by the other party's sword. The speed of the sword was like a meteor, tens of millions of meters in the blink of an eye. The next sword attack was so fast that Neptune Emperor couldn't even turn his body, and one of his legs was directly torn off. Tens of thousands of silver fingernail-sized blades swept past. It was simply a nightmare. From the very beginning, he was seriously injured. Neptune Emperor truly understood that if this continued, he would really be slaughtered by this woman in a few moves. With his intuition, he could roughly understand that this woman alone could definitely fight against 4 pinnacle powerhouses. Except for Ling Huang, no one knew that there was such a powerful woman. She could even catch up to Ling Huang, the #1 expert in the Eternal God domain. Because Ling Huang could only fight against 5 Dragon Emperor level experts at the same time. In the Eternal God domain, if Ling Huang was #1, then this woman in front of him would be #2. Save me. Neptune Emperor was scared shitless. As he struggled, he hurriedly shouted. At this time, the other 2 marine race experts, Tyrant God Emperor and Violet-Eyed Emperor, also saw it. They left their opponents and surrounded Yang Yu. Now, the 3 Dragon Emperors were fighting against the 3 Grand Demon Lords. With the support of the Heavenly Slaughter diagram, their battle prowess had greatly increased, and they were full of confidence. Now was the time for them to advance triumphantly. It was as if they had been reborn, and they began to fight. Yang Yu used a silver river to fight against the 3 Sea Emperors. Neptune Emperor was injured from the beginning. Although the 3 Sea Emperors' joint attacks were impossible to defend against, and they had many tricks up their sleeves, they were lacking in speed. In terms of speed, Yang Yu was truly a heaven-defying existence. Although she was a woman, from the beginning to the end, these 3 exhausted marine race experts were suppressed by her. Rumble. The silver river turned into tens of thousands of blades that swept out, condensing into a giant silver dragon that collided with the violet-eyed king crab's giant pincer, directly crushing it. It's your turn. At this time, her anger had not been completely vented. Like a raging mother dragon, Tyrant God Emperor's tortoiseshell was said to be comparable to a peerless Tao artifact in defense, but under the silver river's slash, it directly split open a huge wound, causing Tyrant God Emperor to howl in pain. In the sky, 9 Phoenix, Heavenly Hound, and Woeful Beast were in great pain under the fierce attacks of the 3 Dragon Emperors. The 6 Pinnacle experts were now all defeated. If they did not retreat now, they would all die here today. Retreat, retreat. 9 Phoenix shouted mournfully. Although they were being controlled, they were not without intelligence. Ordinary demons and marine race experts would attack as if they were seeking death, but they were not. The 30 Pinnacle experts were the greatest guarantee of the primeval troll, so at this time, they chose to escape together. Experts of this level, without absolute suppression, wanted to escape. Capturing them was simply more difficult than killing them. For a moment, the 6 Pinnacle experts fled, almost pissing their pants. The 3 Dragon Emperors could not do anything. However, they still underestimated Yang Yu, underestimated a woman's desire for revenge. She completely let the Violet-Eyed King and Tyrant God Emperor escape, and directly chased after Neptune Emperor. With her speed, it was simply a nightmare for Neptune Emperor. Before he could run 100,000 meters, under the violent attack of the heavenly god's sword behind him, Neptune Emperor was left with only his head. If you don't want to die, be obedient. Neptune Emperor, who only had his head left, wanted to cry but had no tears. Okay, I'll be obedient. Chapter 2394. The Sea God Emperor only had his head left, and it was still trembling non-stop. The woman in front of him was simply too terrifying. Her expression was very calm, as if nothing had happened, but that bone-chilling gaze and voice made his soul tremble. The moment the 6 top powerhouses had escaped, it meant that the Massacre Dragon City had already won. The 3 ultimate mystical dragons turned into Dragon Emperor figures on the Massacre Sky diagram. They were already pale, and they could not even stand steadily. Even if they had the Heavenly Slaughter diagram, it would still be difficult to deal with the 2 of them alone. For them to be able to persist until now, it could only be said that they had almost lost their lives here. They knew their responsibility. Once they died, the massacre dragon city would be finished. Looking at the 3 dragon emperors, then looking at Long Chen, who had already recovered, after a short period of silence, the crowd instantly erupted into roars and roars with all their might. They really won when it was impossible for them to win. It was the 3 dragon emperors, Long Chen and Yang Yu, who had saved them. At the same time, the massacre sky diagram had blocked so many attacks, and they had saved themselves. This was a victory that belonged to everyone. It had come so suddenly that everyone had almost gone crazy. They were laughing and crying. They hugged each other and roared to their heart's content to vent this terrible pressure. There had been a few times when they had lost all hope. But now, everyone was alive and well. Not a single person from the human clan had died in this battle. 0 deaths. It was unimaginable. Some people even shed tears of blood. No words could describe what they were feeling at the moment. They had never been so united and passionate before. This battle had given them a new lease on life. Although the battle was far from over, at least they had won once. They had seen the light of victory before, and this time, they had seized it. Especially when Yang Yu, the seemingly delicate woman, came to them with the celestial sword Milky Way in one hand and the bloody head of the sea god emperor in the other. Their voices were hoarse from cheering. All of this, including the arrival of Yang Yu, was like a dream to Long Chen. He suddenly felt a sense of bliss. This was the feeling of being protected. He was protecting his lover, protecting all living beings, while Yang Yu was protecting him. She was risking her life for him. Every time she struck out with her sword, she would use all her strength. Yang Yu, imprison him first. The cruel blood dragon emperor and the other 2 dragon emperors came to Yang Yu. They were very glad that Yang Yu had not killed the sea god emperor in a rage. After all, the sea god emperor was being controlled. There was another problem. They might be able to find a way to awaken all the peak experts through the sea god emperor. Yang Yu had also considered this. That was why she had captured him alive. Otherwise, she would have killed him. Yang Yu did not say much. She let the 3 dragon emperors control sea god emperor. Now that the sea god emperor was seriously injured, the 3 dragon emperors imprisoned him together. He could not do anything. He even heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had left the terrifying woman, Yang Yu. The 3 dragon emperors used a 900 Dao pattern Dao item to imprison his head. They added several layers of seals. The cruel blood dragon emperor personally looked after him. He put him in his own god nation, so that the sea god emperor could not escape. After that, the 3 dragon emperors looked at the cheering below. They smiled and shook their heads. Then they said to Yang Yu, "Time has passed so quickly. Back then, you were still a naughty little girl by Qinglan's side. In the blink of an eye, you have achieved so much. Today, you have saved the entire human race in the north. We have misunderstood you and Qinglan. Today, on behalf of the entire human race, we apologize to you. We are very sorry, and we are very grateful for your help today." Yang Yu said, "It's all in the past. I am a member of the human race. You know, even if he died, he would not leave this place alone. I came back to fulfill my responsibility for him." The him she was talking about was naturally Long Qinglan. Hearing this, the 3 dragon emperors took a deep breath. From his rise, they actually believed in what kind of person Long Qinglan was. It was just that the changes were too fast, and he fell into a strange state, which led to so many tragedies. Thank him. He is a great leader. In front of Long Qinglan, they did not feel that they were seniors. During this time, I will be by his side. You can rest assured of his safety, Yang Yu said softly, looking at Long Chen under the slaughter sky diagram. The 3 dragon emperors looked at each other. Among them, the cruel blood dragon emperor looked at Long Chen and asked, "There is something that I don't know if I should ask you." "Go ahead." Yang Yu was startled, and his eyes moved away from Long Chen. "Long Chen, is he your and Qinglan's child?" the cruel blood dragon emperor asked. Yang Yu pursed her lips. She did not know how to answer. At this time, Long Chen had already passed through the slaughter sky diagram and came here. Yang Yu did not say much, but asked Long Chen, "How are your injuries?" Long Chen said, "It's not a big deal. I will fully recover in a day or two." "Aunt Yu, thank you so much for today." The three dragon emperors looked on, puzzled, but did not say anything. They probably knew that there might be some conflict. But they were people who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They could see at a glance that Yang Yu had a kind of motherly love for Long Chen. "How about Lingxi? How is she?" Yang Yu asked again. Long Chen said, "She built a super large heaven and earth shifting formation that connects the 5 great dragon cities. It can transfer everyone between the 5 great dragon cities in a quarter of an hour. She just finished, and now she is tired." Speaking of this, Yang Yu was a little angry. "Didn't I tell you that she is pregnant and cannot be tired?" Long Chen did not know how to answer. Of course, he felt sorry for Lingxi. But the heaven and earth shifting formation was related to the survival of the entire human race. Even if he objected, Lingxi would insist, and there was no room for discussion. "Did you just say the heaven and earth shifting formation?" Yang Yu remembered what he said before. "Yes. Let's go take a look." Just like that, the 5 of them passed through the cheering crowd and arrived at the central palace. After seeing the extremely gorgeous heaven and earth teleportation formation, Yang Yu couldn't help but say, "Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, its importance is comparable to the heavenly diagram of slaughter. I've wronged you just now, but leave little Shi to me, I'll help him recuperate." Okay. With her helping, she understood more, so Long Chen was naturally more at ease. Now that Lingxi was still in a deep sleep, Long Chen handed her over to Yang Yu and asked her to take care of her in the divine nation. She should be able to recover in half a day. Although it is best if she does not tire herself too much, I can't say anything about the heaven and earth shifting formation. Yang Yu felt sorry for Lingxi, even more than for Long Chen. She was a woman, so she understood and cared more about women. In the past few years on planet Tianlong, she had clearly understood Lingxi's silly personality, so she felt even more sorry for her. The 5 of them stood together. It was probably time to discuss what to do next. There are still 4 heaven and earth shifting formations in the 4 dragon cities. Once they are completed, we will be able to take the initiative. At least, we will have a better chance of winning. With my speed, I can move between the 5 dragon cities in one day. Next, I will take the 2 of them to other places. Long Chen, the 3 dragon emperors should take a rest first and guard the slaughter dragon city. As for the sea god emperor, we will discuss it after the heaven and earth shifting formation is completed. What do you think? Yang Yu was a very decisive and resolute woman. Just like her speed, she could move from one dragon city to another in one day. That was simply too terrifying. It was probably the speed of the deity sword Milky Way. This decision was very reasonable. The 3 dragon emperors needed to rest, and so did the people of the slaughter dragon city. Now, the 6 peak experts nearby had all left with injuries. As long as Yang Yu was here, they would not dare to come again. As long as Lingxi went to the next dragon city and completed the heaven and earth shifting formation, the slaughter dragon city would be able to establish a connection with it. At that time, Yang Yu could come back in a quarter of an hour. Therefore, now, they had to seize every second while the slaughter dragon city was safe. As for Lingxi, they could only let her rest on the road. Yang Yu, everyone agreed with this decision. Long Chen said, "The devouring dragon city is in the west, which is the most dangerous place. Therefore, we have to go there to support them first. Although they are fine now, I think the peak experts of the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan will attack them soon. Therefore, we have to go to the devouring dragon city first. And you could also help to resolve the situation. After that, we can go to the Eternal Dragon City in the south. After all, the sorcerer tribe might attack here. The sorcerer tribe has 8 holy sorcerers. The eternal dragon city cannot stop them. After we take care of these three, we can go to the dragon city in the center and the dragon city of life in the east. We will go to the dragon city first, then the dragon city of life, which is the safest. After that, we can move freely among the 5 dragon cities. That's a good route. Long Chen's thinking was very clear. Then, I will leave it to you. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said gratefully. Yang Yu and Long Chen looked at each other. Then, the 3 dragon emperors sent them off. They left in a low profile to create the illusion that Yang Yu was always in the Slaughter Dragon City. That way, the Slaughter Dragon City will be safe for a long time. As long as we build the heaven and earth shifting formation, the 2 dragon cities can take care of each other. That will be much safer. Next, it was really a race against time. Any waste of time could cause the plan to fail. Long Chen, Lingxi, Yang Yu, and the 15 dragon emperors all had a huge responsibility on their shoulders. Outside, Long Chen entered Yang Yu's God Kingdom directly. Chapter 2395. This silver bird was made up of tens of thousands of silver blades, and each blade was made up of tens of thousands of silver meteorite cores. It was the toughest Tao treasure Long Chen had ever seen. At the same time, this silver bird was the Tao spirit of Milky Way. In fact, Long Chen had seen a silver bird accompanying Yang Yu before, but he hadn't expected it to be an unparalleled Tao treasure. Silver River's flying speed was extremely fast. It was much faster than Long Chen and Yang Yu's own speed. The reason why Yang Yu was able to completely crush Poseidon's speed was because of Silver River. Now that they were in the wild winds, their speed broke through everything. This terrifying speed made it impossible to see their surroundings clearly. It was like they were moving through a tunnel. This was the eternal God domain. To be able to form this kind of speed in a complete world like the eternal God domain was already ridiculous. Taking advantage of the time they had to travel, Lingxi and Long Chen were recovering in Yang Yu's divine kingdom. Long Chen rested quickly, and would probably be fully recovered in half a day. Lingxi, with his life force and Yang Yu's special treatment, would probably recover in a day as well. After completing these 5 cosmos shifting formations, she will have completed her mission. Don't let her get tired again, no matter what happens. Got it? Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will cherish her." His love for Ling Shi grew even deeper and more intense. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was so important, he wouldn't have been willing to let Ling Shi take action. In order to reach Devouring Dragon City earlier, the two spoke very little. This sword is called Milky Way. Your father used it before, and then gave it to me. Yang Yu suddenly remembered. Long Chen had naturally guessed it as well. This means that he still has you in his heart. Long Chen smiled. Whether that's the case or not, it doesn't matter anymore. I will finish what he couldn't. I won't watch you get bullied. Thus, she had come to the Dragon God domain. She might have hated this place before. The silver bird soared through the sky, letting out ear-piercing screeches. The millions upon millions of fertile lands of the Dragon God domain were now filled with the demon race and the sea race. However, not a single human was present. This vast piece of land was now occupied by other races. If those ancestors who had died saw this scene, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life. Primeval Troll was something on the level of a god. Now, Long Chen and the others were fighting against a god. The day would be over soon. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had fully recovered and was in high spirits. As for Lingxi, it seemed like she was almost ready as well. In about 2 to 4 hours, they would arrive at the devouring sea of the Devouring Dragon City. It was a huge black whirlpool that spun all year round, and the Devouring Dragon City was right above the whirlpool. This westernmost dragon city had already set up the devouring sky diagram. Although its position was dangerous, it was a bit luckier than Slaughter Dragon City. At least, it hadn't been attacked yet. This was all because the humans had reacted too quickly. They had instantly retreated and set up 5 types of sky diagrams. Now, there were still some great demon lords and sea emperors that hadn't come, but they were close. Just as Long Chen was sighing over the devouring dragon city's luck, news came from Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen, are you guys almost there? There are 3 great demon lords and 2 sea emperors attacking the devouring dragon city. The pressure and attacks they're facing aren't any weaker than ours. There are still about 2 hours left. Let them hold on for now. There were a total of 5 pinnacle experts. If Yang Yu were there, you would be able to turn the tide. Even so, Long Chen was still very anxious. He had personally witnessed the battle at Slaughter Dragon City and knew how terrifying the other side's pinnacle experts were. Then I'll speed up. Yang Yu sped up again. It was already the final sprint. The faster he was, the more at ease Long Chen was. After all, there were 5 opponents, not 6. If even Slaughter Dragon City could hold on for so long, he believed that the 3 dragon emperors of the devouring dragon city could do the same. At this time, Cruel Dragon Emperor explained to Long Chen who the opponents were. The sea race has 2 sea emperors, Xiao Emperor and Crimson Nightmare Emperor. You should have met them before. On the monster race's side, there are also 3 very powerful great demon lords. They are Primordial Thunder Beast, Wind Devil Beast, and Luwu Beast. Yang, you know them. Okay. Be careful. If you're done, let us know so that we can be at ease. Of the 5 great dragon cities, only the devouring dragon city was under attack. No one knew that Yang Yu had come out, so there shouldn't be any big problems. At this time, Lingxi had almost recovered. She was in perfect condition. Seeing that Long Chen was worried about her, she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chen, you don't have to worry. The first time was because I didn't have any experience and I was too nervous. That's why I was so tired. The second time, the pressure will be less and Aunt you can help us. I can easily complete the task." Hearing what she said, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Long Chen also felt relieved. His mind was on the devouring dragon city. I hope their sky devouring diagram is not broken. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. It will take a few days to reactivate it. Even if they break a city, the losses will be unimaginable. They had to hold on for close to 2 hours. It seemed short, but if the opponents were strong, the devouring dragon city might be destroyed. After about an hour, there were already many monsters and sea race below. This was the first time Long Chen had come to the devouring sea. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Far away in the starry sky, 3 divine dragons were fighting with 5 supergiant beasts. The scene and commotion of the battle were basically no different from that of the Slaughter Dragon City. In fact, it was even more intense. The entire sky was now shrouded in darkness. Flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Countless giant beasts below rammed into the devouring dragon city, causing tremors again and again. Fortunately, the devouring sky diagram was not broken. Seeing this, Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least with Yang Yu here, the devouring dragon city would be fine. There was no doubt that Yang Yu was the strongest person in the entire human race. The 5 great dragon cities already knew that she had saved the Slaughter Dragon City. Now, all the people in the devouring dragon city were full of hope, waiting for Yang Yu's arrival. Compared to the Slaughter Dragon City, they had much more hope. Therefore, they showed more fighting spirit. They were confident that they would win. This was very important. Therefore, even if the Sea Emperor or the Great Demon Lord attacked the sky-devouring diagram, even if they were injured, they could withstand it. They wouldn't be scared at all. Now, there was a huge blue sea snake in the sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. That was Queen Xiao. There was also a strange-looking fish with the face of an old man. It had sharp claws on both sides. This was a kind of monster with a long history. It was one of the peak bloodlines of the sea race. The one in front of them was the Crimson Devil Emperor. In addition, there was a primordial thunder beast that was even more terrifying than the Thunder Qilin. The primordial thunder beast was not big. It was like a ball, but it had arms and short limbs. It looked very cute, but in fact, it was very terrifying. Its ability to control lightning was the best in the world. As for the wind demon beast, it couldn't be seen at all. It merged with the wind and had great destructive power. It was very difficult to deal with. It was also one of the peak bloodlines of the demon race, inherited from the immemorial divine beast. The last one was the Luwu beast. It was a white tiger in human form. Its face was also like a human's. It had a strong body and sharp tiger claws. It also had 9 tails that were like steel whips. Its close combat strength was quite tyrannical. It was probably not inferior to the sea god emperor. It was a very famous king of close combat. Among them, there were 2 dragon emperors who endured the attacks of 2 opponents that were equivalent to their own opponents. However, the dragon emperors were not stupid. They were not like the 3 slaughtering dragon emperors, who could only fight with their lives at the beginning and quickly end the battle. They had hope in Yang Yu, so of course they would retreat while fighting. They did not confront the opponent head-on in order to stall for time. Under such circumstances, Yang Yu rode the silver bird and rushed in. Her appearance immediately caused the entire devouring dragon city to be in an uproar. For a moment, the cheers were earth-shattering. To Yang Yu, time was life. Every bit of time was very important. Therefore, after she descended, she attacked without saying a word with the heavenly god's sword, Silver River. Who is this? The 5 peak experts did not recognize Yang Yu. It seemed that they had no contact with each other at all. At first glance, they saw the boundless Dao treasure in Yang Yu's hand, and their hearts were instantly filled with greed. Isn't that the former Dao treasure of the eternal dragon emperor, the heavenly god's sword, Silver River? Among them, the Luwu beast quickly recognized it. Yang Yu was rushing toward the Luwu beast. The Luwu beast and the primordial thunder beast were attacking a dragon emperor together, and they needed to help. The Luwu beast moved quickly, abandoning the dragon emperor and charging toward Yang Yu. The king of close combat and Yang Yu's heavenly god's sword, Silver River, instantly collided. Swish! 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 The terrifying silver sword light soared into the sky, tearing through the world and completely enveloping the Luwu beast. As it fought against Yang Yu, the Luwu beast grew more and more alarmed. This woman was like a monster, and her speed was terrifying. The Luwu beast had no choice but to transform into human form to fight her. Otherwise, it would not be as nimble as Yang Yu. Ding! Not long after the battle began, Yang Yu used her absolute dominance to cut off the Luwu beast's hand. Wind Devil, hurry and help me. Chapter 2396. The Luwu beast was good at close combat, while the wind demon beast was good at strange long-range attacks. The 2 of them worked together perfectly. The Luwu beast could smash the entire devouring dragon city with 1 claw, and its 9 tails could extend infinitely long, comparable to a 900 pattern Dao treasure. As for the wind demon beast, it was the demon of the wind, the incarnation of the storm. When the wind demon beast arrived, the hurricane swept out. It did not affect Yang Yu, but many of the mountain-like demons and oceanic race were sent flying hundreds of thousands of meters away. In any case, they did not care about the lives of the other demons. All of a sudden, all the wind turned into green leaves. Hundreds of millions of green leaves appeared in the sky above the devouring dragon city, dancing in the wind. Eventually, they turned into the sharpest blades. Wherever they went, the ground was torn, and countless demonic clan and oceanic clan members were pierced through. The next moment, countless green leaves blasted at Yang Yu from all directions. This seemed to be more powerful than Long Chen's divine prison of sabers and swords. One could imagine that without the heavenly massacre diagram, just this demonic wind beast alone would be able to kill tens of millions of people in an instant. This was definitely no joke. Some of the experts did indeed have the ability to do so. However, Yang Yu also had this kind of ability. She was very simple. With a wave of her hand, the countless blades on the silver river turned into powder. All of the powder was infused with the toughest star core. In an instant, the entire world was filled with dazzling light. Silver motes of light instantly shot out. Each mote of silver motes of light could accurately find the green leaves and then pierce through them. She completely countered the terrifying attack of the crazy demon. Be it close combat or long-range combat, Yang Yu was the king. Come out. The celestial deity sword, the Silver River, took form in front of Yang Yu and once again condensed into a sword. Her speed was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, she was 10,000 meters away. With a slash of the sword in her hand, a blood-curdling scream rang out. A blood-stained wing could be seen descending with a loud rumble, smashing many demons to death. The warriors of the devouring dragon city roared fanatically, their voices shaking the world. With the support of the devouring dragon city and Yang Yu's encouragement, the 3 dragon emperors of the devouring dragon city switched from defense to offense. Their strength increased tremendously, and they quickly suppressed their opponents. As for Lu Wu and Wind Devil Beast alone, it would be impossible for them to defeat Yang Yu. They would only be suppressed by Yang Yu. The battle between Yang Yu and his 2 opponents continued, but the result was that the 2 great demon lords were completely defeated, and the other 3 were completely defeated in front of the 3 dragon emperors. Just now, they were still very arrogant, but now, they could only be described as covering their heads and scurrying away. Let's go. Yes, come again next time. Find more people. They had discussed it in secret. This woman is very powerful. I think she was once a maid of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. She's almost as powerful as Ling Huang. We have to retreat together. We can't let her take advantage of us. Yes, gather together and then escape. They didn't scatter like a swarm of bees. Instead, they gradually gathered together in the middle of the battle, and then quickly fled. They couldn't care less. This time, however, Yang Yu didn't plan to chase after them. Because they had come to the devouring dragon city for something more important. The 3 dragon emperors hurried over to express their gratitude, and the people of the western territory below them cheered for Yang Yu. In the midst of endless despair, every victory was extremely rare. It could be said that Yang Yu had saved the Slaughter Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City. Of course, it was Lingxi who had provided them with the final boost of survival. Otherwise, how could Yang Yu resist 30 pinnacle experts? He could kill 1 or 2, but if 5 or 6 pinnacle experts surrounded him, he would definitely lose. At least for now, the Eternal God Domain didn't have a monster like the Eternal Dragon Emperor who could easily defeat 15 Dragon Emperors working together. Hurry up and set up the Cosmos Shift formation. Are the materials ready? Yang Yu asked. Of course they're ready. Alright, please follow me. The 3 dragon emperors personally led the way. Now that Long Chen and Lingxi had come out of Yang Yu's God Kingdom, everyone in the devouring dragon city knew them. This time, they also cheered for Long Chen and Lingxi. Especially Lingxi. She hadn't been famous before, but now she had become the new hope of the entire human race. The 3 dragon emperors chose an important and spacious place to set up the Cosmos Shift formation. They all stood guard outside the door, letting Lingxi enter alone. Under the orders of the 3 dragon emperors, the people outside quieted down, worried that they would affect Lingxi. Whether it was the environment, the experience, or the mood, they were all much more relaxed than before. Lingxi was very confident, and so was Long Chen. Everyone was tacitly silent, waiting for her to complete this historic event. If he succeeded, the 5 dragon cities would all become 1 dragon city in the future. The 5 dragon cities would be connected forever. Everyone was looking forward to it. They were all waiting. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Some were recuperating, some were chatting in low voices. Although the riot hadn't been completely resolved yet, at least for now, there was more and more hope. Slaughter Dragon City and Devouring Dragon City were the two most dangerous dragon cities because of their locations. If they were connected, they could take care of each other and solve many problems. The teleportation would take less than a quarter of an hour. Time passed quietly. Long Chen silently watched as his woman busied herself. Even though she was busy, she was still as beautiful as ever. Each and every action of hers was extremely enticing to him. This caused him to forget about the matter of the Qingquan teleportation formation as he focused on Ling Shi. He watched her for half a day. Dazzling light filled his eyes. Lingxi looked even more beautiful. There was a violent spatial fluctuation around, indicating that the cosmos shift formation was about to be completed. It's done. This time, Lingxi took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen expectantly. This time, although her face was pale and her steps were light, it was much better than last time. It didn't affect her body much. Long Chen could use the fire of life to help her recover a lot. In front of them was a cosmos shift formation. Let me try it first. Yang Yu stepped forward. Let me do it. Among the three dragon emperors, the dragon emperor of the netherworld was still worried that something might go wrong. After all, no one had seen Lingxi's skills. Yang Yu was very important. What if you were teleported to another place? Let me do it. Yang Yu said firmly. She didn't give the three dragon emperors any chance to insist. She looked back at Lingxi and said, "Child, I believe in you." Okay. Lingxi was so touched that she almost cried. She knew what happened between Long Chen and Yang Yu. She knew how much this woman loved her. This was the most important step for her. But she believed in her. This sentence was also to give Lingxi great confidence. Although she looked cold, she was very considerate and gentle. The three dragon emperors couldn't help but sigh. Yang Yu used to be a troublemaker. You followed Long Qinglan and played tricks on people every day. After so many years, you actually became like this. Of course, this was good. It could only be said that life was unpredictable. Yang Yu didn't even look back. She stepped into the cosmos shift formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It took about half an hour to go back and forth. So everyone waited patiently. If it succeeded, it meant that the last hope was really born. If it failed, you would be in trouble. Even with Yang Yu, you might not be able to turn the tide in the end. So, words couldn't describe their nervousness at the moment. Long Chen held Lingxi's hands tightly. Although Lingxi knew that she had done this perfectly, she was still very nervous before the real success. She stared at the cosmos shift formation motionlessly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the star talisman moved. It was Yang Yu. We've arrived at the Slaughter Dragon City. Don't worry. We'll go there with Violent Blood Dragon Emperor now. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Even the three dragon emperors had an excited smile on their faces. Their eyes were red and they almost cried. At least, they had succeeded more than half. If there were no more problems on the other side, it would be a complete success. Congratulations, Savior. Long Chen pinched Lingxi's face and said with a big smile. This kind of joy couldn't be explained in words. Lingxi looked at Long Chen in a daze. Then, even the three dragon emperors spoke to her gratefully. After the news spread out, the crowd outside was even more excited. Everyone shouted with all their might. They had witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. In less than a quarter of an hour, two people appeared. They were Yang Yu and Violent Blood Dragon Emperor. You guys talk. We'll go to Eternal Dragon City first. As soon as Yang Yu came out, he signaled to Long Chen and Lingxi. Although they wanted to stay and thank them or say a few more words, everyone knew that the most important work was not done yet. Eternal Dragon City, Fortune Dragon City, and Life Dragon City were waiting for them. You've worked hard. Everyone said at the same time. These three were deeply related to Long Qinglan. After they left, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor and the three Dragon Emperors sighed deeply. God is messing with us. It wasn't just them. Long Qinglan saved us. We didn't understand what happened back then. We did it too carelessly. Yes, we made a huge mistake. But now is not the time to talk about this. Let's make more arrangements for the upcoming battle. It's best to monitor. We'll personally stay outside the sky map and monitor the surroundings. Once the enemy's elites come near, we have to inform them immediately. After all, it will take a quarter of an hour to get there. A quarter of an hour can change a lot of things. After discussing for a while, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor returned to Massacre Dragon City. They tried with warriors of all levels. They even tried to pass hundreds of people at once. There was no problem at all. They couldn't help but feel that Lingxi was too amazing. Chapter 2397. In fact, Eternal Dragon City was also very dangerous. Eternal Dragon City was in the south. The Demon Clan and Oceanic Clan couldn't reach it. It would take them a long time to get here. Generally speaking, the Demon Clan and Oceanic Clan were either in the west or north. They hadn't even reached the central Destiny Dragon City yet. However, in the southern starry sky, a portion of the Sorcerer Tribe had attacked from the start. The Sorcerer Tribe was stronger than the Oceanic Clan. They had strong combat power and physical bodies. They were born to fight. In the southern starry sky, the two Dragon Emperors, Eternal Life and Firmament, were holding the fort. The Sorcerer Tribe's Holy Sorcerer didn't appear. Therefore, the human race didn't suffer many casualties. However, Eternal Dragon City also brought people from the southern border into Eternal Dragon City. Now, even the Green Water Hall was filled with people. Why was Eternal Dragon City in danger? That was because this was the main target of the 8 Great Holy Sorcerers. However, it was unknown if the 8 Great Holy Sorcerers were gathered together. If all 8 of them appeared at the same time, then the Eternal Dragon City would definitely collapse at a very fast speed. This was the place where Long Qinglan was born. Whether it was Yang Yu or Long Chen, they wouldn't let anything happen to this place. Therefore, on the Silver Bird, Long Chen was rather nervous. He was worried that news of Eternal Dragon City being attacked by the 8 Great Holy Sorcerers would spread. It would take at least a day to reach Eternal Dragon City from the Devouring Dragon City. At least before Yang Yu got close to Eternal Dragon City, the 8 Great Holy Sorcerers wouldn't arrive. He was racing against time, and his heart was beating fast. To be honest, it was a form of torture. As they got closer to Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen was more and more relieved. Very soon, they would reach Eternal Dragon City in about 2 hours. He was even more relieved. Fortunately, the 8 Great Holy Sorcerers didn't appear. He said with fear, "I can only say that we are lucky. But what will come will come." When the Qian-Kun shifting formation is completed, the 3 dragon cities will join forces. Once the 8 Great Holy Sorcerers attack, the other 2 dragon cities can send 4 dragon emperors. A total of 7 dragon emperors will be enough to deal with them. Yang Yu said. However, if it was before that, with 8 of them, even if Yang Yu was included, it might still be a battle to the death. At that time, Yang Yu would probably only be able to intimidate them by killing them to force them to retreat. It was just that he didn't know if it would be effective. After all, the other party wouldn't be easily scared off. Therefore, during this trip to the Eternal Dragon City, Lingxi would be on tenterhooks until the Qiankuan shifting formation was completed. "Little Shi, how's your recovery?" Long Chen held the woman in his arms and whispered in her ear. "Yes, it's as good as new. It's ready," Lingxi said gently. "After we're done with Eternal Dragon City, we'll go to Destiny Dragon City. You can have a good rest there." There's no need to rush to the other two dragon cities because they're in safer locations. Alright. Right now, the most important thing was still Eternal Dragon City. After another hour, Eternal Dragon City was still peaceful. Long Chen was completely relieved. At least this place wasn't destroyed. As long as Yang Yu arrived and the other party didn't send too many people, there wouldn't be any big problems. The Sea of Time was just ahead. It seemed like they hadn't been back for a while. It was still very peaceful here. There weren't even witch race, monster race, or marine race around. However, looking from afar, it seemed like the Eternal Sky map was ready. Looking into the distance, there were still no enemies. On the Eternal Sky map, 2 men and 1 woman, the 3 dragon emperors, were already waiting for Yang Yu's arrival. This was the place where Yang Yu grew up. When Yang Yu appeared in front of them with Long Chen and Lingxi, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor Yongye didn't know what to say. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was already old. He wasn't as stubborn as before. He was already very satisfied to be able to see Yang Yu and Long Chen. Let's settle the Qian Kun shifting formation first. Yang Yu said directly. Alright. Follow me. I'll lead the way. Yongye Dragon Emperor smiled faintly and walked in front. She hadn't seen Lingxi before. At this time, she couldn't help but size her up. She praised, "You're indeed a rare good child. You're a talented man and a beautiful woman. You're the best pair I've ever seen." Thank you. Lingxi knew that this was the only woman among the 15 dragon emperors. She was very respectful. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. You're welcome. Yongye soon brought everyone to a quiet place. She seemed to have a feeling of fondness for Lingxi. She said with concern, "You've set up 2 Qian Kun shifting formations in a row. You must be very tired. Do you want to rest for a while?" "When this is over, I'll rest for a long time. I'm worried that the guy from the sorcerer tribe will come. They're very difficult to deal with." Yang Yu continued what Yongye Dragon Emperor said. Yongye Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "That's good. Take care of your body. Don't force yourself. I heard that you're pregnant." The 2 women stared at Lingxi's belly. Their eyes were strangely similar. Cough, cough. Eternal Dragon Emperor coughed and said, "What's the hurry? It looks like it'll take a long time for the baby to be born. Let's get down to business." This new life was like a new heir to everyone. It was very important. When he or she was born, it would definitely be everyone's treasure. Lingxi was a little overwhelmed by this kind of pampering, but she was also incomparably happy. So many elders were looking at her. She felt a little embarrassed. Let's begin. No one disturbed Lingxi. They all waited outside. The hundreds of millions of people in Eternal Dragon City and the hundreds of millions of humans in the God Nation were also waiting for Lingxi's success. She looks like a weak little girl, but she can change history. Eternal Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. He felt that everything that was happening now was so unbelievable. Yang Yu, I don't know what to say. I was very impulsive back then. I know I was wrong. I'm really sorry. Eternal Dragon Emperor could say such words in the past. It was a miracle in the past. Yang Yu shook her head and stared at Lingxi. It's all in the past. He didn't care, and I don't care. The future is more important than anything else. In her eyes, Long Chen and Lingxi were the future. Hearing this, Eternal Dragon Emperor almost burst into tears. This kind of forgiveness was hard to come by. It removed the knot in his heart that had been hidden for a long time. You're right. The future is more important than anything else. I'm also very grateful to you for leaving a child for Qinglan. In the hearts of the 15 dragon emperors, and even the world, Yang Yu already had such a status. Everyone knew it without asking. For Long Chen and Yang Yu, this might be a little complicated, especially Yang Yu. She was about to say that Long Chen wasn't her child, but Long Chen beat her to it. What's there to be grateful for? Dry wood and Lai will love each other. Naturally, success will follow. There were many stories between Long Qinglan and Yang Yu, but Long Chen suppressed it with a few words. This made Yang Yu startled. She looked at Long Chen with much gentler eyes. This was Long Chen proving to her that even if there were some conflicts, a relationship was a relationship, and love was love. It wouldn't change. Everyone laughed. Young people nowadays were too shameless. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor sighed and said, back then, all the girls in the world adored Qinglan. Some even pursued him crazily, trying to make him fall in love with them. But he never had a relationship with any girl. I thought he only cared about cultivation. It turns out that having you by his side is enough. Indeed, Yang Yu grew up with him. Other dragon emperors were afraid of Yang Yu, but the three in front of her had really watched her grow up. It was even Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's idea to arrange her to be by Long Qinglan's side. So when she came here, she was just a junior, listening to their nonsense. It is said that you have captured Sea God Emperor. When the cosmos shifting formation is finished, if there is still time, you must take the time to study it and see if there is any way to wake them up. I have also captured many members of the Sorcerer clan. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor finally returned to the main topic. Yes, this matter is more urgent. If there is no way to solve it completely, we will be finished when the 30 experts swarm us together. Yang Yu also said. The only one who could make them sober was Long Chen. He said, if I can quickly enter the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, I can fight against these 30. When the time comes, I will wake them up first. The other monster clan and oceanic clan can be dealt with slowly. But I have just stepped into the 6 paths of tribulation, and it may take at least 2 months. Time is so tight now, I am afraid it will be too late. Some people had seen the 15 dragon emperors before. Long Chen had awakened them, and Yi Shua and Meng Hen had done the same thing. How did you do it? Long Chen shook his head and said, because of my bloodline, only I can do it. There is no way to replicate it. Hurry up, we can hold on for you. If we wake one, we will have one more helper. Although it was not easy, everyone was still full of hope for Long Chen. After half a day, Lingxi had completed the mission. When the news spread, the entire Eternal Dragon City was in an uproar. Lingxi was more tired this time. After all, it had been 3 in a row. Long Chen did not say much and just took her to rest with Yang Yu. Although his heart ached for her, it was too important. The only thing they could do now was to let her rest a bit more. Fate and Life Dragon City were not in a rush anyway. Eternal Dragon Emperor and Sky Dragon Emperor went to Devouring Dragon City and Slaughter Dragon City respectively. Then, they brought back 1,000 Kill Dragon Emperor and Royal Blood Dragon Emperor. This was a complete success. Eternal Dragon Emperor was overjoyed and said, this is a historic breakthrough. Because this was built by Lingxi, we can name it Eternal Lingxi Formation. You can call it Devouring Lingxi Formation and Slaughter Lingxi Formation. In the future, you can also call it Fate Lingxi Formation and Life Lingxi Formation. Chapter 2398. 1,000 Kill Dragon Emperor saw how arrogant Eternal Dragon Emperor was, so he laughed, Eternal Ghost, don't be too happy. You're happy because Lingxi is yours. Long Chen joined Slaughter Dragon City. She is my wife. What are you so happy about? Eternal Dragon Emperor was stunned. He wanted to take Long Chen back to Eternal Dragon Emperor. He regretted it 1,000 times. However, he was satisfied that Eternal Dragon City had an Eternal Dragon Emperor. What are you so proud of? Isn't he a child of Eternal Dragon City? He laughed. At this moment, Yang Yu was about to leave with Long Chen and Ling Shi. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor kept reminding Yang Yu to be careful and not let Ling Shi hurt her fetus. When they went to Destiny Dragon City, they had to let Lingxi rest before they took action. After all, Dragon City and Dragon City of Life were safer. Now that the 3 dragon cities were connected, all 9 dragon emperors could act at the same time. After bidding farewell to the people of Eternal Dragon City, Yang Yu sat on the silver bird and flew away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Little Shi, are you alright? One had to admit that the super-large heaven and earth movement formation consumed a lot of energy. However, Lingxi had also profited. Because the Eternal Dragon Emperor had named it, and no one had objected, those Qian Kuan teleportation spirit designs had all become Lingxi spirit designs with her name on them. If they could survive this ordeal, they would be passed down for at least 1,000,000 years. Slaughter Lingxi formation sounds weird. Eternal Lingxi formation sounds better. Lingxi pouted, but she was conflicted over this problem. Seeing the stern look in Long Chen's eyes, he smiled and said, "All right, I'm recovering well. I'll probably be fine once we reach Fortune Dragon City. There are only 2 left. With my current experience, I'll be fine in a few minutes." In fact, it was pretty much the same from there to Fate Dragon City. Therefore, they set off from Eternal Dragon City instead of devouring Dragon City or slaughter Dragon City. Now that there were a few Lingxi formations, it was very convenient to move. Fate Dragon City was as expected. Nothing had happened. Although a portion of the demon race had attacked, nothing major had happened yet. No peak experts had come. This was the center of the Dragon God domain, the second safest place. It was surrounded by Dragon City on all 4 sides. Fate Dragon City was built on the Sea of Destiny. The Sea of Destiny was a white ocean, pure white like diluted milk. It flowed quietly and emitted an alluring fragrance. Even if there was blood or corpses that entered the Sea of Destiny, they would disappear, unable to taint the purity of this place. Fate Dragon City was also a huge pure white city. Just like the word fate, it was very faintly discernible, looming in and out of the clouds. Dragon Emperor Tianyun and the other 2 dragon emperors were waiting for Yang Yu's arrival. After a day of travel, Yang Yu brought Long Chen and Lingxi to this place. They could see Fate Dragon City in the sky map from afar. "You're finally here. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." The Sky Fortune Dragon Emperor was a short and stout old man. He was very stout, his face glowing with health. He was kind and amiable. Under his welcome, Long Chen and the others entered Destiny Dragon City, which they had never been to before. They were cheered by all the martial artists in the central region. Because this was the central region, there were more experts. The elite martial artists of the Immortal City were also gathered here. In terms of the sky map's defense, Fate Dragon City should be number 1. Now that the 5 great dragon cities had received the same information, everyone knew very well how far the Spirit Light formation had progressed. After arriving at the location, the Sky Fortune Dragon Emperor said, "The Eternal Life and Eternal Night Dragon Emperors have instructed us to let Lingxi rest for a period of time. It would be fine to come back after a day. The Dragon City of Life is fine, and we are fine here. Their side is even further away, so there shouldn't be a problem." Now that the situation had stabilized a little, Yang Yu was not very anxious, so she agreed. Moreover, she knew that Lingxi would be a little stubborn. Most of the time, she would lie even if she had not fully recovered, so resting was a good thing. She could rest in Yang Yu's God Kingdom and she would nurse her body. That was enough. "I'm going out for a walk." Long Chen felt something strange. He said goodbye to the 3 dragon emperors and Yang Yu. There were too many people in Fate Dragon City. To avoid being surrounded, he used Time Dragon to search in the crowd. The reason why he came out was because there was something on his body that was reacting. It was a stone key with the words, Destiny Dragon City, written on it. Long Chen had found it among the things Long Qinglan had left behind in the massacred dragon's tomb. There was also a stone lock with the Divine Star of Destiny carved on it. Long Chen seemed to understand. Does it mean that there's something in Fate Dragon City that's the key? And there's a lock on the Divine Star of Fate, so I need to use this key to open the lock on the other side? That was his guess. What's wrong? Dragon Emperor Tianyun followed Long Chen out. He saw that Long Chen was looking for something and wanted to see if he could help. I'm looking for something. Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors were on his side, there was no need for him to hide too much. Let me know if you need anything. I might be able to help. Thank you, Senior. Long Chen smiled brightly. He walked past people and found many strange grasses growing on the walls and under the ground of Fate Dragon City. They were less than 10 centimeters long and had 4 leaves. They had beautiful patterns like a whirlpool. They were all immortal patterns, but there weren't many, only a dozen. If there were immortal essences in a place like Fate Dragon City, the immortal patterns would be very high. This is floating life grass. It only exists in Fate Dragon City. It doesn't have much use, but it's a strange immortal essence. No matter how cleanly it is removed, it can still grow. And it can form in just a few days. I think even if Fate Dragon City turns into ruins, it will still grow. This is the mystery of fate. I can't understand it. Oh, so that's how it is. Maybe what Long Chen was looking for was the floating life grass, or maybe not. It looked like it, but it should be something else. He followed the key's guidance and crossed the entire Fate Dragon City in half a day. He came to the city gate. He was at the core area just now. After coming here, Long Chen found that the key's response was stronger. It's around here. After searching for a period of time, he confirmed the area and carefully searched every inch of the area. Once, he lifted up a very large rock. There was a small blade of grass that had been pressed under the rock. When Long Chen removed the rock, it proudly straightened its back and proudly stood up. It was also floating life grass. However, the floating life grasses were all green. Only this one was pure white without any impurities. Even its roots were white. Of course, although it was white, it wasn't something precious. However, the key engraved with Destiny Dragon City had chosen it. White floating life grass. Dragon Emperor Tianyun said, I haven't seen white floating life grass in the past tens of thousands of years. Can I take it? Long Chen wanted to take it to God Nation and let it grow. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Of course you can. You can take anything. The Sky Fortune Dragon Emperor chuckled. He looked extremely adorable. The 15 Dragon Emperors liked Long Chen and Lingxi very much. Thank you. After Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he carefully moved the white floating grass that was guided by the key to the Divine Kingdom, letting it continue to grow. Perhaps one day, it would be of great use. Next, he and Dragon Emperor Tianyun returned to the core area of Fate Dragon City. Chen, there's no problem at all. We can start now. Half a day passed. Lingxi's face was rosy and lively. There shouldn't be any problem. Good luck. The 4th time had officially begun. To be honest, Lingxi was already very familiar with it. She only needed time and energy, and the pressure was far less than before. As time passed, the Fate Lingxi formation gradually took shape. Lingxi was not in a hurry. About half a day later, it was done again. After testing, the 4 dragon cities could travel quickly. The Eternal Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood, and the others also came and sent Long Chen and the others to the last place, Dragon City of Life. The last place. But at this moment, the Dragon Emperor warned them that there were monsters coming. And from the looks of it, they weren't ordinary monsters. Eternal, Cruel Blood, and the others, Dragon Emperors, don't show up yet. Before the Qian Kun teleportation formation in Dragon City of Life is completed, don't expose it. Let's see how many experts there are. If the 3 Dragon Emperors and I can deal with them, then it's fine. Yang Yu said. The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others felt that it made sense, so they hid under the sky diagram of destiny and didn't make a move. Soon, the Dragon Emperor said, it's the 4 grand monster lords of the city of Eternal Demonic Forefather, the 4 eternal beast brothers. No one else. Only 4 people came, so there was no need for the eternal dragon emperor and the others to make a move. But since the other dragon cities were safe, they weren't in a hurry to leave. The dragon emperor's patrol range was very wide. If they were discovered, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for them to reach Dragon City of Fate. Long Chen knew that there was a reincarnation demon ancestor city among the 4 great demon ancestor cities, but this was the first time he heard of the eternal life demon ancestor city. There are actually 4 eternal god beasts, and all of them are grand demon lords. He was surprised. For example, the 9 phoenix, the heavenly hound, the disaster beast, and the wind demon beast were the only grand monster lords in their clans. It was a miracle that all 4 of them could become grand monster lords. Among the monsters, only the eternal beasts of the city of eternal demonic forefather can have 2 or more grand monster lords. The others are all alone. The 4 of them aren't the strongest among all the grand monster lords, but they're very troublesome because they always work together. The other grand monster lords don't dare to provoke them. Chapter 2399. Long Chen roughly understood. It seemed that in terms of individual combat power, the eternal life divine beasts were not considered strong among the great demon lords. However, they had too many of them. Even the 4 brothers occupied a demon ancestor city. They had unique resources, and they were united. In reality, it was still very difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, Yang Yu had arrived at this time, and Ling Shi had already finished setting up the Destiny Spirit Radiance formation. Otherwise, with just these 3 dragon emperors against 4 opponents, all of whom were eternal life divine beasts, they might not be able to hold on for too long. Now, the 3 dragon emperors had arrived above the Destiny Heavenly Diagram, waiting for their opponents. This time, they were more relaxed than ever. For Long Chen, the battle in the Slaughter Dragon City was the heaviest. Almost everyone was scared out of their wits. Eternal life divine beasts are actually a kind of rat. They can split into billions of clones, but only have one real body. They have many magical means and are almost the best at escaping. They are cautious and suspicious. They won't make a move if they don't have a chance of winning. I think that if they had heard of me, as soon as I came out, they would have run away on their own. Yang Yu said indifferently. Billions of clones? It was indeed terrifying. It wasn't a crisis this time. The opponents were good at escaping anyway. They just needed to scare them a little and they would leave. Yang Yu still had to bring Long Chen and the others to the last life dragon city. As long as they completed the life Lingxi formation, everything would be settled. The 15 dragon emperors could at least unite against the enemy. It could be said that it was simply a miracle that the 5 great dragon cities had not been breached yet. This was also because the 30 peak experts on the other side were all acting on their own. They did not cooperate with each other, nor did they have a unified leader. This gave Long Chen and the others a chance. If they had sent 7 peak powerhouses to attack the Slaughter Dragon City at the beginning, then the Slaughter Dragon City would have been finished by now. Being able to survive until now could only be described as luck. The longer it was, the greater the hope of the human race. But the most important thing now was to find a way to solve the problem. The warriors of Fate Dragon City gathered together and prepared to support the diagram of fate. The 3 dragon emperors were floating above the heavenly diagram of destiny. About 15 minutes later, everyone could see countless black shadows coming from the Fate Sea around Destiny City. They covered the sky and covered the earth. They were countless rat-type monsters. There were hundreds of millions of them. Dense and endless, they completely surrounded the earth, the sky, and the sea. It was as if a curtain of darkness had descended, bringing darkness with it. In the darkness, there were countless red eyes, blood-red dots that made one's hair go numb. Of course, there was also that squeaking sound. If it was just one mouse squeaking, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when hundreds of millions of mice were squeaking, it was simply a nightmare. That voice filled the sky and covered the earth, pervading every nook and cranny. If it wasn't for the heavenly diagram of destiny blocking it, it would probably drive anyone crazy. However, the three dragon emperors were outside and their expressions did not change. At this time, the hundreds of millions of rodents gathered toward the four cores, turning into thick smoke that gathered together and shrank. In the end, the hundreds of millions of rodents disappeared in a short period of time, leaving behind four young men with protruding mouths and ape-like cheeks. Their appearances were very strange. They looked young but also old, and their voices were sharp and tender. It was hard to imagine that the hundreds of millions of doppelgangers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were just their doppelgangers. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the number of clones of the four of them was about the same as the number of people gathered in Fate Dragon City. No wonder they were called eternal mythical beasts. If they wanted to escape, no one could stop them. The four eternal mythical beasts turned into their human forms and looked at Fate Dragon City greedily. One of them said, "Fate Dragon City, wonderful. You three take care of the three dragon emperors. I will break the heavenly diagram of destiny." "Ah, boss, you're so lazy. Let me break the heavenly diagram of destiny." No, I'll do it. I'm the youngest. As the older brothers, you should let me do it. They all started chattering, not giving the three dragon emperors any face. In fact, the entanglement skill of the eternal divine beasts was also quite powerful. In the Slaughter Dragon City, because of the Slaughter heavenly diagram, a dragon emperor could restrain two opponents. However, it was not enough when facing the eternal divine beasts. Their attacking power was average, but their entanglement skill was unparalleled in the world. Let them keep an eye on you. Don't even think about escaping. So, even though there were four of them, they were equivalent to 7 people. One of them was free to attack the heavenly diagram of destiny. To be honest, if Yang Yu and the others weren't here, the heavenly diagram of destiny might really be broken according to the eternal mythical beast's thoughts. Then, with the power of the eternal mythical beast's clones, they could kill everyone in Fate Dragon City in a breath's time. That was how scary they were. They argued for a while, only to find that the three dragon emperors didn't feel any pressure at all. They were suspicious. "Three dragon emperors, are you going to give the Pearl of Destiny to us?" "Huh, that's great. We won't touch anything from Fate Dragon City. Give it to us quickly." At this moment, a black-robed woman came out of the heavenly diagram of destiny. She floated in front of the three dragon emperors, the Milky Way in her hand emitting a silver light. "I'll give it to you. Do you dare to take it?" Yang Yu looked at them coldly. The four eternal mythical beasts felt a chill down their spines. "Didn't you go to the devouring dragon city and then the eternal dragon city? Why are you here?" As expected, they'd heard about Yang Yu. Therefore, at this time, they already had a deep fear. As soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other and decided to retreat. "Brothers, let's go first. Her history is close to Ling Huang's. Fighting with her is suicide. She's already gone to 4 dragon cities. I don't know why, but she'll definitely go to the Dragon City of Life. We'll attack after she's gone." "You're right." The 4 eternal mythical beasts didn't say anything else. In an instant, they turned into hundreds of millions of rodent beasts and fled in all directions. Yang Yu waved the Milky Way. It exploded into hundreds of millions of particles and pierced through the heads of the rodents, leaving behind hundreds of millions of corpses. Then, they burned themselves clean. The remaining 300 million or so rodents screeched and chirped, instantly disappearing from everyone's field of vision, fleeing far away. Yang Yu put away the Tiantian sword Yinhe. Even if this kind of eternal divine beast only had 1 clone left, it would still be able to survive. This was a rather terrifying inherent skill. In any case, she couldn't catch them like the Sea God Emperor, so she wouldn't chase after them. They're at least injured, a quarter of them. With their cautious character, they won't dare to attack before they've fully recovered. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days. Of course, they'll definitely guess that I'll go to the Dragon City of Life. Therefore, they'll probably attack again in 2 or 3 days. By then, the Qian Kun teleportation formation of the Dragon City of Life will be ready. If I don't come back and they bring new helpers, you can ask the other Dragon Emperors to help. Now, there's only one step left. Yang Yu's analysis was very detailed. If the eternal mythical beasts attacked before they recovered, the 3 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon City of Fortune could hold them back. Now that the war had progressed to this stage, the humans had all arrived at the 5 great dragon cities. Now was the time to truly compete with the top experts. If it's not the eternal mythical beasts attacking this time, but other great demon lords, we can at least send out a few more Dragon Emperors to catch them, or at least imprison them. This way, we'll have fewer opponents. The eternal mythical beasts are too good at escaping, we can't catch them at all. There will be such opportunities in the future. Yang Yu said with certainty. She called out to Long Chen and said, I'll leave first. You guys pay attention to the surroundings. Don't let the eternal mythical beasts know that I've left so soon. The 3 Dragon Emperors quickly agreed and patrolled the vicinity, especially towards the east. Yang Yu's speed was extraordinary. She took a slight detour from the south and brought Long Chen and the others towards the last stop of this plan, the safest Dragon City of Life in the east. But in reality, the safest place might not be the most dangerous place. In the far east of the Dragon God domain, the Black Jade Dragon Head was at this location. Further east was the land of origin of the Dragon God domain. The Dragon City of Life was at the center of the east of the Dragon God domain. It was not far from the Black Jade Dragon Head. According to the Dragon Emperor's speed, they could reach the Dragon City of Life from the Black Jade Dragon Head in about half an hour. The Dragon City of Life had activated the Life Heavenly Diagram. The entire east of the Dragon God domain had not been attacked by the flames of war since the start of the war. Even the demon race, the sea race, and the wizard race had not seen it. There were even many people who were dissatisfied with the 15 Dragon Emperors' action of gathering all of them at the Dragon City of Life. They felt that the Dragon Emperors were making a mountain out of a molehill. This was practically abandoning all of their homes and holing up in the Dragon City of Life. They, who had not experienced the battle themselves, did not know how terrifying it was. The people of this Dragon City are really comfortable. It should be a matter of time before the 8 of us break through this place. There were currently 8 people standing on the tall Black Jade Dragon Head. They were about 2 meters tall, had beastly fur growing all over their bodies, and had rock-like skin. They had strange appearances. Their facial features were thick, and they even had bestial fangs. Many parts of super powerful beasts hung from their bodies, and they seemed to be chanting when they spoke. They were one of the 5 great races of the Eternal God domain, the Wizard race. And these Wizard race people standing on the Black Jade Dragon Head and looking at the Dragon City of Life were the 8 Wizard race holy wizards who had inherited the Sorcerer God's legacy. Attack! Chapter 2400. The 8 of them had sent almost all the sorcerer tribesmen to the southern territory to attack the Eternal Dragon City. However, the 8 of them had gone around the southern territory and moved to the east from the vast southern starry sky. In fact, they were planning to launch a surprise attack and destroy the entire Dragon City of Life. This was a surprise plan that they had thought of when they learned that the humans had recalled all their people to the 5 great dragon cities. They had set off from the edge of the Sorcerer region and reached the eastern starry territory within a few days. Then, they arrived at the Black Jade Dragon Head and found the location of the Dragon City of Life. They were ready to attack. In front of them was the Green Sea of Life of the Dragon City of Life. We can only win this battle. Failure is not an option. If the 8 holy sorcerers can't even defeat the 3 Dragon Emperors, how can we show our faces in public? That's right. We, the Wizard tribe, have at least half of the human tribe's power. We must break into a mere dragon city, then kill everyone inside and snatch the Dragon Balls of Life. That way, we can intimidate them and make them hand over the other 5 Dragon Balls. The 8 great sorcerer gods, please bless us and let us win this battle. Let's go. The 8 holy sorcerers had the terrifying power to control the heavens and earth. The sorcerer tribe was born to fight. They were much more powerful than the Sea clan. They were more brutal and passionate, and they were better at close combat. They were in human form now, and their original forms were giant sorcerers. Their bodies were similar to the demons, but they were closer to giants. Their movements were more ferocious than the demons and the Sea clan. If their brutal attacks landed on the Life Sky map, the warriors of the Dragon City of Life would not be able to defend themselves. After all, the Dragon City of Life loved peace and did not have a strong will to fight. They were not as hot-blooded as the Massacre Dragon City. However, when the 8 holy sorcerers were working together and getting ready to attack, a silver ray of light dashed into the Dragon City of Life in the distant sky. Wait, it's Yang Yu. One of the holy sorcerers quickly stopped them. Yang Yu? The Yang Yu who defeated the Neptune Emperor, the Purple-Eyed Emperor, and the Tyrant God Emperor, imprisoned the Neptune Emperor, and defeated the Wind Warcraft and Luwu Beast? Back then, the woman by the Eternal Dragon Emperor's side had a limitless Tao artifact? Over the past few days, the subordinates of the 8 great holy sorcerers had been continuously sending them news about the Dragon God domain. Originally, the Slaughter Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City were about to fall, but Yang Yu came from the Sky Dragon planet and saved them. Back then, the 8 great holy sorcerers had made preparations to attack the Eternal Dragon City. However, Yang Yu's speed was frighteningly fast. He had almost reached the Eternal Dragon City before them. That was why they had chosen not to enter the Eternal Life God domain. Instead, they had crossed the southern planetary system to the northern planetary system, and were just about to attack Lifespan Dragon City when Yang Yu showed up. Damn it. Why is she running around as if she knows we will attack this place? Didn't the primordial lightning beast say that with Yang Yu's strength, if you transform into a mystical dragon, you can take on 4 of us? We need 5 of us to pin her down to have a chance of victory. However, those 3 dragon emperors have the support of the Life Heavenly Diagram, and their battle prowess has greatly increased. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be a battle to the death. Yeah, it will be very difficult to get the upper hand. Didn't we come all this way to launch a surprise attack? If she is here, how can we launch a surprise attack? Everyone, listen to me. At this time, a slightly petite holy sorcerer with a rough voice said, I see that this woman is running around the 5 great dragon cities. She hasn't discovered us yet. Given her speed, she can basically move between 2 dragon cities in a day. Every time she goes to a dragon city, she stays for about a day. So I estimate that she will leave after a day. Yu Wu is right. We will wait for another day. After she leaves, we will launch our attack. That way, we won't have to fight to the death. It's not that we are afraid of this human woman, but it is not worth it to fight her head-on. That's right. That bunch of trash from the Monster Clan and the Sea Clan. They have more than 20 people, but they haven't even taken down the Slaughter Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City yet. Some of them are even heavily injured and recuperating. What a joke. We only need to wait for a day, and then we can easily take down the Life Dragon City. The human race is destined to decline. One day, it will be the era of the sorcerer tribe. Everyone, just wait. It's only a day, but we have been waiting for far more than a day. She hasn't discovered us yet, which is a great opportunity for us. When she is far away and about to reach the other dragon cities, we will attack in one fell swoop. The 8 holy sorcerers quietly concealed themselves and disappeared. Finally, they arrived at the last place safely. Lingxi had rested enough. She had recuperated well in Fortune Dragon City last time. This time, she had rested a lot. There was only one place left. In order for the Life Dragon City to participate in the battle as soon as possible, they had to complete the final plan and complete the last Life Lingxi array. That was the most important thing. As soon as they arrived, the 3 dragon emperors brought them to this quiet and spacious place. Miss Lingxi, you have worked hard. You have completed 4 heaven and earth shifting arrays in a row. That is amazing. As far as I know, you are about the same age as Long Chen. The 3 dragon emperors were very happy and relaxed. After all, this was the last stop. As long as Lingxi completed this last step, there would be no problem. The human race had also completed the first step of their counterattack. Next, they could only block the enemy's attack and find a way out. With the cosmos shifting formation, the 5 dragon cities would not be as weak as before. A few peak experts could take the lives of hundreds of millions of people. Lingxi quickly went in to make her last effort. Long Chen looked at the situation in the Life Dragon City and asked one of the dragon emperors, "The Life Dragon City has been so peaceful. Nothing happened? This place is quite far from the monster race, the merfolk, and the sorcerer race. It will take them a long time to get here. Ordinary demon clans and sea clans can't even make it here, unless they are at the top. They might only be able to arrive now. After all, not everyone has the speed of Yang Yu." Long Chen nodded and said, "The sorcerer race is all over the southern galaxy, but the 8 holy sorcerers have never appeared. Now, the other 4 dragon cities have established contact with each other. Only the Life Dragon City is left. I was worried that the 8 holy sorcerers might travel through space to attack here." Hearing Long Chen's words, the 3 dragon emperors looked at each other and became serious. "Based on what you've said, it's really possible. According to their speed, they should arrive today. If they really wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon City of Life, we really didn't have any way to deal with them before your arrival. However, it's different now. We have Yang Yu here, and after some time, the last heaven and earth moving formation will be completed. We shouldn't be afraid of the 8 great holy sorcerers anymore, right?" At this time, Yang Yu, who had been silent, spoke. She said, "When I came in, he felt a strong vibration from the black jade dragon head. At first, I thought it was a change of the black jade dragon head. I planned to check it out after the heaven and earth shifting array was completed. Now, it must be the 8 holy sorcerers. Do they really want to attack the Life Dragon City? I saw that they were controlled by the primeval troll, so I thought they wouldn't think of so many ways. Now, the Monster Clan and the Sea Clan are the same. They are a bunch of loose sand. If they had gathered all their people, the Slaughter City and the Devouring City would have been destroyed long ago." Yang Yu nodded and said, "That is true. But the 8 holy sorcerers of the Sorcerer Clan are united. It is normal that they would act as one. Of course, they might have seen me here, so they didn't rush to attack. The Life Dragon City has just escaped a disaster. If we had come a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable." The 3 dragon emperors sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect that the entire Life Dragon City would take a trip to the gates of hell. "We are so lucky to have you come back to help us." The dragon emperor couldn't help but sigh. "I did what I should do," Yang Yu said faintly. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "If they had seen Auntie Yu, they wouldn't have attacked before we left. We should think of a way to gather all our forces. It would be best if we could capture them alive. When Lingxi succeeds, Auntie Yu can pretend to leave. Then, they will attack. Then, we will have a few more dragon emperors here. We don't need to capture all of them, but at least 1 or 2 will be helpful, right?" There were 30 people on the other side. Now that Poseidon King was controlled, there were only 29 left. Now was the time to compete with the peak forces. On the human clan's side, there were 15 dragon emperors. Including Yang Yu, there were about 20 of them. Although the number was still not enough, the most important thing was that they were united and could appear in the same place at the same time. If the other side also united, even with the heaven and earth teleportation formation, it would be a big problem. If I fight 3 of them, I'm confident in taking down 1 of them. As for the remaining 5, I'll need 5 people to pin them down. At that time, I'll have to get a Dragon Emperor from Eternal Dragon City and Massacre Dragon City to come over. After all, the east side is still quite dangerous. Fate Dragon City still has eternal life divine beasts. We can't use too many of them, Yang Yu analyzed. Okay, then I will tell the others first. The 3 Dragon Emperors of the Life Dragon City went to communicate with the other Dragon Emperors and ask about the situation on their side. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Yang Yu were waiting for Lingxi to succeed. The operation against the 8 Holy Sorcerers was their first counterattack. Chapter 2401. For the time being, 10 of the top experts of the monster clan had been mobilized. The other 6 were scattered in unknown places. They weren't united, so they were scattered. That was why the humans had the opportunity to build the universe-shifting formation. 5 members of the merfolk had appeared. Among them, the Sea God Emperor had been imprisoned. The 8 holy sorcerers of the wizard clan had also appeared. The dozen or so experts of the monster clan and merfolk were all injured and still recovering. For the time being, before they gathered together, it would be difficult for them to pose a threat to the 5 dragon cities. When the primeval troll woke up, the monster lords weren't in the same place. They had basically come to the dragon god domain separately. Perhaps for the primeval troll, controlling the monster clan, merfolk, and wizard clan to destroy the humans was a simple matter. But he hadn't expected to encounter such great resistance. At least for now, many members of the monster clan and merfolk had died. But apart from territory and land, the humans hadn't actually lost much. It was far from enough to force the humans to hand over the 5 dragon cities. This time, they had even stopped a counterattack against the surprise attack of the 8 holy sorcerers. The dragon city of life had been lucky this time. They had escaped a great disaster. Luckily, Yang Yu had arrived in time and deterred the 8 holy sorcerers who were about to attack. After about a day, Lingxi did her best and finally completed the last, Life Lingxi formation. She was still quite tired after completing 2 in a row. But when it was all done, she was happier than ever. Chen, I finally succeeded. Long Chen held her in his arms, heart aching. You're too persistent in everything. You don't care about yourself. This is an exception. We can't let the same thing happen in the future. I know. From now on, I can rest for a long time, right? Long Chen used the fire of life to help her recuperate and let Yang Yu take care of her. Under Yang Yu's protection, she was the safest. Good child, if the humans can survive this ordeal, you will be the greatest hero. Yang Yu would only have endless love and tenderness towards her. Aunt Yu, this is what I should do. Lingxi didn't care about the credit at all. She just wanted to help and didn't want to rely on Long Chen for everything. But even so, not only the 15 dragon emperors, but the entire human race was very grateful to Lingxi. Thank you to this pure and kind girl. Chen, I might not be able to fight with you for a while. It would probably take a few more days for her to recover to the point where she could use the 3 lifetimes love thread to fight. Furthermore, with her current physical condition, Yang Yu wouldn't let her join the battle rashly. Don't worry. When you recover, everything will be fine. After Lingxi rested, the 3 dragon emperors had already informed the entire city to prepare for battle. Now, in the Eternal Dragon City, the Sky Dragon Emperor had come to support. In the Massacre Dragon City, the 10,000 Kills Dragon Emperor had come to support. They were all the second Dragon Emperor, and also people that Long Chen was familiar with. In this way, there were a total of 5 Dragon Emperors. The 2 Dragon Emperors also brought some elites, such as the Blue Fire Emperor and Blood Blaze. Their purpose was, of course, to strengthen the Life Heavenly Diagram. The other dragon emperors were still monitoring the vicinity of their respective dragon cities to prevent the other dragon cities from being attacked when the Life Dragon City counterattacked. Now that the 5 dragon cities were completely connected, it was like there was only one dragon city. Everyone was united. This is our first counterattack. Your mission is to guard the life heavenly diagram. Don't worry, we won't let the 8 great holy sorcerers have the chance to attack it. The 5 dragon emperors were lecturing. Of course, the Sky Dragon Emperor and the 10,000 Kills Dragon Emperor were still in hiding. They couldn't let the 8 great holy sorcerers find them first. Later, I will leave first and wait in the distance. Once there is a battle, inform me, and I will return as soon as possible. They will definitely be very cautious and wait for me to leave. So, they will probably wait for a few hours or half a day. So, don't worry. Yang Yu said to Long Chen. Okay. Long Chen would still stay here. Now, everyone was ready. To ensure that nothing went wrong, even the life heavenly diagram had been strengthened. Many 9 palace calamity elders from the other dragon cities had come. They contributed more strength. The other dragon cities were now completely connected. They were all waiting for the life dragon city's counterattack. The success of the Qian Kun teleportation formation was a celebration for them. The counterattack began. Yang Yu rode on the silver bird and left the life dragon city in a low-profile manner, heading in the direction of the massacre dragon city. Just as the 8 great holy sorcerers had expected. She went to the massacre dragon city. From massacre to devour, then to eternity, fate, and finally to the life dragon city. Now, she returned to the massacre dragon city. What is Yang Yu doing? Is she going to devour the next day after returning to the massacre dragon city and keep repeating the cycle? That's other people's business. Right now, Yang Yu hasn't gone far. They will use the star talisman to bring her back in a while. Although we have 8 people and are confident that we can completely break the fate heavenly diagram in an hour, to be safe, we should wait for 6 hours. She has traveled for 6 hours. If she receives the news now, it will take 6 hours for her to come back. By the time she comes back, the life dragon city will be gone. You're right. 6 hours is the best. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid there will be other mistakes. Get ready. We must succeed in one go. Right now, the trash of the monster race and the oceanic race haven't gotten anything yet. We must get the first life dragon ball and offer it to. Speaking up to this point, he was stunned. Life dragon ball? To whom? There was no answer in his mind. Right. He suddenly remembered that 2 girls had appeared in his mind. He said, that's right. We must offer it to these 2 girls. That way, we will succeed. Time passed quietly. The entire human race was waiting. The 8 holy sorcerers were also waiting. It's almost 6 hours. The 8 holy sorcerers can still endure. Long Chen was under the life heavenly diagram, looking in the direction of the black jade dragon's head. All of a sudden, he saw 8 dots and vaguely felt the world shake. They're here. 8. That's right. Outside the life heavenly diagram, a dragon emperor quickly informed Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly used the star talisman to remind Yang Yu. Alright, hold on. I'll be there in 15 minutes. In order not to be discovered by the 8 holy sorcerers, she naturally hid further away. At this time, to avoid the 8 holy sorcerers' suspicions, Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor Indiscriminate Kill were still in the crowd. What they needed to do now was stall them before Yang Yu returned. Because the life heavenly diagram had the support of many powerful warriors, the 3 Dragon Emperors' powers had also skyrocketed. Their bodies were filled with surging power. They gritted their teeth and looked toward the east. At this time, the 8 dots of light enlarged rapidly in front of them. 8 holy sorcerers. One of the dragon emperors roared in an exaggerated manner. Why are you here? A total of 8 tall, furry, eccentric sorcerers with rock-like skin appeared in front of everyone. The sorcerer tribe had surging battle intent and shocking physical bodies. They believed in the sorcerer god and inherited the sorcerer god's legacy. They had the power to control heaven and earth. Roar! When they arrived and saw the 3 dragon emperors, they finally couldn't help but roar in excitement. Human race, symbolically ask you once. The 8 holy sorcerers of the great sorcerer tribe will give you 2 choices. They can only choose one. 1. Hand over the dragon pearl of life. 2. If Dragon City of Life is destroyed, all of you will die. Now that they were here, all they had to do was hold on until Yang Yu arrived. One of the dragon emperors said, "Esteemed 8 great holy sorcerers, our human clan has never had any conflicts with you. Why must you want the dragon pearl of life? If we can believe your reason, we can naturally hand over the dragon pearl of life to you. That way, we won't hurt our relationship, right?" Huh. The 8 holy sorcerers didn't expect them to be afraid. They are smart. Our sneak attack was very successful. They only have 3 people and we have 8. Any 2 of us will destroy the Dragon City of Life and they will all die. That's why they chose to surrender. How boring. I thought we could kill a few people. They discussed among themselves. One of the burly ones said, "The reason is simple. We have 8 and you only have 3. If you don't give it to us, you will die. That's a good enough reason, right?" They had already split up. 8 against 3, the human race had no chance of winning. Don't blame us for not giving you a chance. I will count from 1 to 10. If you still don't give us the dragon pearl of life, we will attack immediately. Each of them stood in 8 directions and were ready to fight. The sorcerer race was barbaric, unreasonable, and cruel, just like a primitive society. The merfolk would eat the blue crystals of their own people and devour their own flesh and blood. They had all sorts of magical secret techniques called witchcraft. They were similar to spiritual techniques, but more sinister. Most of them were curses, controlling insects, or using everything in the world to refine their own bodies. The 8 holy sorcerers were the best of the sorcerer race. 1. From the beginning, every number was like a heavy hammer, making everyone nervous. Time gradually passed. Yang Yu said it would be a quarter of an hour, but in reality, with her speed, she would arrive very soon. Another dragon emperor said, 8 holy sorcerers, can we discuss this? We will lend you our dragon pearl of life for now and return it to us after a year. How about that? Lend? The 8 holy sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe hesitated for a moment. The order they received was to obtain, not to borrow. Although it was the same for them, because they were controlled by the primordial great demon, they could not change their mind in this aspect. Therefore, they rejected it and continued counting. In the blink of an eye, they had reached 10. Chapter 2402. After counting to 10, the 3 dragon emperors still did not move. The 8 holy sorcerers were enraged. You are messing with us. The dragon emperor said helplessly, who dares to mess with you? Since you are not willing to lend it to us, we have no choice but to take action. Yang Yu should have arrived by now. The 8 holy sorcerers were enraged when they heard the dragon emperor's words. The sorcerer tribe was divided into many tribes because of the different sorcery techniques they cultivated. The 8 holy sorcerers were the leaders of the 8 strongest tribes. These 8 tribes were the Rock tribe, Steel tribe, Ice tribe, Sky fire tribe, Insect tribe, Cloud mist tribe, Snow rain tribe, and Thunder tribe. Because of the different sorcery techniques they cultivated, the 8 holy sorcerers were called the Rock holy sorcerer, Iron holy sorcerer, Ice holy sorcerer, Fire holy sorcerer, Insect holy sorcerer, Cloud holy sorcerer, Snow holy sorcerer, and Thunder holy sorcerer. Of course, when they addressed each other, they did not use the word holy. Now, the 8 holy sorcerers transformed into their original forms, the giant sorcerers. The rock sorcerer transformed into a towering rock giant. His entire body was made of hard rock, and as he moved, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The rock sorcerer had the ability to travel through the sky and the earth. He could control the earth and flip the land. In history, there was even a rock holy sorcerer that could flip a land the size of 2 battle god ancient cities and play with it in his hands. The iron sorcerer only had a body of steel. He was similar to Dream Scar, but he knew more steel sorcery techniques. He was different from Dream Scar, who only fought with his physical body. The fire sorcerer was a flame giant, but he looked more like a wild beast. He burned with raging flames and had no flesh or blood. He was completely a human-shaped fire. The ice sorcerer was similar to the fire sorcerer. He was proficient in the Tao of ice and could freeze the Oceanus region for millions of miles. The insect sorcerer was the controller of the ancient mutants. His body was made up of thousands of poisonous insects, corpse insects, and insects. He was proficient in the Tao of curses. In addition, the cloud sorcerer, rain sorcerer, and thunder sorcerer all had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. For example, the cloud sorcerer could turn into a cloud and disappear without a trace. He would not die even if injured. As long as the cloud layer did not disperse, he would not be killed. The 8 holy sorcerers transformed into their original forms. In their eyes, the giant dragon city of life was merely a small city. They could almost destroy the life sky map with one punch. The battle began. The 3 dragon emperors had stalled for such a long time, and it was about time. When the other party transformed into a warlock, the 3 dragon emperors transformed into mystical dragons and stood in front of the diagram of destiny. To be honest, the appearance of the 8 great holy sorcerers really worried everyone. They were worried that the dragon emperors would not be able to block them. Once they were attacked a few more times, they would be scared to death. Just 3 dragon emperors. Do they really think they can stop us, the 8 great holy sorcerers? 2 of you will break the heavenly diagram of life. Then, 2 of you will tear apart a divine dragon. It's been a long time since I've tasted the flesh of a divine dragon. At this moment, the 8 great holy sorcerers moved in unison. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. At this moment, Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor rushed out of the life sky diagram and transformed into 2 ultimate mystical dragons to accompany the 3 dragon emperors. The 2 holy sorcerers who were about to deal with the life sky diagram were blocked by the 2 dragon emperors. What's going on? The 8 great holy sorcerers were stunned. They recognized Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor, but they had never seen them. Why were they here? It must be Yang. You brought them here with your god nation. But what about the other dragon cities? They are giving up on the Massacre Dragon City and the Eternal Dragon City. For a moment, the 8 great holy sorcerers did not attack. They were shocked by the 2 dragon emperors who had just appeared. To be honest, with the support of the life sky diagram, the combat power of each dragon emperor was slightly higher than that of a holy sorcerer. Let's not care about that. Let's do it. 3 of us will stay and attack the life sky diagram. The other holy sorcerers will block 1 dragon emperor each. It's time to fight to the death. Because of the appearance of the 2 dragon emperors, they quickly made adjustments. What they did not know was that the 5 dragon emperors only wanted to deal with 1 holy sorcerer. That way, they could suppress the other party. If there were 2 of them, they would be suppressed by the other party. Although Yang Yu was the main attacker, they had to try their best to take down the other party. At that instant, Iron Sorcerer, Fire Sorcerer, Ice Sorcerer, Rain Sorcerer, and Thunder Sorcerer fought with the 5 dragon emperors. The 5 dragon emperors intentionally moved away. They flew into the clouds to prevent the battle from affecting the dragon city of life. Some of them ran far away. The dragons and the sorcerers started an earth-shattering battle in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was simply dazzled as they watched these ultimate battles one after another. The giant who was covered in flames fought with the billions of godly kill dragons. The other sorcerers were also fighting with the Dragon Emperor. They had just started, but they had already unleashed their full strength. The battle between the top sorcery and the divine powers created a loud boom. Everything around the dragon city of life disappeared rapidly, leaving only the life sky diagram. However, the remaining 3 holy sorcerers were in a daze. What's wrong with the dragon emperors? They don't want the life sky diagram and the dragon city of life anymore. Cloud sorcerer, who had merged with the clouds, suddenly said, "Oh no, this might be their scheme." As soon as he finished his sentence, the fatal threat appeared. When Yang Yu's earth-shattering silver sword aura appeared, everyone in the dragon city of life cheered. Although Long Chen did not have to participate in this battle, he was still rather excited. Yang Yu is here. The most dazzling heavenly deity sword, Milky Way, pierced through the heavens and earth and split Cloud Sorcerer into 2. Cloud Sorcerer shrieked and disappeared into the clouds. There were still Rock Sorcerer and Worm Sorcerer around. When the other 5 holy sorcerers were restrained by the 5 dragon emperors, the 3 holy sorcerers became Yang Yu's opponents. We fell into their trap. The chances of winning are not high. Holy sorcerers, prepare to retreat. The rock sorcerer was calmer. When he saw Yang Yu, he made such a decision. The other holy sorcerers were also frightened by Yang Yu. The battle had just started, and they hurriedly escaped. With Yang Yu around, they obviously had no chance of winning. Therefore, they decisively gave up struggling and used their own methods to escape. After all, they knew that the dragon emperors would not dare to go too far away from the dragon city. They had only fought for a short while. The fire sorcerer, the ice sorcerer, the iron sorcerer, and the others all gathered together and headed in the direction of the eastern star region. The insect sorcerer that was facing Yang Yu directly turned into a sky full of insects and burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. As for the cloud sorcerer, he had already gathered with the clouds in the sky and hid somewhere. When they started escaping, they were almost as fast as the eternal divine beasts. If they were to escape just like that, it would be a waste of all their efforts. Yang Yu had already planned this. They wanted to lock onto the 2 who did not have outstanding escaping abilities. After all their comrades escaped, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly be in an even worse state. One of them was the rock sorcerer, and the other was the iron sorcerer. Among them, when they were escaping, the 5 dragon emperors had a tacit understanding. They all gave up on their opponents and charged towards the iron sorcerer. Meanwhile, Yang Yu cast a sky full of sword nets and forced the rock sorcerer, who had already charged deep into the ground, to come out. The 6 battlefields became 2 battlefields in an instant. This was a premeditated counterattack. The 8 great holy sorcerers had already realized it. However, at this moment, they had split up and escaped very quickly. No one was able to see who did not escape. Even if they did not escape, they had already split up. If they did not contact each other, going back was simply sending them to their deaths. Therefore, in this short period of time, the situation became that the 5 dragon emperors surrounded one, while Yang Yu fought the rock giant alone. Both sides were having an easy time. Among them, the 5 dragon emperors started to use their magical powers to bombard each other. Previously, they had used this method to fight against the Black Yama beast from the Eternal Dragon City. However, they had failed that time because the Black Yama beast was too strong and surpassed Ling Huang. Now, with the support of the Life Heavenly Diagram, its power was even more ferocious. Under such a violent bombardment, no matter how stiff the iron sorcerer's body was, no matter how many sorcery spells he knew, and no matter how much he formed a huge iron fortress to protect himself, he was still blasted away in a short period of time. The 5 dragon emperors attacked together, one after another. Trillion Star Domain Sword. The last sword from the dragon emperor in the sky penetrated the iron sorcerer's chest under the cover of the other dragon emperors. The 5 dragon emperors continued to bombard iron sorcerer. In reality, they had already succeeded if they wanted to kill him, but they only wanted to capture him alive. In the end, the iron sorcerer, like the Poseidon emperor, was only left with his head. The 5 dragon emperors combined their powers to cast 5 layers of seals, preventing him from recovering from his injuries. At the same time, Yang Yu and the rock sorcerer were also engaged in a heated battle. It had to be said that the rock sorcerer was almost the greatest leader of the sorcerer tribe. This was because the sorcerer god region had the most rocks and land. As long as he stood on the land within 1,000,000 meters radius would be his weapon. What everyone saw was that the land had gone crazy. Countless amounts of soil rushed into the sky, burying the entire dragon city of life deep underground. Then, it was shaken into the sky. Looking down, the land that could be seen was actually moving like the sea. Countless nature-defying things rushed into the sky like waves. The huge land that was 100,000 meters long fell from the sky, burying Yang Yu. The rock sorcerer's huge body went underground again. Then, countless silver sword lights exploded from the ground. It was very dazzling. Rumble. The ground cracked, and a head flew into the sky. It was Yang Yu, who had already carried the rock sorcerer's head. Under her coercion, the rock sorcerer had turned into a human, leaving only a small head. With the help of the 5 dragon emperors, the rock sorcerer received the same treatment as the iron sorcerer, sealed by 5 layers of seals and a Dao artifact. We have taken care of 3. There are still 27 opponents left. If we can wake these 3 up and let them heal, we should be able to have 3 more helpers. After all, when they wake up, they will also want this battle to end as soon as possible. Yang Yu said decisively. As for the others, they were still immersed in the shock and could not extricate themselves. The rock sorcerer's power was really terrifying. Chapter 2403. The 2 holy sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe, who were the strongest in physical combat, were now imprisoned by Yang Yu and the 5 dragon emperors through a scheme. Under the 5-layered seal and the Dao artifact seal, it was difficult for them to do anything else in a short period of time. Under the strict supervision of the dragon emperors, it was not easy for them to escape. Now, the 5 dragon cities had merged into one under the double protection of the 5 great sky maps and the heaven and earth moving formation. Although the ordinary demon race, sea race, and sorcerer tribe had occupied the dragon god domain, it was difficult for them to launch a fatal attack on the 5 dragon cities. Therefore, the greatest threat to the human race was still the 30 peak experts. However, it had become 27 now. On the human race's side, it was still 15 plus Yang Yu. Of course, if they could find a way to wake the 3 imprisoned ones, it would be 18 plus Yang Yu. If they also had the support of the 5 great sky maps, the 2 sides were actually very close, and the gap was not as big as imagined. The counterattack this time had successfully achieved its goal. If there were a few more opportunities like this, the gains would be even greater, and they might even surpass the demon race in the end, reaching a level that they could not resist. At that time, at least there would not be a problem of safety. They only needed to find a way to let all the demon race, sorcerer tribe, and sea race recover, then let them leave the dragon god domain and restore peace to the eternal god domain. However, such opportunities would not come often. Now, many people from the 5 dragon cities had come to the dragon city of life. For this victory, everyone was crying tears of joy. From having no hope at all, there was now great hope. During this period, it was Yang Yu who had turned the tide, and then Lingxi who had created a very great project. Almost everyone admired these 2 women, and at the same time, envied Long Chen even more, because Long Chen was the person closest to them. Now, it was vaguely spread that the power of the heaven and earth moving formation that Lingxi had set up actually came from Long Chen. This was also the reason why every time she set it up, Long Chen had to be nearby. Although they had won, there was not much time to celebrate. Defend well. Let's go back to Slaughter Dragon City and study with the Sea God Emperor how to awaken those 3. Yang Yu said to the other dragon emperors. Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor also had to return to their respective dragon cities. After all, their dragon cities were more dangerous. Now, only 6 of the 8 holy sorcerers are left. They have been intimidated once and should not dare to attack rashly again. If they attack, you can temporarily block the 6 opponents for a short period of time and let the others come over. Just as they were about to part ways, news came from Fortune Dragon City. The eternal divine beasts probably saw that you weren't there, so they surrounded you again. These 4 cunning fellows are truly vile people. They escaped quickly and returned quickly as well. Now, there were only 3 dragon emperors in Fortune Dragon City. Eternal life mythical beasts will find it hard to capture them like these 2 holy sorcerers. I will chase them away again and see if I can severely injure them again. As for the Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Thousand Slaughter Dragon Emperor, you 2 should return to your respective dragon cities first. I will head to the Massacre Dragon City soon. Everyone nodded. Then, they set off to 3 places. Long Chen and Lingxi were in Yang Yu's God Kingdom. Going to Fortune Dragon City in the center took less than a quarter of an hour. It was very convenient to move from place to place. The 3 dragon emperors of Fortune Dragon City were already on the Fate Sky map. A 9-palace tribulation elder welcomed Yang Yu by the side of the Fate Lingxi formation. When Yang Yu arrived, he said, "The 4 Grand Devil Lords are still probing. They probably want to see if you are here or not." Fortune Dragon City was still very quiet. The other side had not attacked yet. Then I won't show myself so soon. I will wait for them to make their move. Yang Yu waited quietly. Auntie Nethery, do you think the shamans will tell them that you were in the Dragon City of Life just now? They were in a mess at first, but I think they will work together in the end. All they need is a leader. Long Chen said in his God Kingdom. They won't listen to each other. It's not easy to be a leader. But if the witch race tells them, then our heaven and earth teleportation formation will be exposed. But it can't be helped. Last time, when Sky Dragon Emperor appeared in the Dragon City of Life, they would suspect that I brought him there. But this time, it's hard to explain. They will easily think of the spirit race. At this moment, the 4 eternal mythical beasts were already very close to the 3 dragon emperors. They suddenly laughed. 3 dragon emperors, stop pretending. 3 dragon emperors, stop pretending. I heard that Yang Yu went to the Dragon City of Life and had a huge battle just now. Now, you're in deep trouble. There are only 3 of you. Let's see who will save you. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, stop these 3 old farts. I'll break this heavenly diagram of destiny and kill them all. The eldest of the eternal divine beasts screamed in an extremely mournful voice. Do it. In an instant, they turned into 4 huge black rats. This was the true form of the eternal mythical beasts. Although they were rats, they had sharp fangs and claws. Their hair was like steel needles. They also had many top-notch divine abilities. The 4 brothers were good at different things. 3 of the eternal mythical beasts pounced towards the 3 dragon emperors. They turned into millions of clones, all of which were huge rats. The 3 dragon emperors couldn't kill all of them. They could only send them to another place, away from the heavenly diagram of fate. The so-called heavenly diagram of fate can't protect you anymore. Break. The eldest of the eternal life divine beasts rushed to the sky above the dragon star of destiny. His body turned into a million, and then he spun and turned into a million black spikes. In an instant, the sky was densely packed with black spikes. They looked a bit like the blood spirit spike. They had terrifying penetrative power. If it wasn't for the heavenly diagram of fate, the entire dragon city of fate would have been pierced through by these black spikes. Everyone inside would have died. This kind of attack wasn't affected by anyone. The boss of the eternal life divine beasts was incomparably excited and arrogant. What he knew was that although all the peak experts had taken the initiative, at least until now, no one had been able to break into a dragon city and obtain the Slaughter Dragon City. The greatest contribution belongs to the city of demonic forefathers. He let out an earth-shattering shriek. If it wasn't for the heavenly diagram of fate, everyone's eardrums would have burst. Rumble. The millions of black spikes were like meteors, piercing downwards. However, the eldest eternal mythical beast didn't notice a detail. The thing was, no one in Destiny Dragon City was afraid in the face of danger. They didn't know how to put on a show. They knew that Yang Yu was here, so they were very relaxed. However, the eldest eternal mythical beast couldn't possibly understand this. He received news that Yang Yu was fighting against the 8 holy shamans in the Dragon City of Life just 15 minutes ago. In a split second, Yang Yu had been waiting for this opportunity. Even if he couldn't catch the eternal mythical beast, he could at least injure him so that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Just as the eternal mythical beast was about to charge downwards, a silver sword aura soared into the sky. Yang Yu rushed out from under the cover of the heavenly diagram of fate. The silver sword in his hand danced and exploded, turning into millions of spinning blades that charged upwards. In a split second, he collided head-on with most of the black spikes. Of course, there were a few that were dodged by the eternal mythical beast. But at least 70% of them were hit by the silver sword aura. For an eternal mythical beast, this was a huge number. It was equivalent to 70 million of his 100 million clones being destroyed. In that instant, he let out an indescribable scream. In short, more than half of the black spikes were directly crushed by Yang Yu. The rest didn't stop. The eternal mythical beast used his best escape technique. In that instant, he split into more than 30 million clones, fleeing from the sky and the ground. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles. The eternal mythical beasts, who were happily fighting with the 3 dragon emperors and waiting for good news from their boss, were also stunned. When they saw the cold Yang Yu and the cold heavenly deity sword Milky Way in her hand, their first reaction was to break down in fright. Then, they split into millions of clones, all of which gathered together and fled instantly. This was how eternal mythical beasts were. Once one of their clones escaped, they could make a comeback. Therefore, Yang Yu didn't have any confidence in capturing them. If it were other great demon lords attacking now, she would have thought of a way to capture them. Isn't she in the Dragon City of Life? Why is she here? The 8 great holy sorcerers are a bunch of dog shit. They actually lied to us. That's impossible. They won't gain anything from lying to us. And they even said that the rock sorcerer and iron sorcerer have already been imprisoned by the humans. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of rats disappeared from all directions. Yang Yu's final effort had left quite a few scars on the bodies of the other 3 eternal life divine beasts. This time, it would take even more time for them to recover. It was a great success. With another victory, everyone saw more hope. The 3 dragon emperors of Fortune Dragon City were also very happy. These 4 sneaky fellows probably won't come again. But Yang Yu, you were in the Dragon City of Life, and now you're in the Dragon City of Fortune. They should know what's going on if they think about it and contact the spirit race. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.